The whole Taishan region was shaken. None of them knew what had happened, but when they looked up, they could see a character that read the way flashing in their eyes. Something incredibly important must have happened on Taishan Mountain. Countless cultivators headed over there. Within Taishan City, cultivators were walking towards the mountain from all directions as quickly as they could. They flew on the wind and rode on swords, their hearts trembling fiercely. Those few Renhuang-level figures among them were even more disturbed. They could faintly feel that Lord Taishan was possibly about to enter a new level. Once he did this, the whole higher heavens realm would be shaken. Of course, the most shocked were still the cultivators upon Taishan Mountain. Lord Taishan had said that he would lock himself away in cultivation. The head teacher of Taishan Mountain, speaking for the 4 great disciples, had said that they would guard Taishan Mountain for him. What did this mean? All the disciples felt their hearts beating quickly. Even Futian felt his heart fluttering. Lord Taishan was already at the very peak of the Renhuang level, yet there was still more for him to learn. If he broke through to a new level, would that be the level that Gu Tianxing had broken through to all those years ago? The people of the higher heavens realm did not know either. But after Gu Tianxing, no one in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had reached that level. It was said that the old dynasty overlord had possibly been close to or had even reached that level, but that he had been slain by Gu Tianxing in battle and had grievously wounded Gu Tianxing at the same time. After these 2 great figures fell, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty never again had any figures at their level. The current dynasty overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and the Lady of Brahma's pure sky had not reached this level yet. Futian could only imagine what would happen when Lord Taishan reached this level. He looked at the floating character, and his gaze seemed to fall deep into it. Just this single character was enough to make them understand. This was truly how to teach the way. The city lord of Taishan looked behind him at everyone and said, "All of you cultivate on your own in order to understand this." Then the 4 disciples walked away towards where Lord Taishan was shut away. Everyone else was left there, looking at the character. They were unable to calm the storm raging inside all of them. "Is Lord Taishan going to break through to the next level?" someone asked. "Very possibly. He might just make it to a new level," someone answered. "He is already at the very peak of his current level." Everyone nodded. Given Lord Taishuan's current level, he could only look up. "Xinjing, did you truly see the way of swordsmanship before?" someone asked Futian. It was Wan Shui, a disciple of Sword Abyss. Previously, he had not seen anything in particular. The character contained all the myriad things in the world and all the laws of motions of the earth. Thus, any answer that he could have given would have been fine. Now, it seemed like Futian had said that the way of swordsmanship was the right answer. His heart was set on swords, and so he had seen the way of swordsmanship. Before, most people had ignored his answer, but now it seemed like they were having second thoughts. Could it be that this Guqin master, who had been brought up to Taishan Mountain by 4th sister, was also an incredibly talented swordsman, and had seen a strand of sword wool within the character? These days I have been observing the swordsmanship of Sword Abyss, seeing how skilled its cultivators are, and this has been imprinted in my mind. Thus, when I looked at the character, I seemed to see some sword will," said Futian. Wan Shui nodded. Futian's answer seemed reasonable enough. He knew that Futian had indeed been spending a lot of time at Sword Abyss. He went there to observe every day. He had probably watched them so much that he had swords on the brain. The others all relaxed. If this were the case, they could understand what had happened. "Even if that is so, why did the cultivators of Sword Abyss not see swords?" someone asked at that moment. This made them all go pale. They turned to look at who had spoken. Jun Mu. Many people looked surprised when they saw him. He was the head teacher of Taishuan's disciple, Jun Mu. When Futian had first come up Taishan Mountain, Jun Mu had left an impression on him the first time he saw him. "Do you remember me, Brother Shin?" Jun Mu walked up to Futian and smiled. Futian nodded. "How could I forget such a memorable figure? So it must have been fate that I saw you coming up to Taishan Mountain," said Jun Mu with a smile. Fourth uncle brought you up to Taishan Mountain, and elder Lan let you enter String Palace. Now third brother has returned, and you are still cultivating in String Palace. Apparently you are worthy of third brother's favor. Now you were able to see the way of swordsmanship within that character. Why should you be so modest? I think that you must be outstanding in some way, and you have just been humble and restrained. Jun Mu's words made everyone look back at Yi Futian. Could it be that he had been downplaying his own abilities? If so, then he was incredibly clever. You are exaggerating, Brother Jun. All of the disciples of Taishan Mountain are incredible, thus, I must be humble and restrained while I am here. Moreover, I have no right to boast. Fourth sister brought me here and has been very good to me, and so I must concentrate on cultivation. Yi Futian was neither haughty nor humble. He simply and calmly answered Jun Mu. Well, now you have been cultivating on Taishan Mountain for a while. Have you had any success? Asked Jun Mu. I have benefited greatly from my time here, said Yi Futian with a nod. I once said that if I got the chance, I would like to enjoy your music. I wonder if I might take this opportunity to listen to you play. Jun Mu had been smiling all along, but everyone could feel a different sort of atmosphere. Some of the older folks understood what was going on, but the younger people were not clear on why Jun Mu was being this way. It seemed that he wanted to make Shinjing do something. But what was it that he wanted to see? Did he want to see if he was strong, or if he was weak? All the disciples of Taishan Mountain heard Lord Taishan teach the way today. I was fortunate enough to be here as well, and so my heart is full. How could I dare to play a song here on Taishan Mountain now? Everyone would laugh at me, said Yi Futian with a slight bow. Farewell. Will you really be so disrespectful to me? Said Jun Mu coldly. An invisible pressure spread out from him and fell upon Yi Futian. I must ask you to satisfy my curiosity once again. Yi Futian felt the pressure falling upon him, and said, Lord Taishan is shut away, and the 4 elders have gone to guard him. I am very grateful to fourth sister for bringing me here to cultivate, but I am just a Guqin master of String Palace. I would not dare fight the disciple of the head teacher of Taishan. If you insist on fighting me, I will be ashamed of my own inadequacy, and yet I will have to bear it. Everyone looked surprised. This Shinjing was very frank. He would not fight back, but given how powerful Jun Mu was, fighting back would be meaningless anyway. Jun Mu, why are you antagonizing Shinjing? Asked Wan Shui. If you want to test yourself, there are many disciples here on Taishan Mountain. Why have you sought out Shinjing? Said Princess Liu Yu. She was a little bit upset. She kind of knew why Jun Mu was putting pressure on Yi Futian. Now that the elders were occupied, the disciples could do what they wanted. Jun Mu smiled slightly when he heard what they were all saying. He bowed to Yi Futian and said, Forgive my rudeness. As he said this, his aura dissipated. He turned and sat down, his gaze fixed upon the character that read, The Way. Why don't you go, Shinjing? Said Wan Shui to Yi Futian. Princess Liu Yu looked at him as well. Yi Futian nodded. Farewell, he said with a bow, and then turned and left. Jun Mu had tried to force him into a fight, but his heart was as calm as still water. He was not distressed at all. He still remembered his identity. At Taishan Mountain, he was just a Guqin master. How could he fight one of the disciples of the head teacher of Taishan? What would he do if he won? When he returned to String Palace, Yi Futian looked back up at the character that floated high above Taishan Mountain. However, at that moment, a figure appeared beside him. It was Little Phoenix. She looked at Yi Futian and said, Why did you yield? Although she often quarreled with Yi Futian, she and he had become very familiar with each other after spending so much time together. She knew how talented he was. He had been successful in cultivating the 6 famous songs and the fleeting divine sword. How many people on Taishan Mountain could say the same? Yi Futian smiled and said, Are you worried for me? Little Phoenix looked at him with disdain and said, I've just never seen you be so cowardly. Yi Futian laughed and shook his head. Little Phoenix, your personality is terrible, but you have a good heart. Your parents are a little fierce, but they have never been that way to me. And String Emperor and Fourth Sister have been so good to me. Why should I have gotten into a fight over such a trivial matter? That would just be giving into my personal feelings. Today was the first time he had seen Lord Taishien, and he had met with String Emperor only a few times and had talked with him very little. And it was the same with Fourth Sister. But he was still grateful for the way they had treated him. Compared to that, the affair with Jun Mu was not even worth mentioning. All right, I am going to cultivate. Yi Futian sat cross-legged and looked up at the huge character. The process of freedom meditation began, and his eyes became incomparably deep as his gaze pierced through the air towards the character. At that moment, Yi Futian could faintly feel his soul leaving his body. It entered into the realm of the way that floated in the air. A voice appeared in Yi Futian's head. All things are either born into something or into nothingness. No matter whether or not you could feel it, the way was there. It was everywhere. Yi Futian seemed to be able to feel the ordered sequence of everything in the world from that character. His will stretched out continuously into the distance. He saw all of Taishien Mountain and then continued downwards. He saw countless figures heading towards the mountain, as well as the chaos within the mountain. On New Year's Day of the 10,031st year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, countless figures had gathered below Taishien Mountain. This had led to a huge disturbance within Taishien City. Many of the people there were powerful figures, including some of the top figures of the higher heavens realm. On the first day of the year, an invitation came down from Taishien Mountain. All the people from the top forces were invited up onto the mountain to meet with Lord Taishien. Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples were standing outside Taishien Palace and looking over the invitations. The signature on each of these invitations was enough to cause a sensation throughout the higher heavens realm. "Why have you done this, brother?" said the city lord of Taishien to the head teacher. At that moment, the great figures of the realm were handing them their invitations. If they ignored them, it would be impolite. "Our friends have come from far away. How can we be impolite to them?" said the head teacher. "We must invite them up the mountain and set up a feast for them." "Won't this disturb our master's cultivation?" asked the city lord of Taishien. "I agree with our brother. Since these people are here, why don't we invite them to come up the mountain?" said String Emperor. The city lord of Taishien glanced at him but did not reply immediately. "In that case, I will go and make arrangements," said the city lord of Taishien after a while. Then he turned and left. On the first day of the 10,031st year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, the usually very peaceful Taishien Mountain shook all of the higher heavens realm. It was announced that everyone who had come could go up the mountain. For a time, countless cultivators were climbing the mountain. Taishien Mountain was vast, so even though they had come from all directions, it was still not too crowded. Most of the people who had come were from the Taishien region. They had come with a desire to advance towards sainthood. After all, this was the holy land of the Taishien region. Moreover, Lord Taishien was shut away, cultivating, trying to break through to the next level. Was it possible that he could do this? And if he did, what would happen? Would Lord Taishien start a whole new school of thought? Shangxia Divine Palace was, without a doubt, the most influential force in the higher heavens realm, as they had countless powerful figures and taught people from all over the world, so they had trained countless heroes. Many of the top families would send their younger members to Shangxia Divine Palace to cultivate, and even some people from other realms would make the journey here, sending their younger members to seek the path. Thus, when talking about influence, Shangxia Divine Palace was certainly worthy of being called the most influential force in the higher heavens realm. In addition to them, several other forces stood at the peak. Compared to them, Taishien Mountain was not so brilliant, even though Lord Taishien was so powerful. The Taishien region was not that big. This was because Lord Taishien had not set up his own school of thought. He had only taken 4 disciples. And it was only because his own disciple the Taishien Hierophant had set up his own school that the Taishien region had expanded at all. Many of the cultivators in the Taishien region had thoughts about this situation. They hoped that Lord Taishuan's influence would increase and that he would take on more disciples, giving them a chance to go to Taishian Mountain to cultivate. Now, if Lord Taishian had a chance to advance a step, his influence would certainly increase. This would shake the higher heavens realm. If he started his own school of thought, then cultivators would flock to him. That was obvious from what was happening now. Countless people looked up at the character that read, "The Way," floating above Mount Taishian. They seemed to be able to see the way of all things. It was an incredibly magical feeling, which was enough to make them stare and wonder for a long time. But right now, Taishian Mountain was not a good place for cultivating. Too many cultivators had come. At that moment, everyone saw a group of figures coming forward. It was Lord Taishuan's 3 disciples besides the Taishian Hierophant. The city lord of Taishian was at the forefront. They walked towards a group of figures with powerful auras. One could tell how extraordinary they were at a glance. "The people from the Divine Palace," someone whispered. He recognized who this group was. Some of the great figures of the Divine Palace had come here to Taishian Mountain along with their disciples. It seemed that Lord Taishuan's actions had truly shaken the higher heavens realm. "Greetings, Lord of the Divine Music Palace," said the city lord of Taishian with a slight bow. The old man who was in charge of the Divine Palace had deep eyes and wore a silver robe. He truly looked like he was the palace lord of the Divine Music Palace. "No need to be so polite," said the palace lord of the Divine Music Palace. His tone was cool. Although he said that there was no need to be so polite, he accepted the politeness quite naturally. After all, it was due to his station. "How is Lord Taishuan's cultivation going?" he asked. This was the question on everyone's mind. Had Lord Taishian broken through to the next level? "Right now, he is locked away. Our brother is guarding him. We are not sure how his cultivation is going at this moment," answered the city lord of Taishian. "We have prepared a feast on Taishian Mountain. Please come with us." On saying this, the city lord of Taishian led the way. The palace lord of Divine Music Palace followed behind him with all his disciples. Afterward, the cultivators of many top forces arrived one after another. The city lord of Taishian greeted them all politely. At that moment, a powerful aura spread through the air. Everyone looked up and saw golden light falling, brilliant to the extreme. They all covered their eyes with their hands, leaving only cracks so they could look up into the sky. A group of brilliant figures was descending amidst the dazzling light. The Divine Nation. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw these figures. Even people from powerful families were stunned. There was an incredibly old family in the eastern part of the higher heavens realm who called themselves descendants of the gods. Golden blood flowed through their veins, and they were full of so much vitality that it was said that they could not die, and their bodies could not be destroyed. They had founded an ancient nation in the east, the Golden Divine Nation. The Golden Divine Nation was the absolute overlord of the eastern portion of the higher heavens realm. Their power was beyond compare. But the people who had come were not the rulers of the Divine Nation, just some of the top figures. They were the divine generals of the Divine Nation. According to rumors, there was another top figure of the Divine Nation who was a general under Dongwang the Great of the Divine Prefecture. The Divine Nation had gone to war on Dongwang the Great's behalf and had achieved great victories. Now they had treasures that had been gifted to them by Dongwang himself, which made the Divine Nation a force to be reckoned with. They were truly awe-inspiring. The crowd parted to let them pass. The cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation stepped forward, and the city lord of Taishian and the others rose to greet them. They were a little bit distressed by this. They had not thought that Lord Taishian locking himself away would have caused such a stir that top forces like Shanxia Divine Palace and the Golden Divine Nation would come here. "Where is Lord Taishian?" came an overpowering voice. Everyone on Mount Taishian frowned and looked towards where the voice had come from. They saw a group of figures in black robes coming towards them. All of them had incredibly imposing demeanor, and their bodies were surrounded by fierce auras. This was especially true of the man at their head. An overwhelming sense of power covered him from head to toe. The city lord of Taishian and the others all watched them, and their expressions changed slightly. So, they had come as well. The Luo family of the divine capital of Xiling. All the cultivators on Taishan Mountain were shaken. Another top force had arrived, and it was the prince of the divine capital of Xiling himself, Luo Chongyang, who had come personally. The prince of the divine capital of Xiling had been cultivating for many years and was very powerful. Although he was only a prince, he was still a top figure. Plus, his father was old demon Luo. The two of them were absolutely dominant, and no one dared question their majesty. The Luo family of the divine capital of Xiling controlled a vast area. Old demon Luo was not there, and no one knew if he was coming or not. But Luo Chongyang was there, and that was enough to make people take notice. No wonder he had dared to directly ask where Lord Taishan was as soon as he arrived. This was Luo Chongyang, and there was nothing strange about that. I am Luo Chongyang of the divine capital of Xiling. I have heard that Lord Taishan is teaching the way, and I have come to pay a visit to him, he said clearly. His voice was very loud, and it rang throughout Mount Taishan, making a look of surprise come over everyone's face. The people of the Taishan region were a bit upset. Was he trying to disturb Lord Taishuan's cultivation? But he was Luo Chongyang, so they did not dare say anything against him. Luo Chongyang, if you are going to be so rude, then get off the mountain, came a voice from a distance. Everyone looked to where it had come from and saw a figure emerge from the depths of Taishan Mountain. It was the Taishan Hierophant. His aura was overpowering as he walked towards Luo Chongyang with a cold expression. You are mighty indeed, Hierophant, said Luo Chongyang with a bright and honest smile. I have come to visit Lord Taishan. Am I not welcome? He is shut away cultivating right now. If you have come to visit him, you will have to wait quietly. My brothers will attend to you, said the Taishan Hierophant coldly. How long until he comes out? Asked Luo Chongyang. I don't know, said the Taishan Hierophant. How long will I have to wait? If Lord Taishan is going to break the shackles of orthodoxy, why wouldn't he want the people of the world to witness it and admire his magnificence? Luo Chongyang had obviously not just come to pay a visit to Lord Taishan. The Luo family of the divine capital of Xiling did not have a friendly relationship with Taishan Mountain. Now, Lord Taishan was possibly about to break through to the next level, and it was natural that they would be worried about this. Luo Chongyang had probably come to Taishan Mountain to make trouble. He wanted to disrupt Lord Taishan, thereby preventing him from breaking through to the next level. That is for Lord Taishan to decide, Luo Chongyang, not for you, said the Taishan Hierophant coldly. At that moment, all the people on Taishan Mountain could see that Luo Chongyang had come for a nefarious purpose. Indeed, said Luo Chongyang with a smile. He looked up at the giant character that read, The Way, and said, Lord Taishan is clearly at a higher level than any of us. He carved a character into Taishan Mountain and taught the way to all of these disciples. He must have created many powerful figures today. I did not come to disturb him, but I would be so bored just sitting here. I always need to have something to do. You all go and test how powerful the disciples of Taishan Mountain are. Make sure to seek out their advice and see your own flaws. As you command, my prince. As he said this, the figures behind him stepped forward towards the disciples of Taishan Mountain. This made the people who had come from around the Taishan region look a little worried. Luo Chongyang had indeed come to make trouble, there was no question of it. He had directly asked the people he had brought with him from the divine capital of Xiling to get into fights. Nominally, they were just asking for advice, but in reality, they were going to provoke and challenge the people there to cause a disturbance. The powerful cultivators stepped forward, their mighty auras sweeping out. The people from the divine capital of Xiling were about to start fighting. They were worthy indeed of being old demon Luo's messengers. The disciples of Taishan Mountain all looked at the Taishan Hierophant, and saw that his expression was cold. His robes flapped in the wind. His mighty aura bloomed, but Luo Chongyang just smiled at him. He looked like he was just waiting for him to attack. He had asked his juniors to challenge the disciples of Taishan Mountain. If a Ruhuang level figure attacked, he would naturally have to fight back. A battle between Rhuang-level figures could easily cause Taishian Mountain to collapse. Lord Taishuan's cultivation would be disrupted, and he would not break through to the next level. Boom! At that moment, the cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling launched their attacks. A dark death airflow flowed through the air, and overpowering demonic power swept out. Their attack power was overwhelming and carried fierce killing power with it. They were not holding anything back. They were not just testing themselves. "I'm still waiting to see what you do," said the Taishian Hierophant coldly. Suddenly, all the saint-level cultivators of Taishian Mountain released their auras one by one and stepped forward. At that moment, a chaotic battle broke out on Taishian Mountain. At that time, Futian was still cultivating in String Palace. His will seemed to be immersed in the character, and he could feel the will of the Great Path. At the same time, he could naturally feel what was happening on Taishian Mountain. There were those who did not want Lord Taishian to break through to the next level, and so they had found an excuse to attack. A chaotic battle had broken out upon Taishian Mountain. A group of saint-level cultivators had begun fighting wildly. The cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling had overwhelming attack power, and there was a sense of excitement about them. It seemed that they would not show any mercy. At that moment, at a certain place among all the chaos, a cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling stepped through the air. Demonic power rolled and broiled around him. An airflow of death surrounded him, and a demonic image floated behind him, which was frightening to behold. He struck out with his fist. His opponent brought his hands together to block him, but fist will pierce through his guard. A terrible dark airflow penetrated him. In a flash, countless dark airflows appeared upon the cultivator from Taishian Mountain. Death will was infecting his body. The people from Taishian Mountain all looked shocked. The cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling were not being polite in the least. A fist swept out, and there was a loud noise as the cultivator from Taishian Mountain's internal organs shook. His body was filled with deadly qi as he was sent flying back and landed on the ground. "This is ruthless!" The cultivators of Taishian Mountain began to look angry as they beheld this scene. The man stepped forward and thrust out his fist again, wounding the man in front of him. No one could stop him. "He is the prince of the divine capital of Xiling, Luo Yuming." Someone had recognized the saint-level figure who was attacking. He was another one of the princes of the divine capital of Xiling. He was incredibly strong. At that moment, he walked towards Luo Yuming. He struck out, and his fist collided with Luo Yuming's. Just when everyone thought he would be sent flying backward, they saw that the figure was unmoved. Both of their wills burst forth, and the air around them seemed to be shattered. They stepped back at the same time. Jun Mu. The disciples of Taishian Mountain looked at the man who had stepped forward. It was the disciple of the Taishian Hierophant, Jun Mu. But his face had turned ugly after he had stepped back. Death currents were raging through him, infecting his vitality. Luo Yuming smiled at Jun Mu and said, "You'll do." On saying this, he stepped forward, and the two of them began to fight. While that was going on, other battles were breaking out all over the place, leaving the onlookers astonished. The cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, but they pressed forward and took a commanding position on the battlefield. They had obviously prepared for this. One could see the disparity in power between the two sides, but there was nothing unusual about this. The divine capital of Xiling was a great power, and Lord Taishian had not founded his own school of thought. After the four great disciples had succeeded at making names for themselves, Taishian Mountain had no more figures who had the potential to become famous throughout the higher heavens realm. After all, Taishian Mountain was not that kind of holy land. In that respect, Shangxia Divine Palace was naturally the strongest holy land. The Taishian Hierophant and the others watched the battle with dark looks on their faces. Their master was shut away, cultivating at the moment, and they had had a feeling that someone would come to make trouble. Thus, they had been left here to guard Taishian Mountain for him. And indeed, people had come. The divine capital of Xiling had come. Luo Chongyang had been staring at the Taishian Hierophant all along. It was as if he was waiting for him to act. He wanted to take on this great challenge. However, the Taishian Hierophant was quiet and contained his anger. Even as he saw many of the disciples of Taishian Mountain be wounded, he said nothing. He had a calm expression on his face. Lord Taishian personally taught them the way, yet the disciples of Taishian Mountain are nothing to write home about, Luo Chongyang said as he swept his gaze over the battlefield. There was a bit of disdain in his voice that made the disciples of Taishian Mountain feel humiliated. Wan Shui and the disciples of Sword Abyss pressed forward with their swords, cutting through the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling like bamboo and wounding many of them. But a group of their opponents came forward. A hand swiped through the air, and in a flash, countless dark death currents pierced through the air like sharp swords, forming a terrifying death storm. Humph! A sword cut through the sky. Wan Shui's body became phantom-like as he cut among the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling. Blood flowed from their bodies, and they were sent flying backward as they were wounded by his swordsmanship. At that moment, a massive demonic image appeared in front of him. 2 massive demonic cultivator hands materialized, and in a flash, 3,000 death currents pierced through the sky towards Wan Shui. An afterimage of Wan Shui appeared as he shot forward. He slashed his sword, using the cleave of all things. He collided with his opponent, and became tangled up with him. At the same time, the other cultivators of the divine cultivator of Xiling formed seals. The demonic seal of death descended from the sky, pressing down on the disciples of Sword Abyss. The disciples of Sword Abyss were scattered in an instant, and many of them were wounded. Luo Yu was on the battlefield as well. She was forced to retreat. One cultivator seemed to be staring at her. Countless death currents snaked through the air, covering her within them. She stood there holding her sword was shrieking all around her. The demonic cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling stared at her with a cold smile. He formed a seal with his hands, and suddenly, countless death currents shot out like swords towards her. Whoosh! Sword will swept through the sky as Luo Yue's figure flashed. The images of thousands of swords appeared, and they collided with the death currents that were rushing towards her wildly. The fleeting divine sword, whispered the cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling. What an excellent sword method! Unfortunately, your swordsmanship still needs some work. As he said this, demonic power billowed up into the sky. He pointed down, and in a flash, the countless black death currents seemed to transform into deadly spears. They shot down towards Luo Yu wildly. She flung her sword away and used her now free hands to form a seal. Countless sword images appeared and spiraled upwards. Her attack smashed into his, but in the end, her swordsmanship was overwhelmed, and Luo Yu was smashed down towards the ground. Finally, her sword returned to her hands. She gripped it, and sword light burned as a sword curtain spread out around her. Bang! 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 The attacks continued to fall. She was forced further and further down. Finally, she groaned and her face turned pale. Boom! There was a loud noise as Luo Yu set foot on the ground, her face white as a sheet. Divine light bloomed as she summoned her sword life spirit. It melded with the sword in her hands, and a beam of divine radiance flashed. The sword cut through the air, and in a flash, everything in front of her was shattered. At the same time, blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. The sword cut into the cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling, and his face quickly became very solemn. He stepped through the air, and demonic figures appeared, covering the sky. They tried to cover Luo Yu. Go! Luo Yu's sword cut through the air, shining brilliantly. But all the demon images attacked at once, and the deadly spears fell upon the sword as well. There were also overwhelming palm prints that made the sword stop in midair, shaking. Every time it shook, more blood flowed from Luo Yu's mouth, and her face grew paler and paler. Cold will bloomed from the city lord of Taishuan's body as he beheld this scene. His daughter was being attacked, and he was not about to just let that go. His power surged, but at the same time, a Renhuang-level figure from the divine capital of Xiling released his power as well. It seemed that if he got involved, the cultivator of the divine capital of Xiling would attack him immediately. Boom! There was a burst of incredibly sharp air that seemed impossible to suppress. It seemed that if his opponent dared to do anything, the city lord of Taishan would attack him as well. Within String Palace, Yi Futian's will seemed to link up with the character that read the way. He could clearly see the battle on Taishan Mountain. Many of the disciples of Sword Abyss had been wounded, and Luoyu was being suppressed. Taishan Mountain had no conflict with the outside world and did not train its disciples as part of a faction. But even though the tree may crave serenity, the wind would not stop. Just because they did not have any conflicts, did not mean that others did not have conflicts with them. He looked at the character on the peak of Taishan Mountain, and could feel the great path of all things. He could feel the flow of the aura of all things between heaven and earth. At that moment, a sword appeared in his eyes. A sword seemed to appear within the giant character as well. The atmosphere on Taishan Mountain became very harsh. Everyone was watching Luoyue's battle. The daughter of the city lord of Taishan seemed to have already been pushed to her limit. Blood stained her robes. However, her eyes were still filled with a cold determination. Sword will covered her until her body seemed to be made out of swords. She shot up into the sky, forming sword seals with her hands. Sword will shrieked through the air. It seemed that she would still fight. Whoosh! Sword will shot through the air above her. A terrible, harsh sword formed, and many other swords began to materialize. After the first sword, another came, and then a third. In a flash, there were countless swords in the air above Luoyu. What is going on? The city lord of Taishan was stunned. Those swords, it was not only him. Everyone else looked surprised as well. Luoyu still had a trick up her sleeve? But surprisingly, a look of confusion came over Luoyue's face as well. These were not the swords that she had summoned. Cut! She cried out and released her sword. But at the moment she yelled this, countless swords moved at the same time, forming a line as they cut through the air. The huge line of swords transformed into a worldly prison of swordsmanship. The cultivator from the Shangshu Divine Palace looked surprised. He cried out, and demonic will billowed from him. The death currents transformed into spears and shot out. Crack! The spears were destroyed in an instant. Countless swords cut into the space where he was standing. It looked like countless crosses crashing into each other. The cleave of all things! It was the cleave of all things, the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, and it was perfect. It was the best possible interpretation of the strike. Even Wan Shui could not have displayed such a perfect cleave of all things. Was Luoyu transforming in the middle of battle? There was a terrible cry as the cultivator of Shangshu Divine Palace was pierced by countless cries. He was covered in blood, and his aura weakened. He seemed to have been completely crippled. He fell to the ground, looking like he was in a daze. What a powerful sword! All the cultivators on Taishan Mountain were looking at Luoyu. The city lord of Taishuan's daughter was really this outstanding? So why had she been losing earlier? Had she been hiding her power, or had she just made it to the next level? Some of the Rehuang level cultivators felt that something was not right, but none of them could say specifically what it was. They looked up at the character that read the way. It seemed that a burst of power had put the character into motion, and it was resonating with heaven and earth, and sword will was spreading out from it. Had Luoyu done this? What is going on? The city lord of Taishan had some doubts in his heart as well. This did not seem like a sword that Luoyu could have summoned. And he was also having a mystical feeling. He looked at his daughter. She herself looked a little bit confused by all of this. She seemed very surprised by that sword. It was not hers. But the sword was truly powerful. The cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling frowned slightly. Many of the fighters looked over to where Luoyu was. Death will wrapped around the cultivator from the divine capital of Xiling. There was a cold look in his dark eyes. You truly are the daughter of Lord Taishuan's second disciple. What are you all looking at? Get back to fighting! When Luo Chongyang roared this, the other cultivators suddenly stepped forward towards where Luoyu was. As she stood there, Luoyu could feel an intense amount of pressure. Boom! Several of the cultivators stepped forward, and Luo Yu seemed to be able to feel the power of a god of death in the air. Invisible death was spreading through her body, infecting her. But she saw that the powerful sword in the air above her was still circling. She formed a sword seal, and in a flash, a formless brilliance emitted from the giant character that read the way, on the peak of Taishan Mountain. Sword will formed all around her until a terrifying storm of sword chi appeared. It swept through the sky. At that moment, Luo Yu realized that the person who had helped her was still there, helping her in secret. She did not hesitate. She gripped her sword and pointed it up into the sky. In a flash, countless divine swords whistled through the sky, leaving streaks in the air. Many of the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling looked surprised. They released their powerful demonic will to block the onrushing sword will. The countless swords cut through the air. It seemed like the entire area would be shattered by the storm of sword chi. Crack! 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 Lines of blood flew through the air, and many cultivators cried out bitterly. All of the cultivators who had been coming to attack Luo Yu had been grievously wounded. They were covered in blood and they fell limply to the ground. Luo Yu's battle had taken a lot of the pressure off the other disciples of Sword Abyss. Wan Shui looked at her in shock. He had cultivated the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things, for many years and still did not fully understand it. Now Luo Yu had used this technique. She must have reached a new level. Moreover, she had used the will of the worldly great path to resonate with the character that read the way. This showed how prodigiously talented she was. When had Sister Luo Yu gotten so strong? Who is helping her secretly? Why can't I see you? Luo Chongyang swept his gaze over the giant character that read the way. His expression was cold. Given his level, he was able to sense that this was not Luo Yu's sword. The daughter of the city lord of Taishan was just not that good. He sent some people to surround her. He wanted to see if the one who was secretly helping her would act again so he could pinpoint his location. But he discovered that the hiding person was using his will to interact with the character that read the way, floating at the peak of Taishan Mountain. He was unable to find out where the man was by using his spiritual will. Many people were cultivating on Taishan Mountain and had not come here. However, there was no one there at the Nirvana level. They were all contemplating the character, and people who were below the Nirvana level did not have the ability to do this. Even Nirvana level figures would have trouble doing this. Thus, his level was not high enough to find the person. A look of surprise came over everyone's face when they heard Luo Chongyang's words. They were stunned. Was this really not Luo Yu's sword? Someone was helping her secretly. But who could produce such brilliant swordsmanship from a secret position? This was a sword that was able to use the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things. Even Wan Shui could not do this. Didn't you want to test the power of the disciples of Taishan Mountain? Do they have to stand right in front of you for you to test their power? The Taishan Hierophant said to Luo Chongyang. He also did not know who it was, but it was not important. What was important was that they had gained a little bit of time. They had to fight for more time for their master. Time was extremely precious to Lord Taishan, who was about to break through to the next level. He naturally did not want Lord Taishan to be disturbed. Who knew that she had a Renhuang level figure helping her? Said Luo Chongyang coldly. He looked up at the character that read the way. He stretched out his hand, and in a flash, the sky darkened. A huge palm print appeared in the sky and slammed down into the character. Boom! There was a loud noise as all of Taishan Mountain trembled violently. The character that read the way was shattered. In that instant, all the people on Taishan Mountain could no longer feel its mystical will. All of the cultivators of Taishan Mountain looked coldly at Luo Chongyang. Old Demon Luo had always been overbearing and unreasonable, and now it seemed that Prince Luo Chongyang had inherited his temperament. He was just as overbearing. He had actually directly destroyed the character that Lord Taishan had carved. The Taishan Hierophant looked up at the peak of the mountain. At that moment, he realized that since his opponent wanted to make trouble, he would not delay for too long. No matter what, he would find an excuse to attack. The people from the divine capital of Xiling had come here to disturb Lord Taixian and make him unable to reach the next level. When you reached the Renhuang level, every time you tried to advance, you were making a gamble with heaven and earth. This was especially true of someone at the peak of the Renhuang level. They must have profound insight, and then they had to seize an opportunity to break their shackles. Once their concentration was broken, the way would be blocked, and there was a high probability that they would fail and would have no way to break through to the next level. The character that read the way was not only for the benefit of the people who had come here to cultivate. Lord Taixian had also carved it for himself. He had used the character to connect himself to the heavens and the earth, and to help him understand things. Now Luo Chongyang had raised his hand and destroyed it. "Luo Chongyang," said the Taixian Hierophant coldly. "That character was carved by our master. If you had come here as guests, we would have welcomed you, but you came here to cause trouble, so go on back to Xiling." He stepped forward as he said this. In a flash, Mighty will press down all over the mountain, covering everyone within it, including both the disciples of Taixian Mountain and the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling. It seemed that if Luo Chongyang did anything, he would be burying everyone else along with himself. Luo Chongyang allowed his aura to burst forth as well. He stood there like a god of death. He looked at the Taixian Hierophant with his black eyes. Taixian Mountain went dark, and death will wrapped around everyone. If any Renhuang level figures acted, any saint level figures would be about as useful in the fight as ants. If you want to fight, then fight. No need to inflict suffering on the innocent. The god of the golden divine nation released his dazzling golden radiance, covering himself and the cultivators of the golden divine nation. He had formed a golden light curtain. The palace lord of the divine music palace took a small step forward as well. The heavenly music of the great path rang out, protecting the disciples of the Shangxia divine palace. An invisible storm of the great path swept through the air, terrible to the extreme. The saint-level cultivators there felt that they were insignificant in the face of its might. Many of the people regretted having come to Taixian Mountain. They should never have come here. Once the battle really started, the consequences would be too disastrous to imagine. The city lord of Taixian and String Emperor stepped out, and their might covered all of Taixian Mountain. It seemed like once their opponents started fighting, they would do whatever it took to defeat the cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling. But at that moment, they saw a cold light flash in Luo Chongyang's eyes, and he smiled. He seemed to be mocking them. "Lord Taixian is your elder, and under his tutelage, your cultivation has reached the heavens. I came here to pay a visit. How could I have come here by myself?" said Luo Chongyang coldly. As he said this, the Taixian Hierophant's expression changed a little bit, as did the others. In reality, the Taixian Hierophant had thought of this. His spiritual will covered all of Taixian Mountain, but he had not sensed old demon Luo. But there was a possibility that his level was just too high, and so he could not sense his existence. This isn't good. The Taixian Hierophant suddenly sensed a powerful danger. Although he still did not sense an aura, someone's incredibly high level still made him feel that indescribable threat. Indeed, at the moment that he felt this, a burst of terrible demonic power descended. A hand stretched down from the sky. It was a demonic palm print from the heavens, smashing into Taixian Palace at the peak of Taixian Mountain. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the palace at the top of Taixian Mountain was reduced to dust. In the next moment, everyone saw a demonic figure appear in the sky. It was the lord of the divine capital of Xiling, old demon Luo. "I had heard that Lord Taixian was about to break through to the next level, and so I came to pay my respects," said old demon Luo, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. The people of Taixian City could not help but tremble. Old demon Luo had come here himself just to stop Lord Taixian from breaking through to the next level. He had not hesitated to start a battle and destroy Taixian Palace. His determination was obvious. The divine capital of Xiling did not want to see Lord Taixian advance to the next level. "My lord!" The Taixian Hierophant and the others looked up. Everyone's gaze fell upon the ruined palace. Taishan Palace had stood at the peak of Taishan Mountain and had stood as a symbol for them. Now, it had been destroyed by old demon Luo. Amidst the ruins, a figure gradually opened his eyes. Lord Taishan was dressed in a simple robe, and his body was covered in dust, but this could not hide his elegance. The Taishan Hierophant and the others bowed. "We were not strong enough to protect you. We let them disturb your cultivation. Old demon Luo of the divine capital of Xiling came. How could you have defended me?" Lord Taishan answered indifferently. He obviously did not blame them. Old demon Luo was at his level and had brought his son Luo Chongyang. If his opponents wanted to forcibly disturb his cultivation, they would have had no way to stop them. "Long time no see, Lord Taishan," said old demon Luo calmly, just like they were old friends. There was none of the fierceness from before. Lord Taishan nodded. "Indeed. I have missed you all this time." At that moment, everyone in Taishan City felt a suffocating pressure. The two of them were talking casually, but they could feel an incredibly threatening atmosphere. The worldly great path flowed, and the weather changed. A brilliant light shone from Lord Taishuan's arms. It was sword light. At that moment, all of the vastness of the world seemed to shine with sword light. There were swords everywhere. Lord Taishan himself was suffused with brilliant light as if he was a sword himself. "The third strike of the fleeting divine sword is fleeting swordsmanship. I see it clearly," said Lord Taishan. His voice rang out across Taishan Mountain. Everyone's faces became very solemn as they looked towards him. Was he talking to someone? Or was he speaking to all of the swordsmen on Taishan Mountain? The third strike of the fleeting divine sword was the most powerful, and it was the final one. Everyone was staring at him. As they watched him, he raised his arms and pointed at the sky. On Taishan Mountain, at this moment, it seemed that there was only Lord Taishan. The moment his finger fell, the vast and endless space seemed to stand still. Everyone felt an inexplicable breath, and their thoughts seemed to have stopped. Between heaven and earth, there was only that one sword. As this sword was unleashed, the sky glimmered, and the figure of Lord Taishan became illusory. While he seemed to be in the same place, his actual body had appeared in front of old demon Luo. That finger, a sword, pierced through the sky. When Lord Taishan made his move, old demon Luo had already sensed it. The demonic might on his body exploded instantly, sending pressure across thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The sky turned to darkness, pitch black. His palms slammed down without any hesitation, colliding with that sword. In an instant, the world was dimmed and dull. Darkness fell in front of many people's eyes, and they felt that death had descended. But in the darkened sky, an incredibly bright sword light pierced through the sky, and the divine light penetrated from old demon Luo's body, reaching directly above the sky dome. In the next moment, the endless divine light of swordsmanship pierced the darkness, causing the light to shine through. Old demon Luo's body drowned in the sword light, awash like the water, and old demon Luo's body seemed to turn elusive. All the will of the way was broken. Under this ultimate attack, time seemed to stand still. The crowd seemed to witness the struggle of old demon Luo. Up and down Taishan Mountain, even the people of the entire Taishan city felt the power of this blow. Countless ideas came into their heads, but in fact, it was perhaps only for a moment. Buzz! The divine light sailed across. The crowd saw a sword stab at the sky. Countless divine swords pierced the darkness, and the demonic might roiled non-stop. Old demon Luo's body shot straight above the sky dome, and gradually faded until it disappeared. However, soon, a face appeared in the sky. It was old demon Luo's face. At this time, the face was somewhat distorted. Its eyes were extremely cold. Many did not even dare to look at those eyes. It was as if they would fall into them. "You broke through?" Old demon Luo's voice was gloomy. Lord Taishan didn't answer his question. His eyes swept up to the place above the sky. He said, "Divine capital of Xiling put in such a great effort because you didn't want to see me break through?" He had the disciples provoke disputes, and the crown prince of the divine capital of Xiling, Luo Chongan, pinned down several of his disciples. At the same time, old demon Luo attempted to destroy Taishan Palace. This was not only just to interrupt his cultivation, but to possibly injure him severely, completely stopping any hope of him making a breakthrough. As a major demonic figure of Xiling, old demon Luo was ruthless and vicious. He showed absolutely no mercy. Just want to take a look at your present state. Now that I have seen it, divine capital of Xiling will bid our goodbyes, old demon Luo said. Suddenly, Luo Chongyang and the others were eager to retreat. He could see that one sword strike just now had already injured his father. Lord Taishan had wounded his father with one blow, which showed that there was another breakthrough in his realm. Taishan Mountain clearly was not a place for him to tarry any longer. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Lord Taishan said as he waved his hand toward the void. A huge character of the way appeared suddenly, hanging high above the sky. Luo Chongyang, previously, when you destroyed my character of the way, I didn't pursue the matter on account of your junior status. Now walk out of this character on your own. You are not allowed to use power of any kind, Lord Taishan said to Luo Chongyang. Luo Chongyang's expression suddenly stiffened as he glanced at the word. At this moment, the power of the character was even more tyrannical and contained a terrible power of destruction. His face was sullen as he glanced at Lord Taishan. Eventually, he stepped into the void and walked toward that character, actually entering right into it. Infinite sword will condensed and manifested from the character of the way, tearing at Luo Chongyang's body. He seemed to be suffering under a terrible might of the way. His surroundings were distorted, and his body seemed to be pierced by infinite divine swords of the great path. Blood dripped from him. Every drop of blood contained the horrible will of the way. Bang! Luo Chongyang's hair, disheveled, was flying in the wind. His body seemed to have stepped into the swordsmanship of Lord Taishan. Although Lord Taishan stood below, the character seemed to be one with his mind, emitting sharp, scraping sounds. Luo Chongyang walked through it step by step, and when he passed through the character completely, his body was covered in blood. The wild breath above his body was also floating. What does my lord think? Luo Chongyang asked Lord Taishan. Everyone who witnessed this scene below was trembling. Luo Chongyang had suffered such humiliation, but old demon Luo did not come out. It was obvious that the old demon must be injured so that he did not intervene, allowing Luo Chongyang to suffer such disgrace. Just how strong was Lord Taishan at this moment? Had Lord Taishan really made a breakthrough? Some prominent figures, such as the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace and the Divine General of the Golden Divine Nation, fixed their attention on Lord Taishan. The strength of old demon Luo was well known to them, but now, old demon Luo not only failed in the sneak attacks but was also wounded by Lord Taishan. It was obvious that Lord Taishan had grown more fearsome than before. The position of Taishan Mountain in the higher heavens realm would change again. We have finished with the matter of you destroying the character of the way. Next, since the disciples of the divine capital of Xiling wanted to spar with the disciples of Taishan Mountain, and you were the one who forcibly interrupted the whole affair, the discussion is not yet over. Let's continue with the exchange, Lord Taishan said again, intending to deal with each and every one of the transgressions. First, it was old demon Luo, then it was Luo Chongyang, and finally, it would be those disciples of the divine capital of Xiling, who came to pick a fight. Moreover, he even re-added the character, and re-engraved it in the void. Was it to allow those who had made their moves before to continue leveraging its power? The disciples of the divine capital of Xiling were no longer aching to fight. Their king of the divine capital, old demon Luo, was defeated, and the crown prince Luo Chongyang was forced to walk through the character of the way. It could be said that they had completely failed, having been unable to effect Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. What was the point of continuing to fight? Disciples of Taishan Mountain, on the other hand, looked rather sharp. At this time, Futian still sat in the string pavilion. He looked at the character of the way and resonated with it. There were some waves in his heart. The sword strike that was previously unleashed by Lord Taishan was too profound. The fleeing divine sword. With one strike, yin and yang were thrown into pandemonium, causing the passage of time, which was destroyed. One point of the finger was one strike, and one strike caused the fleeting passage of time. Such a strike, even at his utmost, was impossible to comprehend fully. He had only observed the magnificence of the fleeting divine sword and was perceiving what kind of technique it was. Now, was Lord Taishian reminding him to continue fighting? Although the advantage was entirely theirs, it was still really difficult for the disciples of Taishian Mountain to defeat the disciples of the divine capital of Xiling. Therefore, Lord Taishian may still allow him to continue to strike back. When his thoughts turned to this, Yi Futian's mind moved, and in an instant, in the land above Luoyu, the sword will whistled as if calling her. Luoyu revealed a strange look. Was the sword looking for her? This was clearly wanting to use her for the strike. It was as if it was really her sword. Luoyu had no words but still cooperated. Her palms were outstretched, and a sword was born, clamoring in the void. With the vast sky, the light of countless divine swords was whistling this way, surrounding her sword. The sword she turned destructive, leaving sword marks between the sky and earth. Go! Luoyu pointed her finger through the air. Although the others were making their move, it did not prevent her from controlling her sword. But the other swords also followed hers, cutting at the disciples of the divine capital of Xiling, who were in the void. The second level of the technique, cleave of all things, though not as powerful, was equally terrifying. Countless blood splattered, and many of the disciples of the divine capital of Xiling were pale as they were bleeding. There were even cultivators whose bodies were penetrated by the swords. The character of the way resonates. Many on Taishian Mountain looked up at the character in the void, and they all felt the power of its resonance. It was as if this character was hidden within it. Therefore, it urged the terrible fight of swordsmanship on the battlefield. In a blink of an eye, almost all the cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling were injured by sword chi with varying degrees of injuries. A moment later, the whistling swords stopped. Those cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling, who were arrogant and overbearing when they arrived, now appeared exhausted and powerless. Take your people and get out of here. Next time, if you dare to come to Taishian Mountain like this again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lord Taishian looked at Luo Chongyang and admonished him. Suddenly, Luo Chongyang hung his head and led his cronies away. Without any hint of anger, Luo Chongyang waved his hand and led the people from the divine capital of Xiling away from Taishian Mountain. Watching the disappearing figures in the void, everyone on Taishian Mountain felt strong feelings of emotion and shock. Lord! One after another, the voices called out as their eyes looked toward Lord Taishian. Did Lord Taishian make the breakthrough? Master! The 4 disciples of Lord Taishian also looked at their master because even they did not know if their master had broken through or not. Congratulations to Lord Taishian for great success this time, and the realm is deeper. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace said and bowed slightly to Lord Taishian. Congratulations to our Lord! Others said one after the other. They bowed in the direction of Lord Taishian. That thought of those who cultivated on Taishian Mountain reappeared. Would the master establish a clan and pass on his teachings? Now that the master had stepped into another level, even prominent characters as powerful as old demon Luo could not withstand his attack. If Lord Taishian took this opportunity to establish his own clan, many superior cultivators would flock here, answering his call. When their thoughts turned to this, many in Taishian region were very much looking forward to the future. No need for the formalities. Lord Taishian waved his hand. On Taishian Mountain, with the defeat of old demon Luo, there would be no more trouble, and everyone was feeling relaxed. Lord Taishian looked at the crowd and said, Today, Taishian Mountain is honored by the arrival of so many people in the upper heavens realm. However, as I still need to continue my retreat and cultivate for some time, I'm afraid I won't have time to spend with all of you. Soon my disciples will entertain our guests in my stead. Upon hearing Lord Taishuan's words, everyone looked a bit tense. It seemed that Lord Taishian had not completely finished his breakthrough. Before, he had been forced out of retreat by old demon Luo and had to come out to fight him. Now that old demon Luo had taken the cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling away, Lord Taishian was ready to continue his cultivation in solitude. Everyone nodded to demonstrate their agreement. They had come here to see if Lord Taishian could step foot into another level. At such a crucial state, Lord Taishian was unlikely to spend time relaxing. My lord's retreat is an important matter. What happened before was nerve-wracking, but fortunately my lord's swordsmanship defeated old demon Luo. However, this exposed the weaknesses of Taishian Mountain's defense. My lord did not accept disciples for a long time, and if I'm to be honest, the disciples on Taishian Mountain nowadays leave much to be desired in their cultivation. At this time, a voice spoke up. The cultivators of Taishian Mountain were greatly embarrassed upon hearing those words, but they also knew that what the other said was true. Taishian Mountain had been neglecting the cultivation of its disciples. The person who spoke was a divine general from Golden Divine Nation, whose momentum was magnificent and super powerful. Everyone was puzzled as to why he was saying this now. Lord Taishian looked at him, waiting for the other to continue. My lord's cultivation is now matchless, and a clan and school ought to be established. The divine general continued. Everyone continued to pay attention to him. Some divine general from the Golden Divine Nation actually took the initiative to persuade Lord Taishian to establish a clan and school. With Lord Taishuan's strength, if he retreated for a period of time, his cultivation might reach a terrifying level. Once a clan and school were established, in time, a new superpower would be born in the upper heavens realm. To the Golden Divine Nation, this was not a particularly beneficial situation. Otherwise, old demon Luo would not have paid such a heavy price to stop Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. Of course, in this midst of all this, there was also their personal grudges. But the Golden Divine Nation had no reason to persuade Lord Taishian to establish his own school and set up his own clan unless there were some ulterior motives. Gai Shi, the prince of our divine nation, received the inheritance of the Overlord, but has not yet met a worthy teacher. Previously, there were plans of sending him to Shangxia Divine Palace to cultivate for a while, but it so happened that my lord made a breakthrough. If my lord wishes, he might accept him as a disciple and allow his highness to cultivate under my lord. The divine general continued. Suddenly, everyone understood his plan. Now that Lord Taishian was about to enter another level, if the prince of the divine nation could become his disciple, it would indeed be a win-win situation for both parties. The Golden Divine Nation had been bestowed its power by Dongwang the Great. Its background was profound, and it was absolutely a force in its own right at the peak of the higher heavens realm. Lord Taishian had extensive knowledge of many things and knew much about the past and present. If he were to ally with the Golden Divine Nation, it would definitely be of great benefit to Taishian Mountain. As long as Lord Taishian desired to establish a clan and school, the Golden Divine Nation could be of service. Furthermore, it would be of great significance if he accepted Gai Shi as his disciple. Gai Shi was also quite renowned. His talents were extraordinary. It was rumored that the inheritance of the Golden Divine Nation had gone on for 10 generations, hence the meaning of his nation, more powerful than 10 generations. It was an extremely arrogant name. He did not disappoint his elders, and there was indeed a powerful temperament about him. If it wasn't for a few older brothers, whose cultivations were higher, he would probably have already been named the Crown Prince of the Golden Divine Nation. The Master has not accepted any disciples for many years. It would be a happy event if he made an exception and accepted Gai Shi as his disciple, some thought. They looked toward Lord Taishian, wondering if he would make such an exception today. Even Lord Taishuan's 4 disciples looked at their master. Over the years, the Taishian Hierophant had advocated that their master take another disciple numerous times, but Lord Taishian never did accept a 5th person. However, the cultivators of Taishian Mountain wore an odd look. They were a little displeased. Never mind that the other had bluntly stated that there were no decent cultivators on Taishian Mountain, but in the matter of the 5th disciple, all the cultivators at Taishian Mountain had been waiting for such an opportunity. Now that the other wanted to skip everyone, it was naturally a cause for embarrassment for the cultivators of Taishian Mountain. But the one thing they had to admit was that Guy Shurshu's aura was much more dazzling than any of theirs. He was indeed more suitable than anyone else to become the fifth disciple of Lord Taishian after he broke through the shackles of the realm. Lord Taishian glanced at Guy Shurshur, who stood next to the divine general of the Golden Divine Nation. He saw the peerless mettle of this young man. The golden robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were also golden, and from them was terrible divine light that exuded extreme sharpness. One could even vaguely feel the majestic breath inside his body. With just one glance, Guy Shurshur's outstanding talent was apparent to all. Everyone felt the sharpness he exuded. Young and gallant, and his aura was just like his name. I assume you all know that I once said I would not accept any more disciples. Even now, I will not break this promise. The prince is outstanding and peerless, and he does not need to worry about not finding a suitable teacher. Lord Taishian responded, making everyone on Taishian Mountain feel a sense of pity. It seemed that Lord Taishian really wouldn't accept any more disciples if he was now refusing someone as exceptional as Guy Shurshur. I heard about my lord's vow at the time, but now that the talent on Taishian Mountain is dwindling, giving way to the disciples of divine capital of Xiling to do whatever they want, my lord need not insist upon those words of the past. The divine general of the Golden Divine Nation continued. The disciples of Taishian Mountain all revealed a strange expression. They were so bluntly demeaned by outsiders, which embarrassed them. If it were not for that mysterious character, who struck just now, they would have been defeated. Disciples of Taishian Mountain are not entirely as useless as Elder has described, a voice said. It was Jun Mu, the disciple of the Taishian Hierophant. Before that, his master had wanted to send him to Lord Taishian to cultivate, but Lord Taishian did not agree to that either. Now, the people of the Golden Divine Nation were being so blatantly disrespectful, so he felt greatly displeased. The Divine General glanced over. At the same time, Guy Shurshur, who was next to him, also looked at Jun Mu. Those eyes emitted a divine golden light that were able to penetrate through everything. Jun Mu felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Everywhere he shot his gaze, there was a towering golden beam, which made his eyes feel very uncomfortable. Luo Yuming, the son of old demon Luo, couldn't bear the power of my halberd, Guy Shurshur said lightly, slight contempt in his eyes. Previously, in battle with Jun Mu and Luo Yuming, they were suppressed, and now he dared to claim that Luo Yuming could not bear the power of his halberd. But Luo Yuming's reputation in the higher heavens realm was indeed quite a bit behind Guy Shurshur's. Although the cultivators on Taishian Mountain are not as talented, didn't you see that there was a sword that repelled everyone? Lord Taishian said with a smile. Everyone was surprised. It seemed that it was a swordsman of the Saint Plain on Taishian Mountain. But just who was it? Whose swordsmanship was so advanced? Could it be that the Sword Abyss had disciples with hidden strength? Luo Yu wanted the most to know who it was. Before, the other had borrowed her sword, which made it look like she was the one in control of the sword. When had the Sword Abyss have such a powerful person? This youngster is pretty good. Who was it? The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace asked. To be able to resonate with the character of the Way, and use the will of the Way in the character to form a sword and unleash the second level of the fleeting divine sword was indeed commendable. His perception of the Way was bound to be extremely strong, and his talent must be unmeasurable. He didn't want anyone to know, so the Palace Lord need not pursue it further. Lord Taishian smiled. Probably, only he, as the one who had engraved the character of the Way and who was one with the character, would know who it was that used his will to ignite the will of the Way. Others could not connect with the character of the Way, so they couldn't perceive it. A strange look flashed across Guy Shurshur's eyes. It seemed that Lord Taishian greatly valued the mysterious disciple who didn't reveal himself. Could that be the reason Lord Taishian refused him as a disciple? No matter how strong the opponent was, how strong could they really be? Futian watched all this and took everything in. Guy Shurshur must be a tyrannical character. He was the prince of the Golden Divine Nation, whose name was arrogant and unparalleled. He was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Lord Taishian to conceal the truth for him, and did not expose him. What happened today attracted Lord Taishuan's personal attention. In fact, exposure had a limited impact on him, but Lord Taishian still respected his choice. Very well, I should get back to cultivating. Anyone who comes to Taishian Mountain can meditate with me here, but if someone else is looking for trouble again, don't be upset if I don't react well to it. Lord Taishuan's tone suddenly became harsher. He said to the Taishian Hierophant, "Take care of our guests." "Yes, master." The Taishian Hierophant nodded and saw the master walk forward. As he raised his hand and waved, suddenly, an ancient peak appeared out of thin air, rising from the ground. He waved again, and Taishian Palace appeared. He took a step and walked into it, sitting there. He was one with the character of the way, comprehending and cultivating. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the will of the way roiled toward the endless void, flowing into the distance. Many looked yonder with a solemn look. Lord Taishian was using that character to perceive the world. The palace lord of the Divine Music Palace did not leave, either did the cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation or the representatives of many top principalities. They were all standing there and watching. Even if it was only observing Lord Taishian cultivate, they could still gain some insight from it. As for those youngsters, the impact on them was even greater. That character of the way alone was enough for them to meditate. It seems that our Lord will really be stepping into another level, many people thought as they looked over there, preparing to witness this event together. On Taishian Mountain, Futian came to the crowd as he looked in the direction of Lord Taishian. He was now closer than he was at String Pavilion, and could see everything more clearly. It just so happened that Luoyu was standing next to him. She glanced at Futian, who had come to her side, and said, "How come I didn't see you before?" "I was cultivating at the String Pavilion," Futian replied. Luoyu's tone indicated some displeasure. But when she thought that Futian was just of the unblemished plain, Luoyu thought that she did not need to get angry with him about his failure to participate in the battle. Instead, she said, "This character contains the true will of the Great Path. You must take care to meditate with it." Futian nodded slightly. On the top of Taishian Mountain, Lord Taishian sat above the palace, bathed in the divine light of the Great Path. His body seemed to be connected with the 9 heavens. Above the endless void, the will of the way entered the body and created a certain wondrous resonance with it. And that character of the way, likewise, also bloomed in endless radiance, connecting the boundless vast area, covering the entire Taishian region. Anyone within Taishian region, even if they were hundreds of thousands of miles apart, could still feel the impact Lord Taishian had on breaking into the realm. Such an extraordinary state was enough to make countless many yearn and dream. Even those who had already proved the existence of Renhuang were still looking solemn, gazing in the direction of Taishian Mountain. When this step was crossed, Lord Taishian would be a giant figure standing at the peak of the higher heavens realm, and even beyond the higher heavens realm, he would probably be the very top of all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. There were still many preeminent characters in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, but those who had taken this step were probably the minority. Futian did not know how many such old monsters still existed in the higher heavens realm, but according to what he knew, in the heavenly mandate realm where he was, only Gu Tianxing was at that level. The old overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty may have been another, but after the destruction inflicted by both sides, there may be no one left at this level at the heavenly mandate realm. Of course, if there were the existence of hidden masters, that was beyond his knowledge. Therefore, he clearly understood the significance of Lord Taishuan's breakthrough. Not only did he understand it, but everyone else understood as well. Otherwise, old Demon Luo of Divine Capital of Xiling would not have attacked and tried to forcibly interrupt Lord Taishian, even wanting to wound him. The powerful Golden Divine Nation even wanted to have their most outstanding prince, Gai Shirshir, to be his disciple. From this, one could understand the significance. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace did not leave, either did the divine generals of the Golden Divine Nation. All the other top principalities were all in attendance, watching Lord Taishian impacting the realm. It seemed as if it was some great attraction to them. In fact, not only them, but as time passed, more and more prominent characters had arrived, except that they did not show themselves. Some were covered by thousands of miles of divine will, and some were around Taishan Mountain or inside Taishan City. It would not be an overstatement to say that the breakthrough this time was a highly anticipated event in all of the upper heavens realm. The light of the character of the way was getting more brilliant, and its will was getting stronger. Futian sat cross-legged, and like many disciples of Taishan Mountain, he was quietly comprehending and cultivating as Lord Taishuan's breakthrough was another kind of teaching. Such opportunity was pure luck, could not be sought out. It all depended on themselves how much one could comprehend. Futian's will blended with the character of the way, wandering between heaven and earth. He felt the power of creation in heaven and earth, as well as the omnipresent way. Gradually, Futian gave way to a very strong sensation, allowing him to control the way more freely. This sensation of freedom was extremely gratifying. It was as if no matter the distance, he was still able to exert control. In a blink of an eye, many days had passed, but the people on Taishan Mountain seemed to have forgotten the time. Many woke up from cultivation and looked at Lord Taishan. Had there still been no breakthrough? Now, the divine light had reached the 9 heavens, and the way flowed between heaven and earth. Even so, Lord Taishan seemed to have not yet reached the limit needed to break through. All 4 disciples of Lord Taishan were guarding and protecting his surroundings, preventing anyone from interfering with Lord Taishuan's cultivation. It seems that this realm is hard. Not far from Futian, Wan Shui looked at Lord Taishan, frowning, as if worried for him. As a disciple of Sword Abyss, of course, he wanted Lord Taishan to break through. However, it seemed extremely difficult to break through this realm. Old Demon Luo dared to venture here and disturb the Grand Master because he knew that this realm would not be easy to get through. He didn't expect that the Grand Master had already transformed before the actual breakthrough, being able to defeat him with a single blow. Luo Yu glanced over with a solemn look on her face. Although it is difficult, I believe the Grand Master can do it. Well, it'll take 1,000 years to form one's sword. Lord Taishan did not establish a clan or school, and he was rarely involved in external disputes, all to maintain a peaceful state of mind. He is a true and pure cultivator. Wan Shui also nodded in response. Senior brother, on Taishan Mountain, are there swordsmen with tremendous sword technique? Luo Yu seemed to have thought of something and asked Wan Shui. You are asking about those from before, right? Wan Shui instinctively understood her intention but shook his head. I cultivate in Sword Abyss, and I'm pretty confident in my swordsmanship. My cultivation of the 2nd level of the fleeting divine sword is incredibly skilled. However, when that sword appeared, I realized I was but a frog at the bottom of a well. The man who controlled the sword has skills that far surpass mine, but in daily practice in the Sword Abyss, I was unaware of the existence of such a swordsman, and have no idea who it was that concealed their true strength. Senior brother, do you think it's possible? Luo Yu suddenly said to Wan Shui. Impossible, Wan Shui said decisively. If so, would Lord Taishan deliberately elevate the disciples of Taishan Mountain? Lord Taishan had already said that it was a disciple of Saint Plain from Taishan Mountain, so it must have been so. I'm being silly, Luo Yu said. She felt that she was indeed a little crazy. Because of the power and mystery of that sword, she had wild thoughts, to the point that she was even questioning the words of Lord Taishan. But as soon Wan Shui said that, she didn't think about it anymore. There probably were some disciples with hidden strengths in the Sword Abyss. At this moment, a breath of terror flowed about. Above the 9 heavens, countless divine light of the great path fell in the direction where Lord Taishan was. It penetrated his body so that his entirety was radiant. It was as if he was on the verge of transforming into a divine body. The mighty holy pressure was now overwhelming the space. Lord Taishuan's eyes suddenly opened, and he looked toward the sky. This look seemed to have penetrated the boundless void, looking beyond this world. The heavenly path is incomplete, an ephemeral voice said, which seemed to contain endless sigh. It was as if the gods were sighing. This mournful sound made countless people felt a deep sense of sorrow. It was as if they were involuntarily affected by it. Such influence was astonishing. Just a voice alone was enough to affect everyone. The heavenly path was incomplete. Those preeminent characters also looked up at the sky, for they also knew that the heavenly path was incomplete. At the peak of Taishan Mountain, Lord Taishan took out a guqin and plucked at the strings with his fingers. In an instant, the sound of music penetrated the endless void along with the great path and fell into countless people's ears. The melody was like the sound of the great path. When the music started, many felt a sadness, a mood that seemed to speak of endless regrets. The lost sound of the great path, the song of lost divine. The eyes of the palace lord of divine music palace instantly became extremely sharp, as if penetrating the void. He looked toward Lord Taishan as if to watch every move Lord Taishan made. He listened to each musical note to brand them into his mind. "Listen carefully," he said to several disciples from Shangxiao Divine Palace who were next to him. The lost sound of the great path, the song of lost divine, was one of the 10 divine melodies. It was known as the true divine sound of the great path. It was rumored that the epitome of sword technique at Taishan Mountain, the fleeting divine sword, was created by combining the song of the lost divine and swordsmanship. Now, Lord Taishan was playing the song of lost divine upon Taishan Mountain. Even though he was the palace lord of divine music palace, he wanted to brand the entire melody in his memory. At this moment, Futian also looked very grave. He sat cross-legged, and his eyes became endlessly deep. His entire person entered an extremely curious state. It was as if he had completely forgotten about himself and had become ethereal, immersed in the sound of the music. This melody carried with it endless regret and sadness. It seemed to be describing the sorrow of cultivation. After cultivating for a lifetime, he had no choice but to refuse the way, desolate, and filled with pain. There were also regrets. Upon hearing this music, many cultivators, who were not determined enough, now sensed a strong pessimism. At this moment, they seemed to want to put down all that they had worked for and completely forget about their cultivation. Even as the will of the way reversed, the breath inside their bodies became disorderly and moved out of their control. Soon, some people's eyes became bloody red. It was as if they were in a trance, entering an uncontrollable state. Some even started damaging their own foundations. "Don't be affected by the music," someone alerted the others. Futian also shared the same feeling as the breath in his body became jumbled. What kind of existence was the composer who created this melody? The will of the great path roared wildly between heaven and earth. Accompanied by the sound of the melody, the breath inside of Lord Taishan was also roaring wildly, making booming sounds. The world was changing. The sound of guqin soared as if to compete with the great path, disregarding fate, aiming to contend with the heavenly path. There was a long river racing between heaven and earth, which made Taishan Mountain tremble. Everyone within Taishan region felt a terrible shock. Finally, with the last note, a divine light seemed to penetrate the 9 heavens. Lord Taishan stood up, the robe on his body fluttered wildly in the wind. The will of the way beat about his body. He looked incomparably great and insufferably arrogant. At this moment, the entire Taishan region shook once, and then, all the breath between heaven and earth began to calm down. "Success?" The disciples of Taishan Mountain murmured and stared in that one direction. At this time, people came from all directions, possessing supreme temperaments. Some were immortal, some were domineering, but there were also extraordinary empresses among them. "Congratulations to Lord Taishan," a voice said. The palace lord of divine music palace looked at Lord Taishan with a very complicated look in his eyes. "Congratulations." Many stepped into the void and paid their respects to Taishan Palace. Everyone who arrived was a great, powerful existence in the higher heavens realm. When the people of Taishan Mountain saw what they were doing, they were extremely moved. Did he succeed? Congratulations to the Lord. The disciples of Taishan Mountain bowed down to worship him. The divine general of the golden divine nation looked in the direction of Lord Taishan. His eyes were a little complicated. Lord Taishan had actually achieved this step, and from this moment on, He was no longer qualified to talk to Lord Taishian as an equal, but must respectfully refer to him as an elder. Beside him, Gai Shirshi's eyes emitted divine golden light. Had he made the breakthrough? Yi Futian watched all this quietly. He looked towards Lord Taishian. From this day forward, Lord Taishuan's status in the higher heavens realm leaped again, and he now stood at the pinnacle of giants. Lord Taishian didn't seem to be too joyful. Instead, he took a look at the sky and sighed. The heavenly path was incomplete. Turning his gaze to everyone, Lord Taishian held his hands up and thanked them. "You are all too kind." Afterward, he came to the crowd, and the 4 great disciples led by the Taishian Hierophant came behind him. They finally let go of their worries. Now they would not be worried about someone making trouble, and no one dared to try. Even that old demon Luo of the divine capital of Xiling would have to be more cautious when he met Lord Taishian in the future. If Lord Taishian intended to settle matters of the past, that old demon would lose. Today, Lord Taishian comprehended the way on Taishian Mountain. It is a major event for cultivators in the higher heavens realms, the Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace said. Many cultivators nodded in agreement. The influence of a top character was very great. Just a few more years of cultivation than any of you. Lord Taishian appeared very calm. One cannot surpass this realm with time alone. The Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace shook his head and said, "On behalf of Shangxia Divine Palace, we congratulate you, my lord. After bringing back such great news, I believe that all people in various palaces will also be overjoyed for my lord. Palace Lord is too kind. Please give my regards to everyone when you return. If there is ever a chance, I will pay you a visit." Lord Taishian responded politely. "If my lord ever wants to come to the Divine Music Palace, there will soon be a chance." The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace smiled and said, "Everyone in the Divine Music Palace must be looking forward to talking with my lord." Lord Taishian seemed to think of something when he heard the words of the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace. He smiled and knew what the other meant. Many powerful figures on Taishian Mountain thought of one thing when they heard his words. Someone said with a smile, 10 years have gone by in the blink of an eye, and it is time for the opportunity of trials once more. It is indeed a blessing to all young cultivators in the higher heavens realm. Shangxia Divine Palace preached to the world, benefiting the world of cultivation, and doing great deeds. Lord Taishian nodded and said, Shangxia Divine Palace was indeed a place worthy of admiration. Shangxia Divine Palace is a treasured land within the higher heavens realm, which can nurture the great path. For many years, it has adhered to its mission of preaching as a matter of course. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace replied. It was well known to everyone in the higher heavens realm that Shangxia Divine Palace was located in the most treasured holy land in all of higher heavens realm, and had trained many powerful great characters. Therefore, for many years, it had been preaching to the world, never getting involved in disputes. Of course, if it were not so, many of the top principalities in the higher heavens realm would have long been rift with malice, and Shangxia Divine Palace would not have occupied such a lofty status. It's a pity that the fruit grown in the Divine Palace is limited, otherwise it could help more people to comprehend the way. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace continued. My lord has not yet established a clan, so in the years past, Taishian Mountain had just a quota of 5 spaces. But now that my lord has had a breakthrough, I will discuss with other palace lords when I return about increasing the number of places for Taishian Mountain to 15 people. Many thanks. Lord Taishian nodded with a smile. He glanced at the disciples of Taishian Mountain behind him. Although 15 spaces were still far from enough compared to the disciples who cultivated on Taishian Mountain, considering those who had a real chance to break through into Renhuang Plain, 15 spaces were a lot. It was definitely enough. After all, it was not that easy to become a Renhuang. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace is biased. Why not add some more spaces for us? Said a powerful person next to him. If everyone could be like my lord, then there would be no problem. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace said with a smile. Suddenly, everyone revealed a dull expression. Could one break through the realm just because one wanted to? Would this kind of character be so rare in the higher heavens realm? Never mind in the higher heavens realm, even in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were not many. Very well. Now that my lord has broken through, this matter is over, and we should be getting back. After everyone gets back, you can discuss the matter regarding the candidates. Now we should get ready to go. The Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace smiled and said, When my lord has free time, please come to the Divine Palace to sit and chat. Good. Lord Titian nodded. Farewell. The Place Lord of Divine Music Palace put his hands together, and then left with his people. We should be getting back, too. Goodbye. All the cultivators saluted and left as well. Lord Titian watched them as they left. The Divine General from the Golden Divine Nation stepped forward and asked, Won't you consider our previous proposition? I already said that I would not accept any more disciples. Lord Titian shook his head. The other nodded and took Gai Shir and turned to leave. Other cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation also left with them. The Golden Divine Light opened up the road of Great Path, and soon, they disappeared between heaven and earth. People of the Divine Nation are really too proud, Lord Titian whispered as he watched those who were leaving. The Golden Divine Nation claimed to be the descendant of the ancient Golden God. It had some connection with the great Emperor and enjoyed great prosperity in the past. If it were not for the Master's breakthrough, they would probably not have taken Gai Shir to us, said the Titian Hierophant. Lord Titian said nothing more. As the crowd gradually left, there were fewer and fewer people on Titian Mountain, and the cultivators of the Titian region also bowed and left. With this matter over, they had no more reason to linger there. After a while, Titian Mountain seemed to have returned to its former tranquility. Not many people were still there, save for the disciples of Titian Mountain. At this time, the disciples of Titian Mountain were still focused on Lord Titian. Even at this moment, they had not completely calmed their minds. Lord Titian was already somewhat at the peak. He had now gone one step further. With so many powerful figures in the higher heavens realm congratulating him, they could very clearly feel Lord Titian's current status, which was now truly beyond this world. Even the Palace Lord of Divine Music Palace was extremely polite, and invited Lord Titian to lecture at Shanxia Divine Palace. Furthermore, 10 more spaces were given to them. With this in mind, many disciples in Titian Mountain could not hide the anticipation in their eyes, especially those whose cultivation was already in the Nirvana plane. For them, this was an extremely rare opportunity that happened only once every 10 years. In the higher heavens realm, only the Divine Palace could provide such an opportunity. All the top figures of all principalities in the higher heavens realm would head over to the Divine Palace to prove themselves. However, even with 15 spaces, it was, perhaps, still not enough. Besides the disciples cultivating on Titian Mountain, Lord Titian's 4 disciples each also had their own disciples to consider. In addition, some elders on Titian Mountain also had descendants of their own. Lord Titian looked at everyone in the crowd and saw in their eyes that revealed their admiration, worship, and expectations. In addition, a few people also felt lost, clearly realizing that they had no chance. Lord Titian could read everyone's thoughts with one glance. He said, You must have heard the words of the Palace Lord of the Divine Music Palace at Shanxia Divine Palace. Soon, there will be the once-in-a-decade opportunity at Shanxia Divine Palace, which is mainly focused on those at the pinnacle of the Saint Plane, so there is an opportunity to enter the Renhuang Plane. Of course, it is only an opportunity. The key to success is still your own talent, perception, and state of mind. Everyone listened attentively. This was something they knew. The Divine Palace is the first holy place for cultivation in the higher heavens realm, rumored to be able to forge the basis of Renhuang. For cultivators, it is indeed valuable. This time, the Divine Palace gave Titian Mountain 10 more spaces, all because the Grand Master broke through. Other top forces only have 10 spaces in total. Jun Mu, a disciple of the Titian Hierophant, spoke. Lord Titian nodded. The top forces in the higher heavens realm received 10 spaces in 10 years. They had never established a clan nor opened a school. They used to have only 5 spaces, but this time, they were given 10 more for a total of 15. So, 15 spaces. 5 spaces for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain. You 4 may each choose 2 disciples, so 2 places each. How about that? Lord Taishan said to everyone. His 4 disciples would get 2 spaces each, and cultivators of Taishan Mountain would get 5 spaces, which was considered evenly distributed. Everyone nodded and didn't have any qualms. Lord Taishuan's suggestion was relatively fair, and he took care of the needs of both sides. What about the other 2? The Taishan Hierophant asked. 5 plus 8 only accounted for 13 spaces. I have other plans for them, Lord Taishan responded. The Taishan Hierophant nodded and said nothing more. Since Lord Taishan had other plans, there was nothing else for them to comment on. Futian had been listening quietly, without speaking, because there was no room of him to speak here. But he was slightly moved when he heard that Lord Taishan had left 2 spaces. Could it be that Lord Taishan was leaving one of the 2 spaces to him? Moreover, this time it was heading toward Shangxia Divine Palace, which was where Etienne cultivated. Not long ago, at the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, he had also had some conflicts with the disciples there. However, he had heard that the Divine Palace did not actually get involved in the battles of the disciples outside, as it was just a place of cultivation. Now it seemed that the rumor was true. Because whether or not there were people such as Etienne, it didn't really matter. However, it did not matter if he thought too much of it. It was very pleasant to cultivate on Taishan Mountain, and he was making great progress these days. Well, you may all go and prepare your own candidates, Lord Taishan said, and then turned to leave. After Lord Taishan left, many were talking about it. Let's go back to Sword Abyss, Wan Shui said. Senior brother Wan should be able to get a space, Luo Yu whispered. Wan Shui was extremely talented, and there must be a space for him. I'll do my best, Wan Shui said frankly, not being humble. This was an extremely rare opportunity. I hope I can go to the trial with you. Luo Yu was the daughter of the city lord of Taishan City, so naturally, there would be a space for her. Futian was also on his way back, ready to return to String Pavilion. Xinjing! Wan Shui shouted. Futian looked back at him. Soon, there will probably be some discussion at Taishan Mountain, and same with Sword Abyss. You can come around from time to help you comprehend swordsmanship, Wan Shui advised Futian, kind of watching out for him. It is indeed a rare opportunity. Luo Yu looked at Futian and nodded in agreement. This time, the final selection would inevitably result in some competition. By observing the battle, Futian could also make some progress. Sure, I will definitely go. Futian nodded with a smile and responded. Well, then you go back now, Wan Shui said. And so, Futian bid his goodbye and went toward the String Pavilion. Soon after, a grand forum battle was held on Taishan Mountain. The selections for the 4 great disciples of Lord Taishan was easy, as they each had a quota of 2 spaces and could decide themselves. But since there were 5 spaces for all the cultivators on Taishan Mountain, a competition was essential for deciding on those candidates. As a result, there were exciting battles one after the other, until eventually, 5 candidates were chosen to be sent to Shangxia Divine Palace. But for the 4 great disciples, such as the Taishan Hierophant, the matter was settled internally, with each deciding on their own candidates without participating in those competitions. Many were curious about who would be filling the remaining 2 spaces, which had been reserved by Lord Taishan himself. Futian had been cultivating in the String Pavilion. On the day that Lord Taishan broke through, he had been on the side comprehending and had received many insights, which he needed time to fully digest. This included the divine melody of the Great Path and the Song of the Lost Divine, which also took him a long time to understand. He had tried to play the song but had only made small progress. On this day, Futian was still cultivating in the String Pavilion, and a fiery red shadow descended before him, calling out, Xinjing! Do you have any manners? Futian was a little speechless. This little phoenix was so comfortable with herself and interrupted him so blatantly. I don't. Feng Yan said without a care. Xingjing, you must have heard about what's happening on Taishan Mountain. Shangxia Divine Palace gave Taishan Mountain 15 spaces, so 15 people can go there to seek the opportunity of the Great Path. This is the chance to become a Renhuang. I heard that, but you have just entered the Nirvana plane. The realm of the Demon Emperor has nothing to do with you for the time being, Futian said bluntly. How do you know that I have a space? Feng Yan looked at Futian and said with a smile. It seems that you also know that my talent is unparalleled and that I will undoubtedly be selected by Lord Taishan. This is an opportunity that comes only once in 10 years, and countless people would like to be selected but won't be. I heard from my mom and dad that many powerful Renhuang were willing to make great sacrifices in order to get a place just because this opportunity is rare. So, are you jealous? Futian was able to ascertain that this little girl had come to show off. Jealous? Futian was quite speechless. The parents of the little phoenix enjoyed a great relationship with the String Emperor. They may be String Emperor's demonic beast partners. When little phoenix was born, she received the blessing of Lord Taishan and was also a natural-born saint, so it was no surprise that Lord Taishan would give her a space. Hypocrite, little phoenix said. Futian was a little speechless. Little Phoenix showed a smug look and laughed. However, you must wish you were me. Read more chapter on Novelful. Yes, I do. Futian smiled and shook his head. At this time, footsteps were heard. Young friend Xinjing. A voice was heard, and Futian looked forward and said, Elder Lan. His voice fell, and Futian saw a figure walking in their direction. He came to Futian and Little Phoenix. It was Uncle Lan, the housekeeper of Taishan Mountain. Feng Yan is there too, Uncle Lan said with a smile. Feng Yan nodded. Why are you here, Uncle Lan? I'm looking for Xinjing. Uncle Lan looked at Xinjing and said with a smile. You should know everything that's happening at Taishan Mountain. Lord Taishan wanted to give a space to me, but what use do I have for it at my age? So I'm giving it to you. Futian was surprised. He was not too surprised that he would get a space, but that Uncle Lan came and gave it to him was a shock. But who told Uncle Lan to do so? Futian thought that perhaps it was Lord Taishuan's instruction. Lord Taishan wanted to avoid being too obvious, so maybe he had asked Uncle Lan to inform him? After all, Lord Taishan deliberately concealed what had happened last time and did not expose him. Uncle Lan, you are giving him your space? Little Phoenix showed a strange expression when she heard what Uncle Lan said. This meant that Xinjing also got a space? Yes. Uncle Lan nodded. Futian smiled and did not decline his offer. He bowed slightly to Uncle Lan and said, Many thanks to you, Elder. Miss Force sent you up here. I saw that your appearance and manner were extraordinary. There must be a bright future for you, Uncle Lan said with a smile. Come on. They are already there discussing the matter. I will go with you too. Very well. Futian nodded and left with Little Phoenix and Uncle Lan. Little Phoenix looked strange all along the way, murmuring, and seemed a little puzzled. Not long ago, she was showing off to Futian, and now it turned out that Futian also got a spot. Could it be that Lord Taishan knew? This guy hid a lot deep inside, but Lord Taishan was all-knowing, so there was still a possibility that he may know. As they came to Taishan Palace, many people had already gathered here, and many of them were familiar faces to Futian. They turned around, and when they saw Futian, they all looked rather surprised. Uncle Lan! Everyone bowed to Uncle Lan slightly, and Uncle Lan smiled and nodded. Luo Yu directed her gaze toward Futian and asked, Xinjing, why are you here? As the daughter of the city lord of Taishan City, she clearly occupied a space. Like Miss Luo Yu, he will also head to Shangxia Divine Palace, Uncle Lan said with a smile, and his words astounded everyone. Xinjing was also going to Shangxia Divine Palace? Uncle Lan, are you joking? Luo Yu didn't quite believe it. Out of the two spaces reserved by Lord Taishan, the one given to Feng Yan was easily understood, but the other one was given to Xinjing? Would I dare joke with Miss Luo Yu? It was I who led Xinjing to Taishan Mountain and placed him at the string pavilion. Since then, Xinjing has taken good care of the string pavilion. I will not use the space that Lord Taishan gave me, so I gave it to Xinjing instead, Uncle Lan said with a smile. Taken good care of the string pavilion? Everyone looked a little spasmodic. Was this even a reason? Uncle Lan was clearly making up an excuse for giving Xinjing his spot. It was said that Uncle Lan had a great relationship with the String Emperor and the House Master of Taishan, and Xinjing was also sent here by the House Master of Taishan. He was placed in the String Pavilion, and it meant that he had some connection with the third and fourth disciples of Lord Taishan. Could it be that Uncle Lan favored him because of this? Doesn't Uncle Lan also have disciples? Luoyu said. Those few disciples of mine will be useless there. It is best to give it to a suitable person, Uncle Lan said quite casually. Although our friend Xinjing was sent here by Miss Four, and even though he may be extremely talented, he is just an unblemished saint. Such an opportunity bestowed on someone of unblemished realm is giving them too much face, someone said. If Luoyu had been expressing her doubts, this person was now instigating. This speaker was precisely the disciple of Taishan Hierophant, Jun Mu. He had also been selected and would be going to Shanxia Divine Palace. Yi Futian looked up to Jun Mu. He seemed to feel his gaze. Jun Mu's expression was still relaxed as he nodded to Yi Futian apologetically, saying, Please excuse me, Brother Xinjing. I'm not deliberately opposing you. It is just that this trip to the Shanxia Divine Palace is to seek the path of the doctrine. Brother Xinjing has great talent, but the realm is still a bit off. Only those of the Nirvana plane will exert the greatest influence. It is really not suitable for you to go. It's really unsuitable. Several people agreed. They also felt that it was a complete waste of a space given Xinjing's realm. This was an opportunity to test the Renhuang realm, and even if the probability of success was extremely low, it was still an opportunity. Yi Futian did not know how to rebuke Jun Mu's words so quickly. But I'm very optimistic about Xinjing. Although his realm is a little lower and cannot impact Renhuang, it could form the basis of the fruit of the way in the body ahead of time, which would still have great benefits for cultivation in the future. One day, when the time comes, a breakthrough of the realm will be a matter of course, Uncle Lan said calmly. Since Lord Taishan is letting me do as I wish, and I chose to give it to Xinjing, what is so inappropriate about that? Jun Mu's eyes were slightly perturbed. Uncle Lan was insisting on helping Xinjing. Enough. Now that you have made your decision, there is nothing more to argue about, a voice said as a godly figure appeared above the palace. It was Lord Taishan. The 4 great disciples of his were standing next to him. Yes. I will obey. Jun Mu lowered his head and responded. Instantly, he became extremely compliant. Lord Taishan glanced at the disciples. They're exactly 15. His gaze lingered for a moment on Yi Futian, but it was just an instant before he moved on. Since all the candidates have been chosen, you may depart. The people of other principalities must have already embarked on their journey, Lord Taishan said. Everyone nodded and didn't bother to argue about the matter. Even though they felt that the space had been wasted, with Lord Taishuan's approval, the matter was settled without further discussion. Fengzhu, I will trouble you to take them. Lord Taishan looked into the distance. As soon as his voice fell, a burning might descended, and a gigantic figure of the demon emperor appeared. It was the father of Little Phoenix. He was a tyrannical demon emperor. Obviously, this time, he came to lead the way for them. Go, and make sure to send them off before you head back, Lord Taishan ordered again. 15 people stepped onto the phoenix. With a loud chant from the phoenix, the divine bird launched toward the sky and disappeared in an instant. Thank you for escorting us, Elder. Everyone on the back of the demon emperor successively expressed their gratitude. Dad, are you also keeping an eye on me, by the way? Little Phoenix mumbled. Fengzhu was not in the mood to deal with her but merely sailed through the wind. Xinjing, you are a really lucky man. Wan Shui, who had also been selected, appeared to be in a good mood and was feeling appreciative of everything in the outside world. Well, I must recognize all the care given to me by all the elders and the disciples of Sword Abyss. Futian nodded as he looked at the rolling sea of clouds. Shangxiao Divine Palace was such an unexpected coincidence. In the past, the cultivators of Shangxia Divine Palace descended in Heavenly Mandate Realm, and now, as Xinjing, he was on his way to Shangxia Divine Palace. It was unknown if he would meet those he knew or what would happen there. Tianyu was cultivating at Shangxia Divine Palace. How was he doing? The Phoenix Divine Bird crossed the sky and left a radiant divine light in the sea of clouds. At the same time, in all the major areas of the higher heavens realm, cultivators of all sides had set off and started on their journey to Shangxia Divine Palace. Shangxia Divine Palace was located in the central district of the higher heavens realm, surrounded by the Sea of the Path. It stood in the middle of the inland Fairy Mountains. It was said that in the higher heavens realm, the Sea of the Path and the Fairy Mountain, where Shangxia Divine Palace was located, were both the most precious sacred, pure lands in the higher heavens realm. These pure lands were used by the Shangxia Divine Palace for preaching and were the true holy lands for cultivation. To enter the Shangxia Divine Palace, one needed to cross the Sea of the Path from Linshao City. This big city in the central district had always been a prosperous but unclaimed land. In fact, there were many top powers fighting for hegemony in the central district, but none of them had ever touched Linshao City. This city near the Sea of the Path was the place leading to the Shangxia Divine Palace. Those top powers didn't dare to touch it, but they all had their own influence in Linshao City. In the past few days, Linshao City had been extremely busy. The decennial journey project of crossing the sea and seeking the path had been launched, and the Shangxia Divine Palace had given quotas to many powers of the higher heavens realm. Cultivators of the top powers would cross the sea and enter the Divine Palace to seek for the paths. Restaurants near the Sea of the Path were already overcrowded. During these days, all the people from different realms had gathered here. When the messenger of Shangxia Divine Palace arrived, all the warriors from different powers would start to cross the sea. The people of Taishan Mountain had also arrived. The Phoenix Demon Emperor sent the 15 cultivators of Taishan Mountain here and left. Later, they could only depend on themselves. No one else could help them. At this time, cultivators of Taishan Mountain were standing on the rooftop of a restaurant near the sea. The city was bustling, and there were sometimes warriors passing by in the void sky who could clearly feel the lively atmosphere below. At another place in the restaurant, people looked at them and whispered, "Are they cultivators of the Taishan Mountain?" "Yes. Not long ago, Lord Taishan broke shackles and beat old demon Luo with one single finger, and now he must be stronger. The Divine Palace gave a quota of 15 participants to Taishan Mountain," someone said. "Lord Taishan has been absorbed in cultivation for many years and is always diligently seeking knowledge of the path, so now he can reach the apex. We should all learn from him." The people of Taishan Mountain heard this and felt proud. They could feel that the status of their lord was different from before. However, although Taishan Mountain has 15 seats, as the lord has refused to accept new disciples, the strength of the cultivators of Taishan Mountain, someone said and stopped. Many people had heard the news that the disciples of Taishan Mountain were defeated badly by warriors of the divine capital of Xiling, but then a mysterious warrior defeated the people of Xiling God capital with the Tao spell. The Divine Palace is a holy place for seeking the path, but it is not absolutely fair to everyone. The powerful forces in the higher heavens realm have quotas for seeking the path, but for those cultivators who were born into ordinary families and did not enter the top powers to cultivate, they do not have the opportunity to get quotas. Are they weaker than those selected ones? A figure of the Saint Plain drank alcohol alone and spoke, not afraid of offending people. It was probably because he had no chance to go to Fei Mountain to seek the way, so he was satisfied with complaining. Read more chapter on Novelful. There are so many cultivators in the world. How could the Divine Palace be absolutely fair? Some people argued for the Divine Palace. To put it bluntly, it still depends on one's family background. That person said and smiled, taking another sip. Why were you born into an unprivileged background? Someone asked. Suddenly many people in the restaurant laughed. but all of them were just joking, and no one took it seriously. At this time, many people turned their heads and looked in a direction. In the distance, the chi of swords whistled above the void sky, and many sharp swords passed by. A group of swordsmen in training came from the sky and landed directly above the restaurant. They were all dressed in white, with keen temperaments. Many people from Linshao City in the restaurant immediately recognized these visitors and were slightly surprised. In the central district, the divine Swordly family was a famed family of sword art, and was also known as the strongest family of swordsmanship in the higher heavens realm. All their cultivation methods were supplemented by swordsmanship, and they had developed countless horrifying sword techniques. The disciples of the divine Swordly family were all very outstanding. Those who were not excellent enough were not even qualified to walk outside in the name of the divine Swordly family. The family's discipline of the younger generation was extremely strict, and could even be called harsh. Only in this way could superb swordsmen be produced from the family. In the central district, people were in awe of the divine Swordly family. They were extremely strict with their internal disciplines, and their way of coping with external affairs was also hard and fast. They always advocated speaking with the gun. It seemed that they came for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain. "We are from the Li family and are here to see our Taoist friends from the Taishan Mountain." These visitors stepped forward and came in front of cultivators of Taishan Mountain, cupping their hands. "Divine Swordly family," Wan Shui whispered. The disciples of the Sword Abyss cultivated in swordsmanship, which he as the top one swordsman in the higher heaven realm, was very clear, but this was the first time they saw cultivators from the divine Swordly family. After all, Taishan Mountain was very far away from here. If it were not for crossing the sea to seek the path, they usually would not come here. "What brings you here, my Taoist friends?" Junmu said. The 15 people who came were actually the third generation of cultivators of Taishan Mountain. Junmu was the direct disciple of Lord Taishuan's chief follower Taishan Hierophant, so among the 15 cultivators, he took the lead to speak up. Presumably, he thought he was the lead, and other people would not compete with him. "Now we are in the prosperous era, and since many of you came to visit us from distant places in the upper heavens realm, we Li family are half of your host. Therefore, we prepare a banquet in Wahai restaurant, and want to invite all parties that cross the sea to seek the path here. We came to know that Taoist friends of Taishan Mountain are here, so we came to invite you," one of the visitors said very politely. Junmu looked at others of Taishan Mountain and asked, "What do you think? Since the divine Swordly family has invited us, we will attend the banquet for sure." Li Jin, a disciple of Taishan Mountain Guqin Valley, said. She was also an outstanding figure in Taishan Mountain, who was able to play Flight of the Phoenix pair at a considerable level. She was also among the 15 candidates. In addition to her, Qinyu of the Guqin Valley was also selected. Wan Shui also nodded. Those who practiced swordsmanship naturally wanted to see the genius of the divine Swordly family. It was said that this marvelous genius of the generation in the divine Swordly family was now practicing in the palace. He was extraordinarily talented. Junmu's eyes fell on Luoyu. Luoyu nodded lightly, and when she saw that Junmu was looking at the man of the divine Swordly family, she said, "If that's the case, my Taoist friend, please lead the way for us." "Please," the person of Li family said. Soon, everyone rose up and flew towards the sky. Yi Futian and Feng Yan were at the end. The two stepped into the void sky and followed the crowd. Their opinions didn't seem to matter very much, and they were totally ignored by Junmu. So, they just needed to follow up. Because of this, the little phoenix pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Not just because of this, but along the way, Junmu had been ignoring their existence. They quickly arrived at the Wahai restaurant. This was the tallest building in this area. The view from the top was excellent, and one could directly look at the sea of the path from the building. Powerful warriors were staying at each floor below, but at this time, everyone was paying attention to the top floor because several top-level disciples in the higher heaven realm were at the top. When the people of Taishan Mountain landed, a lot of people on the huge platform in the front had already entered the seating area. At a glance, they saw the people of divine capital of Xiling. Previously, they had a war on Taishan Mountain, so they could be said to be impressed. This time, the team of divine capital of Xiling was headed by Prince Luo Yuming. His eyes were cold, and his pitch-dark eyes swept toward the crowd of the Taishan Mountain. In the last battle, they defeated their opponents, but in the end, they were subdued by a mysterious swordsman in training. He believed that swordsman in training was most likely a Renhuan figure who pretended to be in Saint Plain to go against them. Otherwise, he would not be able to resonate with the character of Tao and trigger the fleeting swordsmanship. In addition to the warriors of divine capital of Xiling, the warriors of the Golden Divine Nation were also present, and Gai Shir was sitting there. His golden eyes still looked extremely keen, and the beams shooting from his eyes were like golden, sharp swords. In addition, there was another group of guests, each with extraordinary temperament. The disciples of Taishan Mountain had never seen them before, but they suspected that they should belong to one of the other two top forces in the central district. However, it was said that the Divine Swordly family and the Sky-Burying God clan had a deep grudge, so they should be another top force, the Changfeng family. The origin of the Changfeng family was also very unusual. It could date back to the ancient Changfeng country that dominated the central district many years ago, so to say, they were descendants of the ancient country, the overlords in the past. One could imagine how strong they were. It seems that we are the last to arrive, Junmu said self-mockingly. Yi Futian was standing behind the crowd. The atmosphere of Wahai restaurant made him feel a little uncomfortable and slightly depressed. The people here were all the top-ranking figures of the young generation and had an aura around them. The invisible pressure they exerted over others was very unsettling. But many people below this floor were very excited. A lot of them also came from big forces, but the people on the top were the descendants of the uppermost forces and naturally attracted more attention. Your lord broke the shackles, so the Divine Palace gave you a quota of 15 candidates. You dared to accept them? Aren't you ashamed? What is the point of you coming here? A cold voice came out, and the speaker was Luo Yuming. Obviously, he showed contempt for the cultivators of Taishan Mountain because of the previous battle. How is old demon Luo's injury? Junmu looked at Luo Yuming and countered. Luo Yuming put down the wine glass, and a mark appeared directly on the table. Rays of death surrounded his palm, which looked extremely depressing. He smiled and said, "There was none of your lord's blessing on the way of seeking the path in the Divine Palace. After you entered the Sea of the Path, you can only depend on yourself. You'd better think it carefully and then decide whether you should enter the Sea of the Path." The people of Taishan Mountain heard Luo Yuming's threat and were anxious. Was he implying that he wanted to hurt them after entering the Sea of the Path? Thank you for reminding us, but there is no need for you to bother. Junmu replied. You are the guests, please come and sit down. A voice in the front said. The speaker was wearing a white gown, with sharp temperament. He was the peerless talent of swordsmanship in the Divine Swordly family, Li Sun. Thanks a lot. Junmu replied and then found a place to sit down. A slight unpleasant look showed on his face. You may enter the Sea of the Path at any time, and now let's just have a drink with peace of mind. Other things can be discussed later when we enter the Sea of the Path, Li Sun said to the people. He invited everyone to come and wanted to see who would enter the Sea of the Path this time. Although they were sitting together at this moment, everyone knew clearly that this did not mean they were friends. Luo Yuming and Junmu no longer competed against each other, but the grievances had been settled since the Battle of Taishan Mountain and would continue after they entered the Sea of the Path. During this trip to the Sea of the Path, the top forces directly own quotas, but the ordinary cultivators in the higher heavens realm are not so lucky to have quotas to enter the Divine Palace, Li Sun said. However, the Divine Palace considers things carefully. For those who enter the Divine Palace to seek the path, they will enter the Sea of the Path before us. Countless people will compete for some opportunities to enter the palace. Among the people who are present in this room today, is there anyone who wants to enter the palace? Everyone naturally understood that what he meant to enter the Divine Palace was to study the path under the guidance of the Divine Palace. In fact, Li Dozi, the strongest talent of the divine swordly family, used to cultivate in the divine palace and had gained a great reputation. The people of Taishan Mountain were impossible to do it. Taishan Mountain was a force with influence, and if a disciple belonging to Taishan Mountain also entered the divine palace, it would be the same as having a foot in both camps. However, the top clan forces like the Golden Divine Nation and the Champfong family were able to do it. Brother Guy, have you thought about it? With your talent, you will surely be able to get top-level resources for cultivation after you enter the Divine Palace. Li Sun asked Gai Shishir. Not long ago, Gai Shishir wanted to become the Lord Taishuan's disciple, and masters of such level did exist in the Divine Palace. However, becoming their disciples was an extremely difficult thing, and even Gai Shishir was not likely to make it. I seek for the power that dominates the world, and it does not conform to the idea of the divine palace cultivation, so I will not enter the palace, Gai Shishir said. The divine palace didn't get involved in secular disputes, which, in his view, was too pedantic. Brother Guy, you refuse to go to the divine palace because their idea doesn't fit in with yours, which indeed shows your boldness of vision. Li Sun smiled and said, among the disciples who cultivated in the divine palace, how many of them would really stay in the palace and hold the same philosophy as the palace? Very few of them. May I know what philosophy Brother Guy holds? Li Sun asked. I hope the path of martial arts dominates the world, and where the glory of the divine nation passes by, all beings kneel down and worship, Gai Shishir said. The character he worshipped was a truly unparalleled one, like Dong Wang, the great emperor, the only one who ruled over the divine land. If one day he could reach that level, wherever the glory of the golden divine nation covered, he would enjoy everyone's worship. Everyone looked at Gai Shishir and thought he was just as his name suggested. The divine nation took this name for him, which destined his character. The path of martial arts should dominate the world. Li Sun smiled and said, isn't it something all the cultivators in the world are pursuing? But the only thing is, not to mention the vast divine land, only the higher heavens realm had numerous strong warriors. In this trip to the Sea of the Path, besides us, there were other disciples selected from the divine palace this time. Of course, the stronger ones might have already entered the divine palace. My elder brother Li Dozi is among them. In this generation, who could dominate the world and be unparalleled? Who dared to say like that? Li Dozi of the Li family, that figure of the sky-burying god clan, or the other few warriors in the divine palace? What about you? Gai Shishir looked at Li Sun and asked. The divine swordly family has already had Li Dozi. Is there another place for you? I never think about comparing myself with my elder brother. The world is so big that it could accommodate many top characters. For me, it is enough if wherever the divine sword passes, no other sword can compete with it, Li Sun said. Do you think your swordsmanship is invincible? Gai Shishir glanced at the direction where disciples of Taishan Mountain were located and said, the Lord is also good at using sword. Now, I'm afraid that his swordsmanship is the best in the upper heavens realm. Taishan Mountain has Sword Abyss. Now, their swordsmen in training must have arrived. The Lord's divine sword is indeed a supreme sword technique, but I still think that the divine swordly family's divine sword is the best one in the higher heavens realm, Li Sun said slowly. He looked at the people of Taishan Mountain and said, after entering the Sea of the Path, there will be opportunities to consult about the fleeting divine sword of Taishan Mountain. I am curious about what level of cultivation you have reached. On that day when the Lord made the breakthrough, it was said that there was a mysterious cultivator crossing the sky with a sword who accomplished the second level of the fleeting divine sword, cleave of all things. If he is of Saint Plane, he should be the strongest one cultivating in fleeting divine sword below Renhuang level in the Taishan Mountain, right? At this moment, a handsome young man of the Changfeng family said, is that person here? The people of Taishan Mountain were speechless for a moment, and the strongest swordsman they had here was Wan Shui. They still didn't know who that mysterious swordsman in training was. Do you think he really was a swordsman in training? Luo Yuming said sarcastically. He must be a Renhuang in disguise. It should not have had anything to do with the Lord, Chang Feng Lai from the Chang Feng family said. He thought that the Lord would not do so as a man of such a high level of cultivation. Then asked the people of Taishan Mountain, "Where is the swordsman in training?" Luo Yuming said with a somewhat contemptuous tone. "Why can't he be concentrating on cultivation in Taishan Mountain?" Luo Yu responded coldly. She had thought about it before, but after being reminded by Wan Shuyi, she saw others questioning Lord and was displeased. "So, who was this swordsman in training? Did you deploy the sword at that time? Was it you yourself?" Luo Yuming asked. He wanted to know if there was such a swordsman in training in Taishan Mountain. Luo Yu was speechless for a while, and she indeed did not know. Luo Yuming sneered and didn't say anything. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere was a bit cold. "Let's put the topic aside," Li Sun spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. He then said, "During this trip, there must be someone who could prove themselves Renwang. Let's see who will have this opportunity." Nobody answered, and everyone just looked at the sea of the path in the distance. On this trip, the big figures of the upper heavens realms would gather together. Besides them, many top characters from the upper heavens realms would also participate. Who could prove themselves? All Nirvana Plane cultivators were craving for the chance. Ha! At this moment, some people looked toward the direction of the Sea of the Path, where there were many people coming by boat to this side of the coast. Suddenly, many people's eyes fell on them, including Yi Futian. Were these people from the Divine Palace? It caused a sensation in the lower floors. Many people in Wahai Restaurant looked over there, and many warriors gathered toward the coast, too. Soon, many small boats approached the coast, and someone announced aloud, "Tomorrow, for those who want to enter the palace to study, please come to the Sea of the Path and receive the assessment from the palace. This assessment may result in hazardous consequences, so please think carefully before making the decision. In addition, after 7 days, people from the top forces who are going to enter the Sea of the Path will be received by someone." His words caused a huge sensation. Tomorrow, the palace would select disciples, so immediately, countless cultivators were stirred and wanted to have a try. If they succeed this time, they would also have the opportunity to compete with those from top forces with quotas and the disciples inside the palace and earn the chance to prove their paths. After his words finished, the people of the palace drove the boats and entered the Sea of the Path, and their figures disappeared quickly. However, there were countless warriors heading towards the Sea of the Path, and there were many people flashing down from the Wahai Restaurant and heading towards there. The event happens once every 10 years, and there is an opportunity to prove one's cultivation. Previously, there were cultivators at the peaks of Nirvana Plain who were reluctant to enter the palace. This time, for the opportunity of making the breakthrough to Rahuang Plain, they may also participate in this event for the quota. Li Sun said, walking to the front and looking at the Sea of the Path in the distance. Many people stood up and looked there. They all understood that the higher heavens realm was too big, and there were still many extraordinary characters and even many senior cultivators who were very old, but had been trapped in Nirvana Plain. Among them, some had even almost stepped into the Renhuang Plain. "It's an honor to meet you here today. After some days, we may become opponents on the journey to seek the path." Li Sun turned to the crowd and said, "Now you are free to go. We will see you again in the trip to the Sea of the Path." Many figures asked to leave and then flashed out, leaving Wahai Restaurant. "Let's go," Jun Mu said, and people of Taishan Mountain left. "I want to take a walk alongside the Sea of the Path to walk," Yi Futian said. After speaking, he walked alone. Little Phoenix saw him and flashed, and followed him. "Let's go together," Wan Shui also said. He and Luo Yu also headed towards the Sea of the Path. The group just spread out, and they all flickered away in different directions. Yi Futian came to the coast of the Sea of the Path. He could even vaguely perceive the existence of the path from the boundless sea. It is said that after crossing the edge of the Sea of the Path and entering the real Sea of the Path, one could feel the omnipresent path. Wan Shui walked to Yi Futian and whispered, "In fact, I've been dreaming of coming here, and now, I finally have the opportunity to take a look around." Why have you never thought about trying your luck in the Shanxiu Divine Palace? Yi Futian asked. There were some ordinary disciples in the Shanxie Divine Palace. With the strength of Wan Shui, he could easily enter there even though he might not be able to become a core disciple. There are not many choices in a lifetime. Taishan Mountain is a very good place to cultivate for me. I have been at Taishan Mountain for decades and have been in Sword Abyss. The world is too big, and even the higher heavens realm is boundless. Even a saint will be satisfied to find a place to cultivate peacefully if he spends most of his time on the road. However, now that I have reached my current plane, it's time for me to go outside. Even without this opportunity, I will still take a tour. Wan Shui smiled and said. When he said going outside, he really meant taking a walk on the land of the higher heavens realm, to see the scenery of the entire higher heavens realm and even to other realms. Although it might take a lot of time, it was also a journey of seeking the path. How about you? You also cultivated in Taishan Mountain for a while. I didn't hear you talk about your past except knowing that you were sent by the fourth mistress. I sometimes feel that your character is too good and too humble to be true. You are not like a saint plain cultivator. Wan Shui smiled and said. Really? Yi Futian said, smiling. He didn't know whether Wan Shui noticed anything, but it didn't matter. My luck is good and bad. Although my cultivation time is not very long, I have traveled through many places. Yi Futian said with a smile. It seemed that he was always on the road because the starting point of his cultivation was too humble. He didn't know who thought of such an idea to throw him in this corner of the world. However, it seemed that it was not easy to trace some things now. You also have some stories to tell. Wan Shui smiled and said. You are humble and studious, low-key, and forbearing. Maybe among the 15 people who came on this trip, your achievements will be the greatest. Yi Futian glanced at Wan Shui, smiled, and said nothing. He looked ahead. On the seashore, a woman in white was walking quietly. She looked very clean. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she made one feel comfortable. Comfortable, and also a bit lonely. When Yi Futian saw her, a bright smile appeared in his eyes. Long time no see. It didn't take long, but it seemed like a long time had passed. Yi Futian lifted his feet and walked toward the sea of the path. Wan Shui was perplexed when he saw Yi Futian walking away. Where was he going? Yi Futian moved forward and walked toward a woman, which causing Wan Shui to be even more curious, and Little Phoenix blinked as she looked yonder. The woman in white seemed to have sensed something. She stopped and lifted her head slightly, looking at Yi Futian, who was walking toward her. There was a sharp sword will in her eyes, and her temperament seemed to have transformed in an instant. Is our little girl so fierce? Yi Futian said with a smile as he raised his hand toward the head of the woman in white. The woman in white stared at him, and a powerful sword will spat out ferociously. A powerful murderous intent bloomed, and the whole space was shrouded in an atmosphere of carnage. Yi Futian seemed not to care at all, still extending his arm. Out from the woman's eyes came a terrible sword will that enveloped Yi Futian's entire body. It seemed as if Yi Futian's hand moved forward a bit more, she would have slain him. You are still the same as before. Yi Futian smiled, and the woman's eyes stiffened. Then Yi Futian's hand landed on her head, and the woman looked him in the eyes. At this moment, that murderous intent dissipated like fading tides. She lowered her head slightly, with a gentle smile in her eyes. Clearly, she recognized Yi Futian, because only he would do that. Won't you say hi? Yi Futian's familiar voice said, and the woman gave him a nasty look, but there was no malice. Seeing the other stared at him, Yi Futian gave her a silly smile. Fine, don't say hi. The woman in white was Yaya, and she had also come to the upper heavens realm. She had come to this sea of the path. You want to enter the sea of the path? Yi Futian asked. Yaya nodded gently. Now her realm was already nirvana. At the time, she laid down her life to protect Yi Futian in the heavenly mandate demon realm, and then cultivated for a long time after that. Now, she had not returned to the magnificent state she once was, but because of her experience, she was even stronger than the Sword Saint of the Void. Read more chapter on Novelful. So, she came here, wanting to seize this opportunity to prove the supreme way pursued by all in the two realms, the realm of Renhuang. Of course, now her vision was different from before. For the sword saint of the void in the past, Renhuang was the apex, but in this realm, she had already seen many Renhuang. Are you going too? Yaya asked. She didn't ask Yi Futian why he had changed his appearance. He was different from her. In the heavenly mandate realm, Yi Futian was too high profile, and there were too many who knew him. If there are any prominent figures from the heavenly mandate realm who were here, they would easily recognize Yi Futian's true identity. I was cultivating at Taishan Mountain, and there was a spot for me, Yi Futian said. He glanced at the vast crowds around the sea of the path and asked, Shall I go with you? No need. Yaya shook her head. We can watch each other's back, Yi Futian said. There were numerous strong cultivators on this trip, and he was not sure if Yaya should go there alone. Yaya looked up at him and looked into her eyes. Yi Futian smiled and shook his head, saying, Very well, you will go by yourself. He had always thought of Yaya as the girl who once came from the Tombkeeper village, and it was easy to forget that she was once the sword saint of the void. 2 lifetimes of cumulated cultivation, and she was stronger than he had imagined. Several times when he was in danger, Yaya was there, guarding him every time. But now Yi Futian thought that she had the ability to take care of herself. However, Yaya also needed to have her own experience in cultivation. Xinjing. At this time, Luo Yu came over and asked him, Is this your friend? Yaya cast a glance at Yi Futian. Xinjing should be an alias. My little sister, Yi Futian responded with a smile. Yaya was a little speechless, but she was used to it. A swordsman? Luo Yu asked. From Yaya, she could feel a similar breath, sharp. That was the breath of swordsmanship. Yi Futian nodded. Your little sister's realm is stronger than yours. Luo Yu looked at Yi Futian, a little lost for words. My little sister is way more talented. Yi Futian smiled, and Yaya was silent. She clearly understood how talented Yi Futian was. He was the existence of a unique record in the heavenly mandate realm that no one had broken. Even in that battle with Etianyu, he still had the upper hand. Etianyu was also cultivating in Shangxia Divine Palace. No wonder you went to the Sword Abyss to learn the swords. It seems that it was because you are not as good as your sister, Luo Yu whispered, and immediately guessed the truth behind it, that Yi Futian's swordsmanship was not as good as his sister, so he decided that he would go to the Sword Abyss at Taishan Mountain to watch and learn, working on surpassing his sister. If Yi Futian knew what she was thinking, he would admire her imagination. Next to him, little Phoenix made a face. She scoffed at Luo Yu's conclusion. Watching Yi Futian's expression, she wanted to beat him up because he was so hypocritical. Who better than her to know more about Yi Futian's swordsmanship? This guy was truly pretentious. He stole the famous music piece from the String Emperor and stole the sword method, but those people at Xianshan were still oblivious to the truth. Well, you guys talk, we won't keep you, Wan Shui said, and then left with Luo Yu and the others. Yi Futian looked at little Phoenix and saw that she had no intention of leaving. When she saw Yi Futian's look, she gazed at the sea and said, I am checking out the scenery. Okay, take your time, Yi Futian said with a smile, then started moving forward with Yaya following him. The two walked side by side. Little Phoenix stole a glance, following their footsteps. Was this really his sister? Why was he so suspicious? Yi Futian's words had no credibility with her. How have you been these days? Yi Futian asked Yaya while ignoring little Phoenix, who was trailing behind. Just business as usual, cultivating, Yaya said casually. But, in fact, ever since she stepped into the upper heavens realm, her experience had been unusual. She had had several battles in which she faced great dangers more than once, but these were things of the past, and there was no need to worry Yi Futian unnecessarily now. I heard that Lord Taishan broke through not long ago, but I didn't expect you were cultivating there. What plans do you have for the future? Yaya asked proactively. Things can wait. Set foot in Renhuang realm as early as possible. Yi Futian looked into the distance. The cultivation of Saint Plain was nothing in the 9 supreme regions of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Only those at the level of Renhuang had true eligibility to participate. Now he was devoting all his energy to elevate his realm to that of Renhuang. Yaya nodded, agreeing with Yi Futian's thoughts. In this cultivation world, where strength was above all else, only Renhuang could have a real foothold. The two chatted. At dusk, the setting sun illuminated the sea of the path sea with a glowing red, and red clouds appeared in the sky. They could vaguely make out some ethereal place in the distance. There was a flat dinghy. The scene in front of them was like a beautifully painted picture. When they were tired of walking, they sat on the beach, basking in the dusk, watching the sunset, and watching the stars when the night fell. This night the beach next to the sea of the path was extremely lively, for all those who had come from all sides were gathered here, waiting. The next day, when the sky began to light up, many were looking forward, gazing at the sea of the path intently. Finally, they saw the small dinghies appearing in the sea of the path, and without being aware of it, they seemed to be near already. Those who wished to enter the divine palace entered the sea of the path. A Renhuang cultivator announced loudly in a clear voice that had a strong power of penetration. At this moment, all of Linshao city could hear his voice. Suddenly, those on the shore of the sea of the path walked toward the sea, and even in the distant Linshao city, there were people continuously coming through the air. In an instant, the shore of sea of the path was crowded with countless cultivators. Furthermore, most of them were of unblemished saints, the 3rd realm of the Saint Plane, and Nirvana, the 4th realm of the Saint Plane. This time, it wasn't simply for the purpose of seeking the way at the divine palace, but also to bear testimony for their way. Therefore, there were more people from the other 2 realms. There were people in all kinds of attires, and some were even white-haired elders, who had already reached the top of Nirvana. This time, though the chances were slim, they still wanted to fight for an opportunity. As people entered into the sea one after another, Yaya looked at Yi Futian and said, "I'm going now." Yi Futian nodded gently and said, "Watch yourself." "I will." Yaya moved forward and stepped into the sea of the path. A sword appeared at her feet and suspended in the sea, replacing the sailing vessel with the sword. She moved forward, and her white garment fluttered. She appeared carefree and unfettered. After a long while, those who came as guides turned towards the depths of the sea of the path, and countless people walked deeper into the sea. "Goodbye," Yi Futian whispered. In a few more days he would meet up with Yaya. After everyone left, the seaside looked a lot empty. Although there were still many people there, it seemed to be much quieter compared to before. "Lover?" A voice was heard, and Yi Futian looked back at Little Phoenix. He said in a condescending tone, "Little kids are not to comment on adult matters." Little Phoenix blinked and asked, "Who's little?" Her face was angry. Her fiery red clothes accentuated her sexy figure perfectly. She was the equivalent to a young human woman. Indeed, she could not be said to be little in any way. However, in Yi Futian's view, her mindset was indeed that of a child, quite immature. "Little everywhere," Yi Futian retorted with contempt. A fire of anger sputtered out from Little Phoenix, and she couldn't wait to beat Yi Futian to a pulp, but it seemed that winning would not be likely in a blink of an eye. A few days later, there were once again many cultivators who came to the sea of the path, but this time, instead of going to the sea of the path, they had come to watch those who had entered the sea of the path. Above the sky, the golden divine light shone, and Gai Shur stood proudly above the void. Countless people looked up to that brilliant golden glory. Cultivators from the golden divine nation were here. There was another terrifying dark demonic will of death circling. It was Luo Yuming of the divine capital of Xiling, whose group had arrived. With sword chi whistling, the cultivators from the divine Swordly family were now here. After the arrival of the divine Swordly family, a group of cultivators with unusual temperament stepped in the void. The breath exuded from their body was unfathomable. They stood shoulder to shoulder with the Li family. The cultivators of Sky-Burying God clan were here. Afterward, the Changfeng family also arrived. The people of Taishan Mountain were there already early on. Yi Futian looked at the many figures in the void. In the distance, in the sea of the path, another small dinghy appeared, and it was the guide from Shanxia Divine Palace. They are here. Next to the sea of the path, all eyes were on the guides, as these most outstanding people selected by the upper heavens realm, who possessed the admitting quota to enter the sea of the path, and they were about to set off on their journey. To seek the way in the sea of the path was a once every 10-year event. Every 10 years, there were those who returned, having proved themselves to be renwang. Some, having overwhelmed all the others, proved themselves to be unparalleled. And then there were also geniuses who fell from the altar. It's a pity that they wouldn't be seeing any of it, and could only wait here. The sea of the path was immense and vast. If not a disciple of the Divine Palace, and there were no guides to lead the way, they would not be able to cross. It was a feat that even those of the lower Renhuang realm would be hard-pressed to achieve, never mind those who were just in St. Plain. "Let's go," said the guides. Immediately, everyone walked forward. Some transformed their will into dinghies that landed on the sea upon which they traveled. Some transformed their will into leaves upon which they sailed through the winds. Then there were also people of the divine swordly family who turned their way into sharp swords, shuttling upon the sea. "Departure," Jun Mu said in the direction of the 15 people from Taishan Mountain. Suddenly, everyone stepped into the sea. Yi Futian's will turned into a dinghy upon which he stood, and traveled along with everyone, following the guides who were in the distance. On the shore of the sea of the path, countless eyes gazed at those who were fading away in the distance. It was difficult to calm down for a long time. Some of them left, but some stayed, ready to wait here until the day they returned to see the results of this journey. In the vast sea, the cultivators of all camps appeared in different directions and darted forward. As they went deeper into the sea of the path, they all sensed that this sea of the path was a place hidden with real way, nurturing infinite will of the way. The boundless sea of the path was giving them an extremely fantastic feeling, as if the sea itself was alive. Beholding such a sight, there is an urge to sing out loud. Not far from Yi Futian, Wan Shui, riding upon the sword, was surveying at the vast sea. He felt ambition in his heart, and he looked forward to everything that was to happen, looking forward to the Divine Palace, looking forward to the many top personalities he would encounter at this moment, and in the future. Although he cultivated at Taishan Mountain, he had longed for the Divine Palace for many years, and now he finally had the chance. Yi Futian smiled slightly when he heard Wan Shui. Presumably, everyone on this trip felt tremendous pridefulness in their hearts. As a top character, it was natural to want to witness all the extraordinary figures of the world. Read more chapter on Novelful. This time, it proved that they all came together, and they were called by the Divine Palace, which added more excitement to the whole affair. "With this scenery and at this moment, won't junior sister Jean play something for us?" some cultivators from Taishan Mountain said with a smile. Li Jin was a Guqin master in Guqin Valley, and her talent in music was extraordinary. The mood expressed by her playing was very powerful. At this moment, if it was accompanied by music, it would be a tremendous pleasure. "I must respectfully decline," Li Jin responded calmly. She turned her gaze to look at Yi Futian, saying, "Xinjing has been staying in the String Pavilion for a while, comprehending the music left by String Emperor. He has reviewed many of the scores, so he must have learned quite a lot of pieces that would fit the mood right this moment." "That's true. Brother Xinjing has been at Taishan Mountain for some time, cultivating in String Pavilion. Yet we have never heard Brother Xinjing play," Qinyu, a disciple of Guqin Valley, said while laughing heartily. The reason why he wanted to invite Yi Futian to play was not malicious in intent, but Yi Futian entering the String Pavilion had attracted their attention, and they had deliberately paid a visit to the String Pavilion. Now Yi Futian had obtained one of the 2 places left by Lord Taishan. They were curious about Yi Futian and wanted to see how accomplished he was in music. Yi Futian smiled when he heard Qinyu. He nodded, saying, "Very well, but my musical attainments are limited, so I won't be playing any pieces of the String Emperor. However, I will play something that I wrote before." "That works." Qinyu nodded with a smile. Yi Futian did not disappoint this time. The way of the wind wrapped around the dinghy, moving it forward. Futian sat cross-legged, and a Guqin appeared in front of the dinghy. Futian placed both hands on the strings and began to pluck the strings. The sound of the Guqin was quiet, peaceful, and very pleasant. It could easily lure the listeners into that mood, like the peaceful life of an ordinary young man, sunny and simple. Li Jin and Qin Yu listened carefully, as they were both well acquainted with the art of Guqin. Futian's music was very pure. From the standpoint of Guqin, it had a very solid foundation. He had immersed his entire being into the music. The waves from the sea of the path were lighting, splashing him. They seemed to also caress the strings, muffling but powerful, and actually integrated into the mood of the music. The gradual change in the sound of the music seemed to make the listeners feel the waves of life. The mood was no longer one of ordinary routine but moved forward in adversity. The sound of Guqin is perfectly integrated into the natural mood. Luo Yu listened quietly. Once she had heard Futian playing in Taishan restaurant. Now, listening to it again, it was a different kind of feeling. Futian's music was very pure. There was no trace of fault. A dinghy shot forward and shuttled in the sea of the path. He bowed his head, stroking the strings. The sound of Guqin gradually became higher. As its clear sounds sailed across the waves, reaching the sky, it caused the listeners to involuntarily feel a sense of pride as if they were riding the wind and waves. "Excellent playing," Wan Shui praised. This piece of music seemed to fit his heart. And not only him, but many seemed to have been immersed in the sound of the Guqin, listening quietly. The sound of music was not becoming louder and louder, breaking the giant waves, hitting the 9 heavens. The sound of music filled the vast sea of the path as Futian was completely immersed in his performance. Those who were around, listening to the music, also seemed to be immersed within it. A smile appeared on Wan Shui's face. He said, "This is how a real man should be, filled with great enthusiasm and confidence. One man, one sword. Whoever asks must first try the sharp point of his sword, and one sword ought to be enough to break all obstacles." He looked at Futian and marveled. Xinjing, when cultivating on Taishan Mountain, was humble and low-key. He was extremely restrained, but it was unexpected that he could perform such ambitious music. It was said that the sound of music reflected the human heart. The music played by Futian reflected his state of mind. So, what kind of state was he in at this moment? Was this the real him? Wan Shui smiled. Low-key and restrained, humble, and eager to learn. This was the Xinjing who cultivated on Taishan Mountain. Today, in the Sea of the Path, there was a great sense of pride in the music, which had broken through the 9 heavens. For all those talents in the world, no matter who was in front of them, they would move forward without a second thought. Were the Xinjing on Taishan Mountain and outside Taishan Mountain different? He was rather looking forward to it. Li Jin and Qin Yu were also slightly moved. When the music stopped, their moods were also quite affected by the sound of the Guqin. Li Jin praised and said, "I understand now why Miss Four sent you to Taishan Mountain. Perhaps Miss Four had sensed Futian's extraordinary talent in the arts of music." Futian merely smiled. Li Jin looked at him in earnest and said, "You have the string pavilion as a companion. You should work harder and not waste your talents." "Thank you," Futian responded with a smile to Li Jin. In the void not far behind them, a sarcastic voice was heard. "I didn't expect that they admitted those who were just unblemished realm. No matter how ambitious the music is, in the face of power, everything is just fluff." The speaker was Luo Yuming. They had been following not far behind the people from Taishan Mountain. On this journey to the Sea of the Path, they would probably do something to the people of Taishan Mountain. Now that everyone was still following the guides forward, so they had no plans to make their move yet. The people of Taishan Mountain all displayed a look of displeasure, but they didn't say much. They had already resolved to take caution in their hearts, but Futian didn't seem to have heard what he said, nor did he look in Luo Yoming's direction. Everyone was shuttling forward. After a long time, they had gone deep into the Sea of the Path, and a giant wave roared in front of them. A behemoth appeared in the waves, and it was a divine turtle that had obtained the way. His torso was immense, almost palace-like. He regarded everyone with his giant eyes. Turtle Emperor. Many people were slightly shocked. Even the guides were bowing in salute. You may go, the divine turtle said to the guides. Suddenly, the guides nodded and left via air. The divine turtle looked at everyone and said, "Follow me." As he finished speaking, he turned around and plunged his huge body into the water. He continued to move forward in the sea of the path. The crowd followed close behind. Not long after, they saw the divine turtle hitting forward as if to break something. Seawater now fell from the sky. When everyone passed through a slew of giant waves, though they were still in the sea of the path, many felt that they seemed to have entered another space within the sea of the path. The forward movement of the divine turtle had slowed. As they continued to move forward, in the sea of the path, they saw a mountain peak that was inserted into the sea of the path. It rose high into the sky. Mountain of the sea. Many people were a little amazed. But when they went forward, sometimes there would be a mountain peak that came into their view. It was strangely shaped, and the will of the great path was incredibly rich and concentrated here. Finally, they saw a fantastic landscape. In a space from quite a distance in front of them, there seemed to be a mirage of Fey Palace sitting on an ancient peak, surrounded by mountains with what seemed to be countless strange-looking peaks. Not only that, but with a closer look into the distance, one was able to discern that in this space between heaven and earth, there were already many people waiting. It was as if they had come earlier and had been waiting for a long time. "We are here," everyone said in their hearts. This should be the end of their journey. The body of the divine turtle floated to the top of the water, and a sound came out of his mouth. Its powerful vibration seemed to be heard by everyone in this area. Up there is the end of the sea of the path. At the end of the sea of the path, there is a road to the great path. The voice came from the mouth of the divine turtle. He said, "Go." When his voice fell, everyone broke through the air at the same time with incredible speed. The swordsmen of the divine swordly family traversed the void with their swords. Not to be outdone, the cultivators from the sky-burying god clan and the people of the Cha Fong family traveled by wind. The cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation flashed the Golden Divine Light, and wherever the Golden Divine Light passed, it was blinding to those who were present. "Let's go," Junmu said. The people of Taishan Mountain also galloped out, and each moved forward. Futian drove the flat boat forward with flying speed. At the end of the sea of the path ought to be the so-called the land of proving the way. Shadows of figures shuttled between the mountains of the way, moving in the same direction. There seemed to be a mountain range connected together, forming a mountainous island in the sea of the path. That ethereal Fate Palace seemed to be standing on top of the mountain peak. There seemed to be the destination that was pursued by everyone. Everyone's speed was incredibly fast. Futian and his group shuttled through the sky. Above the void, demonic magic came in waves, and Luo Yuming, who had been following them closely before, glanced beneath him. His body was surrounded by a demonic will of death, shrouding the sky while countless death currents turned into death spears. Luo Yoming's finger pointed downward, and instantly, many death spears traversed the void, slaughtering toward the disciples of Taishan Mountain. They were extremely savage and decisive. It seemed that the progeny of old demon Luo from the divine capital of Xiling had inherited his overbearing characteristics. Wan Shuyi looked up in the sky as the sword will above his head screamed. His finger pointed at the void, and countless sharp swords broke through the air, cleaving through the sky. They collided with the death spears. At the same time, other cultivators of Taishan Mountain made their strikes one after another, defeating the attack. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. They weren't expecting that Luo Yuming would move against them. Luo Yuming stepped into the void, and the great path boomed. Demonic death will roared wildly in the void, and it was not just him. Behind Luo Yuming, 10 other demonic cultivators of the Nirvana realms simultaneously released Will of the Way. The demon might above the sky grew stronger until it enveloped the heavens. Boom! A huge visage appeared above the sea of the path, like the face of the true god of death. This dark face shot out rays of darkness that directly penetrated everyone's eyes, so that all the disciples of Taishan Mountain had the will of death in their eyes. This death will directly invaded their bodies and turned into death currents that drilled them deeply. At the same time, the booming sounds came out, and giant spears of infinite darkness condensed to manifest like a sharp mountain of death. They slammed down at those who were from Taishan Mountain. "Watch out," Junmu said. His body rocketed toward the sky. He drove his blasts at one of the death mountains. All 15 cultivators of Taishan Mountain spread out, each facing the battle to destroy the death mountain. However, they were separated by distance, so they were far from one another. "Take care of Xinjing and the others," Wan Shui shouted as he elevated into the air to split open the death mountain. Xinjing and Little Phoenix were weaker. If they were separated, he was afraid they might not be able to withstand such an attack. "You two, get close to me. Xinjing, accompany my Guqin. Feng Yan, come to me," Li Jin called out. The Guqin spirit appeared in front of her, and her fingers were ready to pluck the strings. However, at this moment, the sound of Guqin was already heard, and a loud chime of phoenix rang throughout the void, high-pitched and melodious. Read more chapter on Novelful. Although Li Jin was a little jealous of Yi Futian's cultivation at the String Pavilion, her nature was extraordinary, after all, and she did not take it too seriously. Now that all the disciples from Taishan Mountain were under the same attack, they ought to unite as one. Thus, she allowed for Xinjing and Feng Yan to get close to her. However, Li Jin did not expect that before she even started playing, the music she had wanted to perform was already ringing in her ears. Glorious divine light shone, and Yi Futian seemed to bath in its divine beauty, as the illusion of the phoenix appeared and surrounded him, turning it into a wondrous sight. The body of the little phoenix swayed upward. Making a clear sound of phoenix chiming, it integrated into one with the Guqin with powerful penetrating power, as if to resonate with Yi Futian's music. Flight of the Phoenix Pair, Li Jin thought. It was an incredibly pure rendition of Flight of the Phoenix Pair. Each note seemed as if it were sung by the phoenix, and with every beat, a phoenix was born again from the ashes. Rays of radiant divine light rushed into Feng Yan's body, and the mood relayed by the Guqin completely fell on her body. The glory of divine light was extremely dazzling, and when both of her wings opened, the sky and the sun were shielded. A breath of divine fire appeared from her mouth, which completely dispersed and burned up the infinite death currents in the sky. "We came today to seek the way. Don't waste time on them," Yi Futian said. Though they were in mid-battle, their forward momentum had not been stopped. They were still maintaining an incredible speed, though they were still lagging behind the others. After several consecutive attacks failed, Luo Yoming's eyes were cold and hard. He continued moving forward without being too obsessed with the fighting. After all, they also knew the main purpose of this visit, thanks to Yi Futian's reminder. The demonic cultivators in the void and the people of Taishan Mountain below moved forward in tandem. The breaths from their bodies roared as if they could erupt into great battle at any moment. But Li Jin and Qinyu were not feeling serene. Yi Futian had always appeared extremely modest. However, the music that he played at that moment had given birth to an unnatural vision. The music of Flight of the Phoenix Pair penetrated the void, which even Li Jin could not accomplish. Obviously, Yi Futian had not wasted his time at the String Pavilion. He had practiced hard in the art of the Guqin, and had learned the famous Flight of the Phoenix Pair in its entirety. It seemed that they had ignored the modest Xinjing. "Not bad. Perfect concealment that you have accomplished this famous piece. No wonder Uncle Lan gave this spot to you." Wan Shui, riding the sword in the air, laughed heartily at Yi Futian. Now, even he had come to realize that Yi Futian was not ordinary. This Flight of the Phoenix Pair still amazed him. In this way, he and Feng Yan cooperated with one another. Thus, they were able to protect themselves. Passing through all those mountains of the way, some had already stepped onto the giant island in the sea. Some stopped momentarily while some continued to move forward. Except for those top characters who had been given a spot, Yi Futian also saw a group of people climbing the mountain. They were surely the disciples who were selected to cultivate in the divine palace this time. Yi Futian leaped and landed on the mountain of the way. A thick will of the way rushed to him as if this mountain range was a very pure mountain of the great path, containing the infinite will of the great path. After descending on the mountain of the way, the group moved forward like lightning. Little Phoenix's eyes were full of excitement, staring at a lonely peak in the distance. There seemed to be a divine tree of flames, with flame-colored fruits growing on it. An extremely rich will of the flaming great path was released from it, rendering the whole mountain peak red as the flames. Its temperature was extremely high. Fruits of the way, Yi Futian whispered. He had done some research before coming here. It was rumored that the fairy mountain where the divine palace was located was a land of treasure, nurtured by the great path of heaven and earth. It was able to produce magical objects, such as the fruits of the way. Little Phoenix rushed over there, Yi Futian following close behind. Some people were in the same direction as they were, but there were others heading toward other places. There was more than one place on this mountain that nurtured fruits of the way. Watch yourselves, Wan Shuyi shouted at Yi Futian and Little Phoenix, reminding them. He and Luoyu were going in the other direction, clearly with different targets. Soon Yi Futian came to the mountain. He saw that the surrounding space was filled with an extremely hot airflow, which seemed to be able to incinerate all things. The flame-colored mountain peak transmitted an unusually high temperature. The sap of the path tree was like magma. Boom! The will of flame erupted, and Little Phoenix rushed directly inside. Her body was bathed in the glory of the divine flames. Yi Futian was the same. With flames burning on his body, he rushed inside as well. His body was still swallowing and absorbing will of the flames. But at this moment, a powerful pressure of the great path came down, and a giant flaming palm print appeared on the sky, slamming down through the air. The dazzling flaming palm print could incinerate everything. It aimed toward Yi Futian and Little Phoenix. This was the land of proving the way of the divine palace, but it was also a place of controversy. Where there were opportunities, competitions would ensue. The greater the opportunity, the stronger the competition. Buzz! Yi Futian's body turned into a flash of lightning, the sword light appeared, and a sliver of the sky appeared in the heaves. The sky had been cleaved. With a popping sound, the giant fiery palm of flame was directly split in two, from the middle. Yi Futian stood in front of Little Phoenix, and looked up to the place not far ahead. A red-haired old man bathed in fire with aggressive eyes, staring at him and Feng Yan. Little Phoenix's eyes were full of flames as she stared at the old man. A slight disagreement, and he made a killer move. This old man was seriously savage. However, the old man smiled and appeared extremely friendly, completely without the nastiness that he displayed just moments ago when he went for the kill. Young friend, your swordsmanship is quite good. There are 3 fruits of the way on this tree, and here we are, exactly 3. How about 1 each? The old man said with a smile. He had fought his way from the crowd this time and took the identity of an ordinary disciple, hence the opportunity to come here. It was an opportunity to test himself. Great! Yi Futian nodded with a smile, readily agreeing. If so, you 2 little friends can pick first. The old man's smile was still kind and friendly. He let Yi Futian and his people choose first. Little Phoenix, you choose, Yi Futian said. Little Phoenix nodded, and her figure flickered toward the ancient tree of the great path ahead. Yi Futian looked at the old man with a smile. While Little Phoenix was getting closer to the path tree, Yi Futian was still staring at him. The old man's expression didn't waver, but the surrounding atmosphere seemed to have fluctuated faintly. Boom! A surge of dark red flame erupted instantly. It gave out a great sense of danger, and the old man instantly launched his attack on Little Phoenix. However, at this moment, he felt the resistance of the great path of space, and then Yi Futian moved, traveling through the void. The old man suddenly turned around and raised his hands to blast toward Yi Futian. The giant dark red palms were like grinding discs that were directly locked onto Yi Futian's body. It was extremely accurate, as it was right where Yi Futian reappeared as he emerged from the void. Buzz! Yi Futian, using a finger as a sword, struck out and created a terrible vortex of swordsmanship in front of him, cutting through the void. Instantly, the terrible palm print was shattered into nothingness. Futian's finger continued forward as the old man's expression turned to one of alert, and he attempted to retreat. But Futian was moving fast and arrived in an instant. The sword finger penetrated the old man's entire body with the air of the swordsmanship. He looked down at his own body as his eyes were filled with fear. How ruthless! The old man viciously looked toward Futian, and with a popping sound, his body was pulverized into nothing while sword will was still raging. Little Phoenix picked the fruits of the way and handed 2 fruits to Futian, saying, "This phoenix will reward you 2 fruits." But her eyes were fixed on the fruits. She seemed a little peckish. Futian smiled and took only one, telling her, "As your elder, I have to take care of the kids." Little Phoenix stared firmly at Futian. Even when she realized how powerful he was, she still did not bother to be polite to him. She tossed 2 fruits of the way into her mouth. In a flash, flame light was burning all over her body, like she was a goddess of fire. A burst of terrifying divine firelight filled the air. Little Phoenix stretched out as if she was enjoying the sensation. "Is it really so magical?" As Futian watched her response, he threw a piece of fruit of the way into his mouth as well. In an instant, he could feel the blood boiling in his veins as they burned. His body involuntarily resonated with the worldly great path of flames. Endless flame will flow through him. His veins seemed to turn into flowing magma, burning eternally. His organs were wrapped in flames, and even his bones were branded with the mark of fire. This reaction continued for a while before it ended. The disturbances with him disappeared, and fire of the great path shot out of his eyes. "Divine fruit!" gasped Futian. He looked at the divine tree of flames. What kind of place was this? "My father said that the fruit in this place was grown directly from the great path once every 10 years. People who have cultivated up to the peak of the nirvana level can use the fruit to attune themselves to the rotation of the great path, create their bones and blood out of the great path, and form a body of the great path. A Renhuang's body and soul are always in accord. Once you have created a divine wheel of the great path, you will truly become a Renhuang," said Little Phoenix. "Your father has taught you much," said Futian with a smile. They walked forward as they talked, both of their figures flashing as they did so. He was already an unblemished saint, and was only 1 level away from reaching nirvana. He naturally wished to understand the Renhuang plane. That was another level. Countless saint-level heroes wanted to reach that plane, but it was extremely hard. One needed to forge a Renhuang body, realize a Renhuang soul, and finally meld the 2 together, forming a divine wheel of the great path. The divine wheel would turn in accord with the river of the great path as it flowed through heaven and earth. It would shine with the sun and the moon, and live as long as the world. As long as you were not killed, you would never die. He understood how the master had been reborn back at the Dali dynasty, and how he had stood back up after he had broken through to the next level. He had recognized his Renhuang soul, so although his physical body had been so heavily damaged that it could not recover, his soul already had touched the Renhuang plane, and afterward, it had reshaped his flesh. Finally, in the celestial gate of vast heaven in the heavenly mandate realm, he had forged a divine wheel of the great path and entered the Renhuang realm. And this fruit seemed to be able to give people a chance to forge a Renhuang body, thereby lessening the difficulty of proving oneself. Thus, countless people wanted to come here, as it was a step on the road to becoming a Renhuang. After eating the fruit, Futian suddenly felt a little bit greedy. Although he had not yet reached nirvana, even at the unblemished saint level, he could establish a foundation for what would come after. After the fruit had been digested, he could already feel real changes happening. Perhaps this would help him reach nirvana ahead of schedule. Read more chapter on Novelful. Moreover, even if he did not need it, Yaya did. At that moment, the sound of fighting broke out in many places. The mountain range was vast, and he could faintly see other divine trees. Quickly! Phoenix also seemed to be excited by the hint of sweetness that she had tasted and rushed off in a certain direction. There was a trembling golden tree on the mountainside. Every leaf seemed to have been forged of pure gold. They emitted a clear sound every time they shook. Even the ground around the tree was golden. There were 4 cultivators fighting wildly off to one side. Whoosh! At that moment, they all felt something, and they suddenly turned their gazes. They saw the figure of a sword piercing through the sky. It cut down one of the pieces of fruit, then continued, forming a magnificent arc. It cut down 2 more pieces of fruit. All of the fruit fell upon the sword. Space will envelop it. The sword turned back as if it knew what would happen if it lingered. The 4 cultivators' expressions changed, and they stopped fighting. Someone had actually taken the opportunity presented by them fighting to seize some of the fruit. That was simply outrageous. One of them lashed out with a giant golden palm print that covered the sky. However, the sword was incredibly quick. It pierced through the air, and at the moment that the palm print came down, it crossed through space, making the palm print fall upon only empty air. The 4 cultivators stepped forward and saw that the sword had returned to the hands of a youth wearing white robes. What was more outrageous was that the white-robed youth had opened his mouth wide and swallowed each piece of fruit one after another. What? Little Phoenix stood to his side, watching him. Was his mouth really that big? Could he eat an entire piece of fruit in one bite? A crisp, crunching sound rang out as Futian chewed the fruit. It was incredibly tough. His teeth grounded up, and once the fruit went into him, his body shone with brilliant golden divine light. It was like he had transformed into a golden body of the great path. The 4 cultivators watched him in shock, staring at him fixedly. Burp! Futian belched, and flames rose up in the 4 pairs of eyes that were watching him. Their murderous intent swept out through the air. I've eaten this fruit. There is more right in front of you. You take this opportunity to grab what is left, said Futian as he gazed at them from across the distance. Shameless, incredibly shameless. Beside him, Little Phoenix blushed so red that the heat from her face could have boiled water. It was fine that he had plundered the fruit, but to eat it all right there made her ashamed to be seen with him. Do you have a death wish? One of the cultivators asked coldly. A golden halberd pierced through the air towards Futian. Terrible golden beams of light shot out in all directions, causing a terrible shrieking sound to ring out. They knew that they should be using this time to pick more fruit, but they could not stomach his insolence. Futian's body turned golden and indestructible. A golden river seemed to flow through him. Even his world tree life spirit turned into a golden divine tree that flickered with golden light. He brought his hands together, and a golden palm print appeared in the sky. The fist clenched, and it smashed down into the oncoming golden halberd. The golden palm print was destroyed, but the golden halberd shattered inch by inch as well. If you keep wasting time, you will end up with nothing, said Futian innocently. Their faces all darkened. This man was actually quite strong. He was able to withstand a Nirvana-level cultivator's attacks. Let's go. We'll come back and get him later, said one of them. Fine, why don't we temporarily make an alliance? Said another one of them. The 4 of them turned away, still talking among themselves. The 4 people who had just been fighting over a piece of fruit had instantly turned into allies. This. Amazing, thought Futian. At that moment, Little Phoenix was amazed by how thick he was. Is it good? Little Phoenix stared at him angrily. He had not even left one piece for her. That was too much. You have cultivated flames. What are you looking at? Said Futian disdainfully. Other than making him feel a little full, the fruit did indeed make him feel good. Not long before, he seemed to have forged veins of divine fire within his body, which had then turned golden. Shameless, said Little Phoenix contemptuously. Let's go. Futian flashed up into the sky. He was prepared to plunder some more. In addition to the people who were allowed to be here due to the quota, there were also some ordinary disciples in the palace. They had probably wanted to give them a chance, but most of these disciples were of no real account, and many of them would probably fall here. However, this was their own choice. The road to proving one's worthiness was difficult. The fruit only bloomed once every 10 years, and there were not many of them. It was impossible to divide it all up among them. Even the disciples of this palace had to fight for the right to divide the fruit up among themselves. Many disciples came here to fight for the fruit, and they would have to compete with the top figures of the higher heavens realm, who were part of the quota. Futian was not the only one plundering fruit. There were some other powerful figures doing the same thing. For example, when some of those top forces who had been part of the quota walked together, the ordinary disciples of the divine palace had to join together to even have a hope of beating them. Moreover, there were some incredibly powerful beings here. For example, Guy Shur was leading the group of cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation. He was holding a divine golden spear that was casting rays of divine light. When he saw someone ahead of him plundering the fruit, he stepped forward through the air and called out, "Leave the fruit there!" As he said this, he thrust his golden spear through the air. As it fell, golden light pierced the sky. The person below him who had taken the fruit tried to block it, but the brilliant golden light was too overpowering. It shattered his defenses and pierced into his body, pinning him to the ground. The other cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation seized the fruit, even stealing the piece that the man had held in his hand. The people of the Divine Swordly family were also incredibly overpowering. They rode a sword through the air, moving at their fastest speed in order to seize as much of the fruit as they could. In addition, the cultivators of the Sky-Burying God clan were there. They could summon starry steels to crush everything beneath them, which made them very powerful. And either intentionally or unintentionally, the cultivators of the Divine Swordly family and the Sky-Burying God clan were advancing in different directions and clashing with each other. One of the cultivators of the Divine Swordly family looked off into the distance. "The fruit of that tree is shaped like swords." He suddenly moved very quickly, turning into a sword and rushing over to it. At the same time, Wan Shui, Luoyu, and the others saw it as well. They moved as quickly as lightning, turning into swords and racing over towards the tree. An inexhaustible flow of sword will appeared around the tree, wrapping around it. It wrapped around the fruit itself very thickly, giving it the shape of a sword. Humph! Divine sword light shone from high above as many swords descended from the sky, cutting towards Wan Shui and Luoyu. "Forgive us for crushing your swords beneath our feet," came Li Sun's voice. They were the ones who had sent the swords to crush the people of Taishian Mountain. Many people were saying that Lord Taishian was the most powerful figure in the higher heavens realm now. "Destroy those swords, and be careful." Wan Shui's sword chi surged as he slashed with his sword, forming a line through the sky. His sword collided with the oncoming swords, and in a flash, the crashing sword will seemed like it would split the very air itself. An astonishing air flow was left behind where the sword had passed. The cultivator from the Divine Swordly family waved his hand, and suddenly, countless swords cut at Wan Shui. Each sword arrived in an instant, seeking to bury Wan Shui within them. The intensely powerful flow of sword chi in this area naturally attracted the attention of many people. Futian looked over there from across the distance. There was a clash of swords going on there. If the fruit there had anything to do with swords, he needed to have it. In front of the ancient tree of swordsmanship, Li Sun thrust his sword through the air. He formed countless afterimages as he moved, and more swords appeared in an instant until Wan Shui was enveloped in sword chi. Wan Shui activated his sword spirit, which shrieked as the sword billowed out into the sky. He placed one finger upon his sword and drew the blade across it. Blood flowed out of his finger, and was absorbed into the sword. Warrior spirit! Wan Shui's hair flew in the wind as the sword chi within his sword spirit grew stronger. Countless sharp swords whistled through the sky, turning into a terrifying vortex of swords that cut through all the afterimages around him. There were endless, cracking sounds as the afterimages were destroyed one after another. The remaining images returned to Li Sun, and he appeared in the air above Wan Shui. He was holding a sword as well. He looked down and said quietly, "Eternal." As he said this, the sword will around Wan Shui materialized into actual divine swords. Each of these swords was shining with brilliant light. The Divinely family's instant swords and eternal swords were in perfect harmony. A terrifying sword seal appeared on Li Sun's brow. He gripped his sword with both hands, and an incomparably brilliant beam of divine sword light pierced through the air. It fell from the sky, making all the other swords resonate with it as it shot down towards Wan Shui. The sword had not even come into its full power yet, and just its sword will was enough to place a suffocating pressure on the space below it. The sword's spirits in front of Wan Shui shrieked. He looked up into the sky, his hair dancing wildly in the wind. Up there in the air, Li Sun looked like the descendant of a sword god. This was the sword of the divine swordly family. They had always considered themselves to be the best swordsmen in the higher heavens realm. There was no one who could compare to them. Whoosh! Terrible divine sword light blew all around Wan Shui. His blood flowed from his body into his sword. It was as if his internal aura was pouring into the sword. He grew weaker and weaker, but his mind was seeking the path, and he was deep in thought. He had wanted to find an opportunity to prove his worthiness. Now the sword-shaped fruit was right in front of him. If he could not win this battle, how could he speak of proving his worthiness? The sword spirits above him trembled violently. A series of destructive sword-cut marks appeared, sweeping up into the sky and trying to destroy the sword prison that his opponent had set up. The swords around Wan Shui all broke, cut in half by his sword's spirits. Li Sun's gaze grew sharp. He looked down at Wan Shui and said, "Your fleeting divine sword technique is incredible. Unfortunately, your swordsmanship level is not high enough." As he said this, divine radiance bloomed from him. His body transformed into a divine body of swordsmanship. The terrifying sword will in the sky transformed into a single falling sky sword. All of the sword will in the area flowed wildly into this sword. All of the other swords shrieked as they resonated with it. Even the swords that the other cultivators of the Li family were holding resonated. The falling sky sword was like a king among swords. All other swords were its subjects. "A divine sword apocalypse," said everyone as they looked up into the sky. The other cultivators that had resisted the Li family, Luo Yu and the disciples of Taishan Mountain, stared up at the sword. The top sword technique of the divine swordly family was truly apocalyptic. When the sword came out, all other techniques were destroyed, the air itself was split, and everything turned to dust. At that moment, the clouds fled as the sword she crossed through the sky. It was as if the only thing in the world was that sword. Its sword will grew stronger and stronger. Down below, Wan Shui could feel an immense amount of pressure. The flow of sword chi around him was distorted by it, and his own swords were shattered. Sword cuts appeared in his robes, and blood began to pour out of them. "Give up, Wan Shui!" Jun Mu called out to him. Wan Shui could not last long under this sword. If he continued to persist, he would very likely be destroyed. The divine swordly family was so strong, and they had their hearts set on the sword-shaped fruit. If anyone else wanted it, they would have to fight them for it. Given Li Sun's skill at swordsmanship, it would be difficult for anyone else to defeat the divine swordly family. And Wan Shui did not even need the sword-shaped fruit. It was not worth this fight. But Wan Shui still held his sword and did not give up. There was a fierce determination in his eyes. He could accept being defeated in battle, but to put down his sword and hang his head in submission was not something he could accept. At that moment, there was the faint sound of music, which made a look of surprise come over the faces of everyone on the battlefield. There were two figures floating there. One of them was wearing white robes, and he descended in front of Wan Shui. He was holding a guqin in his hands and playing a song. In a flash, countless notes erupted, full of harsh will. They seemed to be perfectly in accord with the mood on the battlefield. Jun Mu frowned. It was Shenjing. What was he trying to do? As the notes erupted, strange illusions appeared everywhere. The wind and the clouds surged, and sword will flowed into the sky. The notes seemed to flow into Wan Shui's mind, from which they entered into his sword. Worldly judgment! Li Jin and Qin Yu, the disciples of Guqing Valley, looked shocked. Strange illusions were appearing in the sky, and the great path was flowing backward. This was one of the famous songs, Worldly Judgment. Flight of the Phoenix Pair was not the only one of the 6 famous songs of String Palace that Futian had learned. He had also learned worldly judgment as well. Such skill, thinking of how he had once given pointers to Futian, and told him to study hard in String Palace, Li Jin felt embarrassed. Apparently, Xinjing's musical skill was far greater than she had thought. Even she was not as good as him. He had learned 2 of the 6 famous songs, Flight of the Phoenix Pair and Worldly Judgment. That being said, Uncle Lon must have included Futian in the quota on purpose so that he could support them with his Guqin music, and make them stronger. But they had thought it was just to let Fourth Miss save some face. The Guqin music seemed to accord with Wan Shuyi's swordsmanship perfectly. Wan Shuyi seemed to feel the sword will around him getting stronger, and countless images of swordsmen floated in his mind. His sword clattered as the sword light that was spilling out of his sword's spirits made the will of the great path surge all around him. Why can I sense a bit of the Song of the Lost Divine? Could it be that the rumors are true? Worldly judgment itself evolved from the Song of the Lost Divine? Said Li Jin. She still remembered when she had heard her master playing the Song of the Lost Divine. It was imprinted on her memory. Not only that, but it seems to be perfectly matching the sword will. She felt like she was in a dream. A look of shock also came into Luo Yue's pretty eyes. The Guqin and the sword were in tandem and produced a certain resonance. She remembered that her father had once said that Lord Taixian had been able to rapidly advance to the next level because he obtained the Song of the Lost Divine. His understanding had increased, and he had integrated the song into his other abilities. For example, when he had integrated it into his swordsmanship, he had created the shocking sword matrix known as the Fleeting Divine Sword. At that time, she had doubted that a song could really be so magical. But now that she saw the Guqin music and the swordsmanship working in tandem and resonating together, she realized that she had been wrong. The Great Path was connected to everything, and extremely powerful cultivation methods, even musical ones, could reach it. Up in the sky, the thousands of swords moved as one, merging into a single sword. Li Sun seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He pointed at the sword and yelled, "Fall!" When he said this, the sword fell from the sky, smashing everything beneath it. Sword marks appeared all around as everything was destroyed. Wan Shuyi watched the sword fall. An incomparably brilliant sword light shone from his eyes. He moved his hand, and his sword shot out. The Fleeting Divine Sword cut out once again. At that moment, the sword arced across the sky like a rainbow. The sword that his opponent had sent against him could not withstand the current of sword will and began to move backward. The terrifying Fleeting Divine Sword raged between heaven and earth, destroying everything. The 2 swords collided. Divine sword light bloomed, and everything around them was turned into dust that flew in all directions. The wave of chi that this kicked up made everybody raise their hands to block it. The Guqin still played, the music growing wilder and wilder. The terrible rhythmic sorcery was powerful enough to change the very positions of the stars. Wan Shuyi himself seemed to be immersed within that will. His sword was in accord with the Guqin music, and after the destruction caused by the first collision, he struck out again. This Guqin music! Everyone was watching Futian. The music caused substantial changes to occur in Wan Shuyi's sword. One of the cultivators of the divine swordly family was staring at Futian. He waved his hand, and a line of divine swords appeared in the sky. They shot through the air as one, heading straight for Futian. Luo Yu was standing in front of Futian. She calmed her mind and could feel the Guqin music working in tandem with her sword. She thrust it out, forming a terrible storm that destroyed all the swords rushing towards her. At that moment, Wan Shuyi rose up. He waved his sword many times, making clouds flow around it like water as it cut through the air. Crack! An ear-splitting noise rang out as Li Sun's sword was shattered. His sleeves were torn by sword chi, and scratches appeared on his arms. Blood stained his robe, and terrible sword will raged within his body. He looked at Wan Shuyi, and then at Futian up in the air. The Guqin music had melded with the sword. Could it really have transformed so much? Previously, Wan Shuyi had been no match for him at all. Wan Shuyi did not continue his attack. He looked up at Li Sun. Li Sun looked back at him and said, Lord Taixian is truly impressive in that he has been able to simultaneously cultivate swordsmanship and music and meld them together perfectly. I have been defeated by you too, so the fruit is yours." On saying this, he left with the rest of the cultivators of the divine swordly family. His defeat was different than Wan Shui's. He had lost to two people working together, and so this was not a loss of face for the divine swordly family. Before, he had been absolutely crushing Wan Shui. As he watched Li Sun leave, Wan Shui felt conflicted. In reality, he had lost. But he never would have imagined that this music could be so marvelous, and work together with his swordsmanship so well. He looked back at Futian with a smile. He had already sensed that this Xinjing was special, but he was still shocked. The fruit. Little Phoenix flashed over towards the fruit but found a burst of invisible sword will blocking her way. It was the sword will that was emitting from the tree. A figure appeared before Little Phoenix and looked at everyone. "There are 5 pieces of fruit. How will you divide them?" There were 15 people there from Taixian Mountain. Little Phoenix looked at him. "Divide them? Those 2 were the ones who won this fruit. It should go to them." If they were going to be shared, then Wan Shui and Futian would be the ones to share them. Jun Mu raised his eyebrows. This fruit could be used to prove one's worthiness. Even if it was not useful for you specifically, you could trade it with someone for their fruit. It was extremely precious. And they had all fought for it. How could they give it up? Wan Shui and Xinjing defeated Li Sun, but the rest of us blocked the other cultivators of the divine swordly family. Otherwise, Wan Shui would have been defeated earlier. Wan Shui and Xinjing should each get 1 piece, and we will guard the other 3 for the time being. We can divide them up when this is all over," said Jun Mu. If Futian had not reversed the situation, he would not have been able to get even a single piece of fruit. Futian stared at Jun Mu. He and Wan Shui would each get 1 piece of fruit, and Jun Mu would watch over the other 3 pieces. It seemed that Jun Mu was leaning on his position as a disciple of Taixian Mountain. He was indeed at the head of the other disciples of Taixian Mountain. He wanted to divide the fruit up according to his own desires and even take a piece for himself. However, when one had cultivated up to their level, there were countless other people in the higher heavens realm who were fighting for this very chance that they had now. They wanted to break out from the crowd of ordinary disciples and have a chance to take part in this event. They would face a lot of challenges just to have this opportunity. Even though they had such a slim chance, countless people still came here. This showed just how much the people of the higher heavens realm valued the fruit. Was Jun Mu worthy of taking charge of and dividing up something so precious? However, perhaps it was the very preciousness of the fruit that had conjured feelings of greed within him. What did friendship between fellow disciples even count for anyway? Moreover, Jun Mu had never looked favorably upon Futian ever since the day that he had come to the mountain, probably because of the relationship with his master. "Why would you be the one to guard them?" Little Phoenix stared at Jun Mu in surprise. "Before Xinjing got here, you had already counseled Wan Shui to give up the fight. That is equivalent to giving up your right to the fruit. Then Xinjing came and strengthened Wan Shui's swordsmanship. This is why they are able to have the fruit in the first place. Now you want to seize the fruits of their labors? Feng Yan, our master has given you a place on this quota, so your conduct will reflect upon the 2 demon emperors. Taixian Mountain has been so good to you, and yet you still plot against them? You should know your place," said Jun Mu coldly. As he spoke, he was already walking towards the tree. He was going to pick the fruit. Whoosh! A beam of sword she whistled down from the sky, shooting straight towards the tree. Jun Mu frowned as he reached up to slap it away, destroying it. He looked back at the one who had done this. It was Wan Shui. "What is the meaning of this, Brother Wan? Do you think that you should be the only one to have the fruit?" Jun Mu's face turned ugly. Although there were many pieces of the precious fruit, they were difficult to obtain. The most powerful people had already fought their way through and seized many of them, and many other cultivators had seized more of them. It would be very difficult for the 15 cultivators from Taixian Mountain to get 15 pieces of the fruit. given that Taishan Mountain had managed to obtain 5 pieces of fruit. How could they let them all go? Would he not get even a single piece of fruit? He was at the nirvana level. It was not easy to cultivate up to that level, and to break through to the Renhuang level was even more difficult. Who of the people who had made it to his level would not want to forge a Renhuang body, activate the wheel of the Great Path, and shine with the sun and the moon? Read more chapter on Novelful. When he took this step, he would have the right to pursue a higher level. Before he did so, even though he was a genius, he would forever be far away from the next level. Brother Jun, Feng Yan is correct. We had lost the fruit, but then Xinjing used his Guqin music to transform my swordsmanship into something much more powerful. Otherwise, Li Sun of the Divine Swordly family would have defeated me. Thus, Xinjing is the one who has the right to divide up the fruit. Even I don't have the right to ask for a piece, Wan Shui said politely to Jun Mu. He seemed very courteous, but he was firmly stating his position. It was not that he favored Xinjing. This was just the right thing to do. Even if Futian did not give him any of the fruit, he would not say anything. After all, without Futian, he would have lost, and may even have been crippled by Li Sun. When a battle broke out while seeking the way, even if he was killed or wounded, his elders could not seek revenge. It would have been his own choice that had led him down that path. I think that what Brother Wan said makes sense. It is for Xinjing to divide up the fruit, said Luo Yu, looking at Futian as she spoke. This made Jun Mu hesitate as he walked towards the tree. He could not force his way through to pick the fruit. Given the current situation, if he picked the fruit, it would probably cause infighting between them. Lord Taishan broke through to the next level, and thus Taishan Mountain was allotted 15 people to come here. I never thought that a single tree would cause a situation like this to happen. If we go on like this, how can we be of one mind going forward? Asked Jun Mu coldly. So if you divide up the fruit, we will be of one mind, but if Xinjing does it, we won't? Feng Yan looked at Jun Mu angrily. He was clearly just like all the others. He wanted to seize the fruit. But this was normal, after all. Everyone was greedy. I am a disciple of the Taishan Hierophant. Who is Xinjing? Even though Fourth Mist brought him to the mountain, he is still just a musician who has received many favors from Taishan Mountain, which is why he was able to cultivate this famous song. He may have been successful in forcing the people from the Divine Swordly family to retreat, but that was due to an ability that Taishan Mountain gave him. Even the fact that he was on the quota was thanks to Taishan Mountain. So who do you think should divide up the fruit? Jun Mu's words were harsh. He wanted to differentiate him from the rest of Taishan Mountain and make him lose heart. After all, what he was saying was true. Futian was only a musician on Taishan Mountain and did not have the status of a disciple. And Jun Mu was the personal disciple of the Taishan Hierophant, making him a sort of grand disciple of Lord Taishan. A look of surprise came over the faces of the other disciples of Taishan Mountain. They had not thought that there would be any infighting. But given the current situation, there was not one among them who did not want a piece of the fruit. After all, they were not a family like the Divine Swordly family. They did not have a definite leader like they did. They had all vaguely considered Jun Mu to be their de facto leader since he was the disciple of the Taishan Hierophant. But Jun Mu was not powerful enough to defeat them all. If he had been able to defeat Li Sun, then he would have been mighty indeed. But now it seemed like he had not been mighty enough, which is why they were facing this current dilemma. In this way, it would be difficult for them to get any more fruit. Moreover, spending time here debating was a waste of time in and of itself. Some of them looked at Futian. Hopefully, he would take the imitative and make a concession. There are 5 pieces of fruit, and I will give up 2 of them. One of them will go to Wan Shui, who fought in this battle, and the other one to Luo Yu. The other ones will stay with me, said Futian. He stepped forward as he said this. Standing here talking nonsense was indeed wasting the time that still remained to him to strive for other pieces of the fruit. Jun Mu stared at Futian. He was indeed greedy. Other than the 2 people he had said, Wan Shui and Luo Yu, he would be the only one to get the fruit. He looked at the others. This is someone who came to Taishan Mountain to seek the way. What do you think of this, brothers? You are being unreasonable, Brother Xinjing, said Mai. He had been made a part of the quota by the house master of Taishan. He had always been curious about Futian, but then he had entered String Palace to cultivate. He was thinking that this musician, who had been brought to Taishan Mountain, was not showing enough gratitude for what his master had done. Moreover, he seemed very close to Luo Yu. This changed Ma Yi's attitude towards him. Since we have all agreed to divide it up like this, go and receive your share, brothers. Trying to work together has led us to this situation. It is ridiculous, said Junmu mockingly. I regret that it came to this as well, but I will stand by what I said. If someone comes to take the fruit, Wan Shui raised his sword. After we return, I will beg for forgiveness from Lord Taishan. It was clear that if someone tried to pick the fruit, he would cut them down. Futian stood behind Wan Shui. He was still holding his guqing. Thinking of how powerful the two of them had been when they worked together, Jun Mu's face suddenly turned ugly. Li Sun had been defeated by the two of them. He knew he was not as strong as Li Sun, so if he fought them, he would not only probably not get the fruit, but he would be hurt as well, which would make it harder to fight for more of the fruit in the future. Good for you, said Junmu with a wave of his sleeve. He stepped forward and said, You can see for yourselves what they are like. Those who want to can come with me. The other disciples of the Taishan Hierophant naturally followed close behind him. Mai followed as well, and then a few more people. After all, Junmu was very strong. Xinjing, pick the fruit, said Wan Shui to Futian. Futian nodded. He picked the 5 pieces of fruit. He gave one each to Wan Shui and Luo Yu, then ate one piece himself. This left 2 more. What about mine? Feng Yan gave him a pitiful look. You want one too? Futian looked at her disdainfully. This girl asked too much? You're so mean. Little Phoenix snorted. Futian looked at the other people who had stayed and said, I will not guarantee that any of you will get any fruit. If you seize it for yourself, then you are naturally entitled to it, but if I get it, then only after I have taken a certain number will I share it. Taishan Mountain had been good to him, but he could not share all the fruit with the disciples of Taishan Mountain. After all, he was not all that friendly with any of them. Other than Wan Shui, who he was on relatively good terms with, the others were all casual acquaintances at best. Should he treat them as old friends and share the precious fruit with them based on such a casual relationship? Then what about Yuxing, Wuchen, and Yaya? So he would not promise anything, nor would he be stingy. He had left 2 pieces of the 5 that he had taken. A look of surprise came over several people's faces when they heard what he said. He may have said that he would be the one to divide up these 5 pieces, but what he was saying now was even more arrogant. It seemed that he would be deciding everything from now on. The people who had been part of the quota were no ordinary cultivators. They did not look at Futian as their leader. He had learned the famous songs in the String Palace on Taishan Mountain, and yet it seemed as if he regarded them as nothing. As he watched them leave, Futian knew that he had offended them, but it was better to speak the ugly truth now to avoid a situation like what had just happened than to have them be bitter at him later. There were only 5 people left now, Futian, Little Phoenix, Wan Shui, Luo Yu, and Deng Hu, who had come with Luo Yu. He was a subordinate of the city lord of Taishan. Let's go, said Futian, and began to leave. Wan Shui watched him. Ever since Futian had been in his mind, he had seemed different than before. His modest demeanor had gradually disappeared, and now there was an overpowering will about him. Perhaps his true self was finally showing. His figure flashed, and Wan Shui was soon riding on his sword. When you played your music, I could feel the true will of swordsmanship. It seemed like the true final strike of the fleeting divine sword, he said. The music comes from the same root as the fleeting divine sword, answered Futian. But I could only feel the will. It is difficult to use the true fleeting divine sword. Wan Shui seemed regretful. Otherwise, when I create my divine wheel of swordsmanship, every time I strike, it will be with a fleeting divine sword. The divine wheel of the great path could directly connect heaven and earth. All of the divine great wheels that cultivators created were different from one another. They had different strengths and weaknesses, and they even had different numbers of them. Wan Shuyi's entire mind was set upon seeking the way of swordsmanship. He naturally wanted nothing more than to create a giant divine wheel of swordsmanship. Yi Futian and the others continued forward. But after several battles, most of the fruit had already been picked off the trees and taken away. They came upon places where people were fighting, but there was no fruit left on the trees. This was an opportunity for everyone to prove their worthiness to advance to the next level and fight for the right to move forward along the great path. If they had to fight for it, then they would all do so. No one was worried about being polite, or about differences in rank. Yi Futian and the others managed to win another piece of fruit, after which they discovered that there were no more anywhere around them. But everyone was heading towards the tallest mountain. There seemed to be a celestial palace at the top of that ancient peak. It seemed illusory, but everyone could faintly sense the majestic spirits of the heavens and the earth, and the will of the great path there. The mountain seemed to be wrapped in will. Everyone was moving towards there as they fought. As they got closer, more and more battles were breaking out at the foot of the mountain. The will was so thick that many gods had been born here. When Yi Futian and the others arrived, they could feel an astonishing pressure, both solemn and divine. The whole mountain was covered thickly in will. It was like they were walking through a fog that slightly blurred their vision. Boom! The sound of thunder came to them, and lightning was falling from the sky somewhere else in the fog, making the whole area tremble. But the mountain was incredibly sturdy. It stood there, unmoved and full of divine majesty. When Yi Futian arrived, he saw several people off to the side, recovering from their wounds. There was a tree there that had endless divine lightning wrapping around it. There was only one piece of fruit on the tree, but it was bigger than the ones he had seen before. It was bathed in the divine lightning of the great path, and thunder was booming in the sky above it. Every time the thunder boomed, the fruit became a bit riper, and the will grew thicker and stronger. It is baptized in thunder, just like the catastrophe of the great path. Yi Futian's heart trembled. This was truly a wonder of the world. This piece of fruit surely contained even more of the will of the great path than the others. There was only one piece of fruit on this tree, but he did not know if there had always just been one or if the others had been taken by other people. Given the situation that they were seeing before them, it was very likely that there had always just been one piece of fruit. All of the will of the great path had been sucked up by that singular piece of fruit. The piece of fruit was wrapped in curling lightning and rolling thunder, making it look like a bright and clear spirit orb. Beside it was a giant divine thunder dragon. It was wrapped around the tree, seemingly waiting for the fruit to ripen even more. It seemed that it would eat the fruit once it had become as ripe as possible. In this way, it would be of the most use to him, allowing him to break through to the level of a demon emperor. There was a purple-robed old man before him with purple eyes. Endless lightning was shooting out of his eyes, and brilliant divine thunderbolts traveled over his robes. A millstone-shaped thundercloud appeared in the sky. It roared and roiled constantly, resonating with the old man's body. "He has a spirit of the great path," whispered Wan Shui, an imposing look on his face. The dragon was a great demon cultivator, with a huge form and brilliant lightning traveling through its every scale. It seemed as if he had cultivated his thunder body as much as possible. The old man had taken an extremely important step towards becoming a Renhuang, and it could be said that he was already only a half a step away from that plane. If he could carve a wheel of the great path here and use the fruit to activate his Renhuang body, then he would be able to prove himself worthy of becoming a Renhuang. Yi Futian could also feel how deep this old man's power was. He seemed to even be a step further along the path than his teacher had been when he came out of Emperor Li's palace. Thus, as far as he was concerned, this opportunity was extremely important. He needed this piece of fruit more than anything. "You should all go somewhere else." The old man naturally sensed Yi Futian and the others coming. He swept his gaze over them, and in an instant, the lightning of the great path was piercing through Yi Futian's eyes. It pressed down on his spiritual will. He was obviously trying to make him realize how difficult this would be and thus retreat. There was no misunderstanding that. Read more chapter on Novelful. You are at such a high level. You will soon be an emperor. Why don't you give that piece of fruit to those of us who are at a much lower level? Said Futian with a grin. Beside him, little Phoenix snorted. But she had already grown used to Futian's shamelessness. Boom! The old man pointed up into the sky, and suddenly, the millstone-shaped cloud flashed with lightning. It was filled with the mighty power of thunder. The figure of a god of thunder appeared up in the sky, huge and powerful. It pressed its palm down towards the ground. All of this happened without the old man saying a word. Because he was only a half step away from the Renhuang plain, he needed the fruit more than them. This was especially true because this fruit was of particular use to him. It would very likely bring him even closer to the Renhuang plain. Anyone who dared block his path would have to die. Wan Shi pointed his sword into the air. It cut through the sky, and he rose along with it. The sword cut into the thundering palm, and lightning covered his body. But at the same time, the giant palm was shattered. Futian looked up into the air. He flicked his sleeves and sat down, cross-legged. The guqin rang out once again. This old man was truly fierce. He had not shown them the least bit of politeness. The guqin music suddenly became loud and sonorous. Wan Shui entered the state that he had been in before. When the music entered his ears, it resonated with his sword will. The endless will of heaven and earth entered into his sword. When he felt the power of this will, a look of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. He turned towards Wan Shui and stretched out his hands as thunder will covered him. Suddenly, the will of heaven and earth grew even stronger than before. The entire great path of thunder was under his control. Futian looked up into the sky. He realized that a Renhuang with the spirit of the great path was frighteningly powerful, but their opponent was not quite strong enough. Otherwise, he would be able to wield shocking power like his teacher had at the battle at Brahma's Sky City. He had stretched out his Renhuang will, truly pushing himself to the limit. Not long after that battle, his teacher had entered the Renhuang plain. He saw the old man's finger point downwards. The divine thunder of the great path split the sky, and thunderbolts that looked like dragons shot towards both Wan Shui and Futian. Luoyu moved, the guqin music resonated with her as well. Her sword moved, forming a barrier of all things above Futian. She did not protect Wan Shui. He was already at the nirvana level, and with the resonance of the guqin music, his power had transformed. He did not fear his opponent's attack. If you continue to just watch, Elder Dragon, we will have to withdraw, said Futian to the demon dragon as he continued playing the guqin. Was he waiting there to collect the spoils of victory without lifting a finger to help? The demon dragon looked at Futian. The old man had indeed threatened him, but as long as he was protecting the fruit, he was not afraid. If the situation changed at all, he would just eat the fruit. He was already protecting the fruit. It was already basically his. Why would he participate in the battle? Futian's words were simply ridiculous. He was waiting for the fruit to ripen. Once it had become as ripe as possible, he would eat it. All he needed for this was the fruit itself. When he saw that the dragon did not move, Futian complained to himself that the people here were too savvy. It looked like they would have to rely on their strength instead. The guqin music grew more and more steady until it was as regular as the passing of the seasons. Wan Shui slashed out with his sword again and again. He had already forced the old man to come out and fight in person. While fighting, he could still feel the pressure from the guqin music. The music seemed to be leading the sword will to attack his spirit. His spirit may have been so strong that it could not be damaged, but it still made him very uncomfortable. The battlefield grew wilder and wilder. The old man was still as sturdy as a mountain, and Wan Shui's sword was getting stronger and stronger. But he still could not hurt the old man at all. At the same time, the endless notes, floating through the air, merged with the sword, becoming a river that flowed between heaven and earth. The old man could faintly sense that something was not right, but he had no way of knowing precisely what it was. He seemed to have a faint sense of something threatening him. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Wan Shui cut at him. The old man transformed into a thunder body, and his spirit materialized, becoming real. He slammed his fist into the sword, and suddenly there was a terrifying burst of energy. "That is the sword of Taishan Mountain, but you are not skilled enough to wield it." The old man's hair flew in the wind. Lightning shot out from his eyes towards his opponent. But as the two of them collided, the notes from Yi Futian's guqin were flowing through the air like a river of swordsmanship. They enveloped the old man. He looked up and suddenly felt a serious threat. "This isn't good." He slammed his hand down fiercely, trying to break free of his entanglement with Wan Shui. At the same time, terrifying thunder magic burst forth from his body, forming a thunder curtain around him. But at that moment, the flowing river of swords suddenly turned into killing swords. They pierced through the sky, leaving sword marks in the air. They crisscrossed and overlapped, until everything in the space where the old man was coiled up in destructive swords. "No!" The old man's expression changed. Countless sword slashes suddenly appeared on him. He seemed to have been cut by thousands of swords. A look of fear came over his face. Wan Shui thrust his sword forward, cutting right through the body that his opponent had formed with his spirit. In a flash, the old man's body became illusory. He looked down in pain on the scene below him, with a fierce sense of displeasure. He was so close to the Renhuang level, how could he fall like this? Boom! The old man's body shattered into nothingness. Wan Shui withdrew his sword. He looked up in surprise at what was happening above him. And not only him, Luo Yu and the others' hearts were pounding. That was not Wan Shui's sword. The guqin music had activated this final sword. It had used the cleave of all things, the perfected cleave of all things. This was just like what had happened on Taishan Mountain. It seemed that the sword of Taishan Mountain looked upon them with favor. 15 people from Taishan Mountain were part of the quota. They all believed that Lord Taishan would not lie to them. The mystery cultivator must be someone on the divine path. So why was he not among them? Why had Lord Taishan reserved 2 places on the quota? Now they all knew why. He was there. Wan Shui drew back his sword and lowered his head. There was an unmistakable look of shock in his deep eyes as he looked at the elegant and handsome young man. He thought of the brief time that Yi Futian had been cultivating at Taishan Mountain. He had entered String Palace to cultivate the guqin arts, and had gone to Sword Abyss to study the sword. He had been quiet and unassuming, modest and restrained. He had not fought with anyone. Who would have thought that this man, who had been cultivating so quietly at Taishan Mountain, the one whom everyone thought was just a lucky young man, was actually someone who had learned the famous songs of String Palace and had completed the second strike of the fleeting divine sword, the cleave of all things. He had defeated the genius cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling using only his own power. He was such a powerful person, and yet the people of Taishan Mountain had not sensed the smallest bit of pride in him. He was so restrained. Indeed, he had only been cultivating at Taishan Mountain for a few short months. Luo Yu felt the same way, and her heart was in turmoil. When she thought of how they had constantly exhorted Xinjing to study hard, her face turned red. It seemed that the one who had helped her discharge so much swordsmanship back then was Xinjing. So, when she and brother Wan Shui had been fighting, Xinjing had played the guqin. The guqin music had helped stimulate her swordsmanship, and it was not just luck that this had happened. Xinjing had purposely played the guqin to help her. She felt a little bit gloomy. She should have realized that as soon as Yi Futian played his masterpiece. "Was it you who helped me break through to the next level back then?" she whispered to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at her and smiled. "No need to worry about it, Princess Luo Yu. You were only a step away from the next level. Even without my music you would still have been able to do that soon. Why did you choose to assist me with my swordsmanship?" Luo Yu asked. Her tone and attitude were completely different than they had been before. She was feeling conflicted. "Because me coming into contact with you back in Taishan City turned out to be very lucky," said Yi Futian with a smile. Luo Yu was stunned. Then she seemed to realize something. She looked at Yi Futian as if she was in a trance. It seemed that he was the mysterious swordsman as well. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you." Futian smiled again but said no more on the subject. He looked in another direction and said, "We should take care of this matter." At that moment, the demon dragon was still on guard. His massive body was hovering there, and he stared at Futian. He seemed very vigilant. These people had actually killed the old man. The old man had been powerful enough to threaten him. It seemed like if it came to a fight, he would not be able to withstand these human cultivators. "There is no way you will get this fruit. You are strong enough to go and seize fruit from somewhere else. Why waste your time here?" The dragon's voice rolled like thunder. If they attacked him in force and he could not withstand them, he would just eat the fruit right away. "If you eat the fruit, then we will have no choice but to feast on dragon flesh and drink dragon blood," said Futian with a smile. When he heard what Futian had said, the dragon's expression grew dark. Terrible lightning flashed in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Futian. This human was completely shameless. A low roar erupted from his mouth. Divine lightning flashed, and a fierce light shone in his eyes. Futian stepped forward, still holding his guqin. Wan Shui, Luoyu, and the others followed him, subconsciously accepting him as their leader. They now understood Lord Taishuan's wishes. Futian was their greatest safeguard here. It was unfortunate, then, that when Futian had helped them defeat Li Sun and seize the fruit, Jun Mu had gotten greedy. Given the strength and talent that he had shown, then even without them, Futian could have defeated Li Sun by himself and taken the fruit. Why would he have given any of the fruit to Jun Mu? He had tried to steal it. Giving them 2 pieces of fruit was already exceedingly kind. Jun Mu doing this had made it so that they had needed to part ways. Otherwise, the other people from Taishian Mountain would have been able to see what had just happened. Futian's eyes became incredibly frightening. They seemed endlessly deep, like 2 black holes as he stared at the dragon. The dragon suddenly became irritable, and a series of low roars came from him. He could feel his spiritual will being infected. Terrible lightning shot out of his eyes towards Futian's, but he could sense a spiritual storm swallowing him. "Roar!" The dragon gave an earth-shaking roar that thundered through the air. Thousands of bolts of divine lightning fell from the sky. Futian stared at him as he was bathed in endless thunder, saying, "I will only ask you this one more time. Will you withdraw?" The dragon roared as he heard the unmistakable threat in Futian's voice. He became incredibly violent, but he could feel that there was actual danger here. It seemed like the human before him actually held his life in his hands. If he tried to fight or ate the fruit, things would go very badly for him afterward. In the end, he could not withstand the pressure that Futian was putting on him. He gave another earth-shaking roar that made the air itself tremble. He rose up and flew towards the mountains, leaving the fruit behind. Futian walked up to the tree. Beside him, Wan Shui said, "This fruit bears the will of the great path of thunder, and it is still growing. The will within it gets stronger by the moment." Futian nodded. His figure slashed as he rushed towards the tree and picked the fruit. Although it was not completely grown yet, he did not have time to wait. Before, the demon dragon and the old man's struggle had happened because they were both placing all of their hopes upon this one piece of fruit. But Futian was different. This piece of fruit was not his only target. It would be far from enough to sate his ambition. Crunch! A clear sound rang out. Little Phoenix and the others watched in shock as Futian bit into the giant piece of fruit. He was eating it right there on the spot. This Wan Shui and Luoyu looked at Futian. This was not happening like they had imagined. Little bolts of lightning were flashing from Futian's mouth. This piece of fruit was even bigger than the ones before, but it seemed that Futian would finish it in no time. Lightning flashed all over Futian's body for a time, and within him, a world of lightning formed. The terrible lightning seemed like it would never dissipate. It ran through him, turning his life spirit, the world tree, into a tree of lightning. All of his internal organs and bones were filled with the power of lightning. Boom! Futian took a step forward, and a thunderous boom erupted off of him. "Let's keep moving forward," he said. he felt that his level became more secure. If he could get a few dozen or a few hundred pieces of fruit and eat them slowly, he would eventually be able to break through to the next level. If the cultivators of the Divine Palace knew he wanted to do this, they would probably try to kill him. Each piece of fruit here was very precious. Even if they managed to get a piece of it, most people would save it until they had cultivated up to the peak of their level. He was thinking of breaking through to the next level solely by eating the fruit. Moreover, the fruit contained will within it. It would naturally remain undigested for a while. The 5 of them continued forward. Now that they had witnessed Yi Futian's strength, they knew that he was the one who had used the sword of Taishan Mountain. Thus, they had a lot of confidence in him. He would probably bring a lot of benefits to them in the future. Luo Yu looked off into the distance. What is that over there? It has such a strong life aura. Ahead of them was a place filled with a mystical fog. It was as if a life aura had spread out between heaven and earth. Yi Futian looked over there and could faintly see a towering tree there. The mystical fog was all around the tree, and it seemed like it was actually a life aura. Let's go take a look. The group sped up. As they got closer, they could see an incomparably giant tree. All of the fruit had already been picked, and what was more frightening was that there was a stream under all the fog. It was the stream of the birth of the way. Yi Futian's heart trembled. This was a legendary place. The water of this stream was the legendary water of life. Every drop had the power to save lives, and could even bring life back to dead bones. At that moment, some people were bathing in the stream, but it was not truly for the purpose of washing, but rather to absorb the life will. Life will was not just useful for saving your life. People who cultivated the way of life were incredibly vigorous. People with a strong life aura were physically very strong and were very difficult to kill. The people who were bathing in the stream saw Yi Futian and the others as well. They looked up sharply at the newcomers. Their eyes were cold, but also very beautiful. All of them were women. One of the people bathing in the stream was as beautiful as a life goddess with her exquisite features. These were all disciples of the Divine Palace and were all incredible beauties. This is a good place. Yi Futian could not help but marvel. As he said this, their gazes grew even colder. They discharged their auras, and they all fell upon Yi Futian. Have you seen enough? Came a cold voice. If you don't mind, could you make some room for me? Yi Futian walked forward. It seemed like he wanted to enter the stream. Get out of here! Roared the cold voice. Several of the women's expressions changed. They stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced around, then said, Don't worry. The stream is so big. I am sure there is room for a few more people. He continued forward as he said this, and stepped directly into the water. How could he pass by such a wonderful place without experiencing it? It could both nourish his world tree life spirit and strengthen his body. Indeed, the instant he stepped into the water, he could feel his soul become incredibly light. It seemed as if his very organs were relaxing. It was such a wonderful feeling. The power of life was, after all, the power of all things in the world. Little Phoenix and the others all watched Yi Futian with mouths wide open. He was just going to go in the water. Although the others were not truly bathing, they still presented a lovely scene. And he was actually one. Shuyi blinked. He felt the image he had conjured up in his mind collapse a little bit. Would he really be so shameless? Luoyu reddened as she beheld this scene. This was going very differently from how she had imagined. When those women saw that Yi Futian had gone into the spring, violent, murderous intent swept out. Suddenly, the entire spring was shrouded by a strong will of the way. It was as if it was an endless pure white silver lightning walking about in the spring, and swam toward Yi Futian. Boom! An extremely majestic breath erupted from Yi Futian's body, which turned into a radiant golden body, and a savage power swept out along with sharp and piercing sounds. Yi Futian stood there, his body immense, like a god, difficult to shake. Get out! That most beautiful woman, whose eyes were extremely cold, was staring at Yi Futian. The divine spring of the great path, where all goddesses bathe in it, why do I have to get out? Yi Futian spoke lightly. The power of the fountain of life instantly entered his body. It flowed across his four limbs and the torso. The ancient tree of the world turned into a divine tree, swaying inside the life palace, absorbing the will of the divine spring. This spring water contained a richness of life that far exceeded that of the previous fruit of the way. If it could be completely refined and absorbed into the body, how vibrant would his chances of life be? Perhaps even the physical body would be difficult to destroy. When his thoughts turned to this, the ancient trees of the world absorbed this power frantically. In an instant, his body seemed to have turned into a terrible vortex, causing the spring water to rush into his body madly. In an instant, Futian was overwhelmed by the richness of the breath of life. The women in the divine spring looked bewildered. What was going on? They bathed in the divine spring, gradually digesting and absorbing the will of the way contained within. After this man had stepped into the divine spring, his body seemed to have turned into a vortex. It was trying to devour the entire spring. Wan Shui and the others, likewise, were equally puzzled. This guy, he intended to swallow up the entire divine spring? Stop him! The woman who was in the lead scolded. Suddenly, all the women in the divine spring moved toward Futian. In an instant, many methods bloomed at the same time and rolled toward Futian. Futian's entire body seemed to be cast in gold, and their immense amounts of thunder and lightning swept out. The breath inside his body was magnificent and extremely dominant. Although he was only in the realm of unblemished saint, under that majestic momentum, it was definitely at the breath of nirvana level. When Wan Shui and Luoyu saw this, their hearts were trembling. Just how strong was this guy? Previously, they had seen Futian swallow the fruit of the way when he had gotten it. Futian was indeed an expert at these kinds of abilities. It seemed that he was good at more than just music and swordsmanship. However, although he exhibited many abilities, Futian's attack at this time was still in the realm of swordsmanship. As Xingjing, his disguise was a musician swordsman, so these two abilities played a major role while all the others were only ancillary. Seeing these many attacks coming toward him, Futian pointed his finger forward, and a terrifying vortex storm of swordsmanship appeared in front of him, wrapping all the incoming attacks inside. Even more terrifying was that the sword will of cleave of all things also contained the power to attack divine souls. Bodies were flying out, and many of the goddesses were injured. Some made muffled groans while others' clothing was stained with their own blood. Futian didn't seem to harbor any tenderness for the ladies. Goddesses, the way was hidden within this divine spring. It is meant as an opportunity to prove the way and can be used by anyone. If the goddesses act so insolent as to prevent others from using it, then don't blame me for being merciless, Futian said as he stepped forward. The sword will was murderous as it shrouded the divine spring. What was even more terrifying was that the spring water in the divine spring was continuously decreasing and was still being swallowed madly by Futian. His body was like a bottomless hole, draining the divine spring. The divine tree nourished the life water of this spring, and it was impossible to move it. It could only absorb its will of the way. But Futian, did he want to swallow it completely, or move the divine spring into his body completely? Moreover, was he cultivating the path of devouring? There did not seem to be any the sensation of the breath of devouring the great path, so how did he do it? The woman in the lead saw that Futian was so overbearing in his stance. With a cold countenance, she released her breath and stepped forward, saying, "You should also know that this place is run by the Divine Palace, so this place, by right, belongs to the disciples of the Divine Palace. This proving ground originally belonged to the Divine Palace, but it gave the outsiders the opportunity to cultivate, so that made them eligible to compete for it. Many disciples of the Divine Palace were unhappy about this, but there was nothing they could do. Except for a few top characters, others could only come and compete with the geniuses from the outside. According to the elders of the Divine Palace, this was also a powerful trial for the disciples of the Divine Palace. The woman's name was Lu Qinyao. She was a direct disciple of a prominent figure of the Divine Palace. She was walking in the Divine Spring, and as her body emerged from the Divine Spring, her silvery white dress was spotless. An extremely majestic might now rolled through the world. In an instant, this world turned into a world of frost. Everything was about to be frozen. Luo Yu shuddered. She glanced down at her hands and body. There was a snowy white frost invading her body, and the sword will in the surrounding space was also solidified, seemingly frozen. Her ability to sense the outside world was reduced yet again. It was as if she had entered an independent space. Likewise, Yi Futian also felt that his blood flow slowed down as the icy cold will of the Wei now invaded his body, affecting his senses. He felt that he was no longer in the spring but was now in a frozen world. His perception of the outside world had also slowed. What a powerful technique! It affects the perception of the others and leads one into a space of illusion, Yi Futian secretly remarked. At their level of cultivation, everyone's strength was unfathomably strong. Any kind of carelessness was a matter of life and death. Once the sense of perception was limited, the result would be devastating. On the outside, Lu Qingyao looked coldly ahead, and her eyes seemed to turn white, like snow. Her long skirt fluttered as she moved forward. The world was filled with flying frost. The vast and endless space turned a snowy white, and everything was becoming slower. It was the same with Yi Futian's body. Gradually, the hoarfrost would cover everything, and its will of the Wei would continue to invade Yi Futian's body until he lost all consciousness. But at this moment, she seemed to feel something suddenly. Her brows were knitted together slightly. She looked up at the void as if she felt an invisible will of the Wei flowing between heaven and earth, traversing that violent, icy will of the Wei. Boom! With a loud bang, the world of ice seemed to collapse and shatter. Countless sword will suddenly exploded, tearing the nothingness apart. The look on her face changed slightly as if she looked down at Yi Futian. She saw a pair of terrible sword eyes. It was as if many sharp swords had penetrated her eyes, rushing into her sight and passed through the world of hoarfrost, piercing the sword's spirit in the depth of the world. In her pupils, Yi Futian's shadow seemed to be getting closer and closer. She saw the other pointing in the air with his finger, and that finger was like a sword. The moment it struck, time seemed to stand still once again. Ahem! A muffled groan was heard. In the world of white snow, blood trailed down Lu Qingyao's mouth, dripping onto her white skirt. An extremely strong life spirit wrapped around her body, repairing her injury with incredible speed. Watching the scene, the Divine Palace's disciples came to Lu Qingyao's side in a flash, but Lu Qingyao was still staring at Yi Futian inside the Divine Spring. Her eyes were very cold. There is still some water in this Divine Spring. If the goddess would like to bathe together, you would be welcome to do so, Yi Futian said. His body was still devouring the life water in the Divine Spring as if he really wanted to move the spring of life that had nurtured this divine tree for many years into his own body. Who are you? Lu Qingyao stared at Yi Futian. A nobody. I am Shenjing, Yi Futian replied. Shenjing. Lu Qingyao indeed had never heard of the name, but now she would remember it. The Divine Spring was drying up at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. She didn't bother to go down anymore, but stood there, watching the whole thing from there. She did not believe Shenjing was a nobody. Would a nobody be able to break her technique, as she was a direct disciple of the Divine Palace? And the several people behind him all had extraordinary temperament. In addition, the sword technique that he used before was very likely from Taishian Mountain. It didn't take long for the spring of life to dry up completely. It was absorbed by Yi Futian. At this time, Yi Futian was wrapped within a very abundant breath of life. That will of the Wei was like a cocoon that made Yi Futian feel that the energy of life was incredibly vibrant. It was as if waves of a river were rushing through his body. Yi Futian closed his eyes and felt that this spring of life's will of the Wei was sufficient to support his cultivation to the realm of Renhuang. Of course, the premise was that he could break through other areas. Now, if he could refine these powers some more, when the moment the deed of thorough comprehension erupted, this vibrant will of the Wei surging inside his body would not beneath the nirvana plane. By the way, do any of you have some fruit of the Wei? I have a friend who also cultivates in the will of life and would like to borrow a couple of fruits of the Wei. Yi Futian saw that Lu Qingyao and the others from the Divine Palace had not left. After sensing the majestic will of the Wei inside his body, he thought of Xia Qingyuan. If he didn't save anything for Xia Qingyuan, it would seem unreasonable. Wan Shui and Luo Yu stared at Yi Futian, stunned. This guy had devoured an entire spring of life. Now, he wanted to continue robbing the disciples of the Divine Palace? And that Lu Qingyao had extraordinary strength. They had felt her prowess when she released the will of the Wei. Judging from her status, she was very likely a direct disciple of the Divine Palace. After Yi Futian swallowed the spring of life, he wanted to rob the fruit of the Wei for his friends. This it was simply too imposing. Even Luo Yu found it slightly unbearable. Did he really have no manners around the ladies? If she only knew that Yi Futian was going to rob the beauty of the Divine Palace in front of her for another woman, what would she think? Lu Qingyao's face turned white and then green. The coldness on her body swept around the world. The frost above the sky roared and roiled. As the direct disciple of the Divine Palace, although her beauty could not be said to be unparalleled in this world, it was still remarkable. She had always been a proud daughter of heaven. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Feeling the chill, Yi Futian whispered under his breath, "If we fight for real, I'm afraid the goddess will not be an adequate opponent. I really don't want to hurt you." Shameless. Each of the regular disciples from the Divine Palace, who were next to Lu Qingyao, had a sour look on their faces. They had never seen such a brazen, shameless person. Yi Futian didn't care how the others regarded him. A chance like this was not easy to fall upon. He would, of course, try to procure more fruits of the Wei. This was the fruit that could bring those at the peak of Saint Plain closer to Nirvana Plain, so the more, the better. On this trip, all he saw was everyone competing with one another, plundering goods at every chance. He was no exception. With a chill wrapped around him, Yi Futian saw Lu Qingyao and the others looking at him coldly. His eyes shot out a terrible aura of the sword, and he stepped forward. The invisible sword will flowed between heaven and earth, ready to annihilate, which made the surging will of the Wei from his body even more majestic. As the disciples of the Divine Palace felt the sword will that flowed between heaven and earth, their expressions became even more awkward. They realized that Yi Futian would deal with them unkindly. But if they were to hand over the fruits of the Wei to Yi Futian just like that, where would their dignity be as the disciples of the Divine Palace? "Move!" a low voice said, and the tyrannical will of the Wei erupted again. It seemed that they still wanted to give it another shot. Buzz. At the moment they started, Yi Futian's body turned into a residual shadow, fast to the limit. Before someone could even finish their thought, he had appeared in front of them and unleashed an attack with a single finger. That disciple of the Divine Palace tried to counterattack, but she was in no shape to bear Yi Futian's sword attack. A bloody trail bloomed in the air as her pupils contracted, but she found that there was only a residual image in front of her, and Yi Futian was no longer there. One after another, the shadows sailed across the void. Soon Yi Futian returned to where he was before. When his figure finally solidified, that sword will suddenly erupted as all the forces from the attack were destroyed. What was more terrifying was that a terrible storm of swords she had started inside the space, slashed through by countless sword lights. Poof! One after another, muffled groans were heard. Under his sword, everyone was resisting his sword will. Lu Qingyao stood among the crowd, staring at Yi Futian. She clearly felt that someone was being injured. None of the disciples of the Divine Palace could bear one of his sword attacks. "If the goddess would like to continue, the next strike will be stronger," Yi Futian said. Lu Qingyao's face was gloomy. She stretched out her white palm, and on it, there was a fruit of the Wei, rich with life. "Just one?" Yi Futian looked at Lu Qingyao and asked. "This divine tree gave birth to a divine spring. There should have been more than just one fruit." Lu Qingyao's face was somber as Yi Futian smiled and said, "If I were to search you, it wouldn't be good for you." As she waved her palm, 2 more fruits of the Wei appeared in her hand. She tossed them toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian caught them without much formality, and put all 3 fruits of the Way of Life away. Those were for Xia Qingyuan. After Lu Qingyao passed him the fruits, she ignored Yi Futian and turned around to walk away. One could imagine her feelings at that moment. Everyone else glanced at Yi Futian coldly, and then left with Lu Qingyao. Yi Futian didn't pursue them again. 3 fruits of the way was about the right amount. It was quite the harvest. Wan Shui and Luo Yu seemed a bit numb. Was this the same humble and low-profiled Shenjing they knew at Taishian Mountain? This was too much of a difference. It was as if they were 2 different people. Yi Futian, who stepped into this land of trial, had completely transformed into a predator. Little Phoenix approached Yi Futian and looked at him with pleading eyes. "What are you looking at?" Yi Futian said, looking at her. "Everyone needs the will of the way of life," Little Phoenix said feebly. He had taken 3 fruits, and he had no plan to give one to the cute little phoenix. Yi Futian ignored her and turned to walk forward. He replied in a low voice, "There's not enough. The friend that you are going to give them to, is it a man or a woman?" Little Phoenix asked, running after him. "A woman," Yi Futian replied. "I knew it." Little Phoenix looked at Yi Futian and whispered, "I am also your friend. How come you are not giving me some? Was she not pretty enough? Or not cute enough?" "You!" Yi Futian glanced back and saw that Little Phoenix gave him a gentle smile, and there was even some charm to it. She blushed a little bit. Yi Futian looked rather baffled and said, "Sorry, we are not friends like that." He turned around, moving forward in great strides. "You jerk!" Little Phoenix cursed loudly. She could forget about getting that precious fruit of the way. He was so heartless, denying her even one fruit. They continued forward and plundered more along the way. On their way to that immortal Fey Palace, they had stolen even more fruits of the way, and Yi Futian had reaped a lot and had eaten even more fruits of the way. He was feeling a little bit too full from every other direction. The direction of other cultivators was consistent with his. They were all going toward that immortal Fey Palace. Moreover, as he approached, more and more cultivators were also coming. Many of them were geniuses of the top forces, and some were disciples of the Divine Palace. As Yi Futian and his group walked all the way up the mountain, the Divine Fey Palace became even clearer. The sky above them and the ancient mountain were filled with the holy power of the divine might of the Great Path, and it was getting stronger. From all directions of the mountain, people were walking up one after another, and they could all feel a sacred breath. It seemed that there was something holy residing above them. "What is that?" When Yi Futian saw that in front of the immortal Fey Palace at the top, there seemed to be an immense divine tree planted there. What was even more amazing was that this tree had infinite colors, and the color of each giant tree branch was different. They stretched out in different directions and were extremely beautiful. "This tree is so huge." Little Phoenix looked up and murmured. "It has all kinds of fruits of the way, all kinds," Wan Shui whispered. There were different fruits on the radiant branches of the divine tree. It was as if this tree alone produced many different fruits with different wills of the way. The whole tree was dazzling and contained boundless and powerful will of the way. Next to the ancient tree, many were standing there. In front of each fruit, there seemed to be at least one or many cultivators guarding it. It was as if they had already laid claim to those fruits of the way. "The products have the essence of the sun, the moon, and the sky." Yi Futian looked up. Many had already arrived here, and there seemed to be a dividing line there. Above the mountain, it was forbidden. Someone tried to ascend by force, but a divine golden light on the mountain was descending from the sky. It was a long spear of gold that directly pierced the void and nailed the cultivators who tried to trespass. Gai Shi. Yi Futian looked at that figure and saw that he was clad in a golden robe, stately and imposing, guarding a golden fruit that was bigger than any of the ones Yi Futian had seen before. It was releasing a golden glow that covered Gai Shi. Gai Shi seemed to be comprehending something in tranquility. He was not eating the fruit but was comprehending in front of it. It was not just him, but also other prominent characters were present as well. "I never expected the divine tree of comprehension in the legend would actually be true." Wan Shui was startled. One could comprehend before the divine tree. It was rumored that in the sea of the path to prove the truth, enlightenment could be obtained before the divine tree, and one could become a Renwang. Moreover, It was said that the fruits produced from the divine tree of comprehension each contained enough will of the way for someone at the peak of the Nirvana plane to cast the divine wheel of the great path. Its will of the way was immeasurable. In another direction, a group came forth. It turned out to be Jun Mu and the others. Apparently, they had also seen Yi Futian and Wan Shui. Jun Mu's eyes revealed some disbelief. They had also arrived? But going further up was perhaps an impossibility. The people above would not allow anyone to snatch away their opportunity of the great path. Those were the most prominent figures on this trip, including many who were the direct disciples of the Divine Palace. Wan Shui Luoyu, how has your trip with him been? Jun Mu asked Yi Futian and his party. On this trip, they had profited some along the way. Luoyu looked at Yi Futian and said nothing. If only Jun Mu knew that Yi Futian was the swordsman who made that strike on Taishan Mountain, she wondered how he would feel. If you want, we still have a chance to join hands to try it together, Jun Mu continued. Even he was not certain that he could force his way to the top and see the divine tree of comprehension for himself. Naturally, he, too, wanted to sit under the divine tree and meditate. But those under the tree would not allow anyone to disturb their own meditation, nor compete with them. Therefore, anyone who crossed the boundary would endure their attacks. Infighting already? A cold voice asked. It was from a group of cultivators walking up the mountain. They were from the divine capital of Xiling. With the clashes that were taking place now, all who were victorious would start moving toward this place. Those who came for the trial would eventually appear here. After all, as soon as they arrived, they could see the palace resting at the peak. Yi Futian cast a glance at Luo Yuming. The prince of the divine capital of Xiling seemed to have remembered them. However, although death and injury were inevitable in this place of trial, it was still a troublesome thing to kill a prince of the divine capital of Xiling in front of everyone. There were so many people here that it would be impossible to do such a thing without having outsiders find out. To attract the attention of a peak character such as old demon Luo was definitely not ideal. Luo Yuming seemed to perceive something, and his eyes moved toward Yi Futian. He saw that this musician of Taishan Mountain regarded him with an incredibly indifference and contempt. It was as if, in his eyes, Luo Yuming was someone not worth noting. His attitude was condescending. A chilling intention of murder flashed across his eyes, extremely frigid. All the descendants of old demon Luo had inherited old demon Luo's temper. However, although many had come one after another from below, everyone in front of the divine tree of comprehension was still calmly meditating and cultivating as if immersed in their own perception of the great path. But everyone knew that as soon as someone crossed the boundary, that person would feel the force of attack from above. A while ago, there were already a few cultivators who had perished under these kinds of attacks. Let's go up, a voice commanded. Not far from Yi Futian and his group, Jun Mu took few people with him, preparing to rush through. Li Jin and Qin Yu of Guqing Valley followed him, after all, ready to join forces. There was also Ma Yi with a few others. If they joined hands together with Jun Mu, naturally, their chance of success would be greater. Of course, Yi Futian and Wan Shui had already demonstrated much greater strength than Jun Mu. However, since Yi Futian had already made it clear that he would not necessarily give them the fruit, that only left Jun Mu as a partner. When Luo Yuming and the other cultivators of the divine capital of Xiling saw that Jun Mu and his group were about to move upwards, they also immediately stepped up and said, Luo Yuming of the divine capital of Xiling wants a space. Anyone who occupied a space above was not an ordinary, simple person. He introduced himself by name because, with his status and strength, there had to be a space for him. There were also several others who took the initiative to step up and were prepared to take advantage of this opportunity to rush through together so that there was a greater chance of succeeding. Instantly, an extremely arrogant might of the way erupted, and everyone stepped up, walking on the mountain path on their way to the divine tree of comprehension. Above them, everyone watched. Everyone who was there was an extraordinary character. Among them were Gai Shi of the Golden Divine Nation, Li Sun of the Divine Sword Li family, Chang Feng Lai of the Chang Feng family, and Qin Zhang of the Sky Burying God clan. There were also several direct disciples from the divine palace, each of whom was an extraordinary figure with an exemplary breath. Those who were able to stand there had already experienced a great battle, so if anyone else wished to go up, then they must be even more outstanding than the people who were already there. Otherwise, there would be no place yielded for them there. In front of the divine tree of comprehension, many eyes were now on the place below. All the figures were indistinct as divine will shrouded the void, and the will of the way flowed between heaven and earth. Futian could clearly feel a domineering might brewing and could explode at any time. These people seemed to have reached a certain tacit agreement. Futian marveled secretly. As his voice fell, he saw several people moved at the same time. In the sky above Lisun, countless swords manifested, and a sword river appeared directly between heaven and earth, slaughtering toward the sky below. In an instant, everyone was attacked by the sword river. Bang! Luo Yuming was extremely forceful. He lifted the great demonic palm print and blasted toward the sky above, smashed the swords directly, and continued upward. Other cultivators all launched counterattacks to shatter the power of swordsmanship that came for them. However, this only seemed to be the beginning. After Li Sun's sword, Qin Zhang of the sky-burying god clan turned radiant all over, the starry lights flowing. He took a single step, and ranges of mountains descended from the sky, bombarding the crowds below. For a time, destructive turbulence of methods raged wildly. But this did not stop. Afterward, Chang Fenglai attacked, and Gai Shishir pointed downward to unleash the golden spear from the sky. The sound of violent collisions was heard, and under the continuous attacks of several top characters, many were unable to bear the attacks and retreated from the shock. "There is no place for you here," a forceful and overbearing voice said, and another figure in front of the divine tree of comprehension made a move. That person emanated a terrible breath. There seemed to be a ghostly figure behind him. This apparition merged into the great path of heaven and earth when the other person's palms made a squeezing motion in the air. Suddenly, everyone who was battling below felt that their spirit was being held captive. An extremely strong sense of crisis was born, and their countenance changed. What was this ability that could directly ignore external defenses and attack the spirits instead? The apparition squeezed in the air again. Pooh! Some people vomited blood, their faces pale as sand, and fell to the ground. Others spat out blood, their faces pale, and felt their circulations impeded. "That's his disciple." Many people instantly remembered a great man in the divine palace, who did not have many disciples. His ability in cultivation was very rare and required a very special talent. The person who attacked looked very young. They were fair-skinned like a woman. His demeanor was very delicate, and he had a head of dark hair freely hanging. But his dark eyes added a sense of gentleness. It was a direct disciple of the divine palace, Bai Xiu. He was also brilliant among the direct disciples of the divine palace. But in the battles within the divine palace, he lost to another more powerful person, so he did not get a place and needed to come here to fight for it. But his strength was definitely horrific, especially his cultivation ability. It is the direct disciple of Lord Underworld. Lord Underworld is an expert in methods that directly attack the spirit. It was very fearsome and could kill invisibly. Judging from this person's appearance, it should be Bai Xiu, the youngest of all Lord Underworld's disciples. Although he did not get a placement this time, in time, he will be even more terrible. This trip will strengthen his realm. Luo Yu explained. Her father, the city lord of Taishian City, was a disciple under Lord Taishian. He was a prominent figure in his own right, so Luo Yu knew quite a lot about the outside world. Futian nodded. There was a strange ability floating in the void, like an apparition that had integrated into the great path of heaven and earth. This may be the life spirit ability, a special talent. He also cultivated a similar ability, celestial soul attraction, which was a mystical way inherited from the celestial gate of vast heaven, but even celestial soul attraction was slightly different from this. As the top principality of the higher heavens realm, the divine palace taught throughout the world, and it was completely expected that there would be all kinds of abilities within the divine palace. After a series of continuous attacks, all the cultivators were now suppressed, and the majority of them were injured. Even Luo Yuming and other cultivators from the divine capital of Xiling were the same, just like Jun Mu and his party. Several of them had been hit hard, and their faces were pale. For example, Li Jin and Qin Yu, who were experts at melody, suffered a great injury to their spiritual powers under Bai Xiu's attack, which directly aimed at the spirit. Along with all the other attacks launched at the same time, they were instantly crippled. Jun Mu also suffered a slight injury. He was knocked down by the attack. His expression was unpleasant. Were these people preventing the others from going up? It seems that the benefits have been distributed, and those who arrive later will have a hard time partaking any further. Wan Shui said as he watched the scene play out before him. The meaning of their alliance was easy to understand. The previous battle had determined the power structure up there. Next, they wanted to stabilize the configuration without allowing more players to participate. Even if they were better than the people who were already in it, it was difficult to get up there. It was not as simple as they had thought. At this time, a group of people traveled upward in a flash. The person in the lead was extremely beautiful. It was Lu Qingyao, who had been robbed by Yi Futian not long ago. She looked up and said, "Brothers, may I have a place? Doesn't junior sister Lu just comprehend in the fountain of life?" a young man asked. He was also a disciple of the divine palace. Lu Qingyao's face changed slightly. She turned her head, looked in a certain direction, which was just where Yi Futian was. "It was taken away by someone," Lu Qingyao replied. The people above were silent and looked in one of the directions, and from what seemed to be the top of the divine tree of comprehension, someone glanced at Lu Qingyao and said, "Sister Qingyao, come up." "Thank you, senior brother." Lu Qingyao nodded and moved upward. Gai Shi and the others revealed surprise in their eyes. They glanced at the person who spoke. But in the end, they didn't say anything. Their silence wasn't entirely out of fear, but the speaker was definitely one of the most excellent people here. If there were conflict with him, the consequences would be unpredictable. After all, there were still some spaces left in front of the divine tree of comprehension. "That fruit of the way, then, is yours." The speaker pointed to a fruit of life. Lu Qingyao responded by nodding. "Thank you." The looks on the face of the people below were not so good. Such a precious fruit was now distributed to someone just like that. The direct disciples of the divine palace were such good sports. "What should we do?" Little Phoenix whispered to Yi Futian. "I'm waiting for someone," Yi Futian said, and he looked to the side. After a while, there was a figure traveling with a sword coming toward this way. Upon seeing that figure, Yi Futian smiled. Yaya had arrived. After Yaya arrived, she saw Yi Futian and came to his side in a flash. "You are here." Yi Futian smiled. He took out 2 fruits. One was filled with powerful sword will, and the other contained a strong breath of life. He said, "Eat them first." Yaya looked at Yi Futian. This guy really, she thought. But she nodded gently anyway, took them, and ate them both. Yi Futian had given them for her to eat, so there was no need to be coy. All around, whoever perceived the breath of these fruits, all looked in Yi Futian's direction. They couldn't help but show a strange look. How dare they devour the fruits of the way in front of them like this? Jun Mu also looked bewildered. Besides the sword-shaped fruit that he had captured from the hands of the divine swordly family, did he also take the fruit of life? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.